starting off the morning in Europe, so we can look at the EU standings. As we know, it is such a tight competition right now in EU, all trying to get to that first and second place.
Yeah, so we got a bit of a race still going for first between Echo and Burger King. That could still go in Burger King's favor if they win this cup and the next one. But then we also have a bit of a three-way tie here for that third place position. So we got DOBOB, Streamer Zone, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver all tied for that spot. However, Stop Nerf Mistweaver doesn't have that asterisk next to their name, which means they are out of the tournament. DOBOB and Streamer Zone still have an opportunity here to climb ahead in the standing. So both of them need to make the most out of this chance, especially Streamer Zone. They have two chances right now in this tournament because they are in the upper bracket. So they could lose a game and still have a chance to overtake here. So they really need to make the most of that one. And the last thing I wanted to hit on when I'm looking at this bracket is the fact that top 8 is what it takes to get into the gauntlet. And there's still room if a new team signs up and has a decent performance next cup to actually take one of these spots and make it into the gauntlet. And we have seen teams in the past go through the gauntlet and actually make it to the finals. So there's still an opportunity for new teams. We saw it over in North America already. Mom on stream, having a great performance, and having one weekend like that can be what it takes to actually make it into the gauntlet.
Certainly could. And speaking of making it in, we've got 4 teams left here in the EU region. We eliminated 4 on Friday. So we can take a look at the bracket, David, and kind of where everything lined up. You know, some teams still in the upper bracket, so they've got some chances. And then Burger King and DOBOB D Machine fighting for their lives down in the lower.
Burger King being in the lower bracket is quite a surprise. I mean, that is incredible that Specialty was able to do that, to pull that off. But there's still a team that I'm going to be looking out for and expecting great things from. Same with DOBOB. DOBOB has kind of been cleaning up that lower bracket, taking out Specialty 3-0, taking out Last Dance 3-0. But Burger King is a completely different monster. That is really going to be the test for DOBOB to determine whether or not they have returned to form. Streamer Jones GG, however, on the other side of things, they're making it through the upper bracket, taking out Specialty to move on against Echo. But in the last cup, Streamer Jones GG actually got knocked down by Burger King. So this bracket kind of is a complete toss-up in my mind. Any of these 4 teams could make it and be crowned the champion of cup number 2. We have some heavyweights still in the fight.
Definitely a good way to put that. So could not be more excited to get started with these matches. But of all of these series, Ven, that we did talk about, what is your matchup of the day for us today?
It's hard, right? Because both series are great, so you don't want to miss either one of them. But I think for me personally, I really want to see Streamer Zone kind of level up. I feel like their Rogue Mage, they have so much potential with P-Make and Brunhilde, both phenomenal players. Like if you compare them pound to pound to even people like Waz, Raikou, Maro, like these players can definitely go toe-to-toe with them. It's just about, can they perform on the day and can they come together as a team? So that's what I'm going to be looking for. The Streamer Zone versus Echo series. I want to see some Rogue Mage mirrors, and I want to see Streamer Zone really step it up because I do think they have what it takes to have a close series against Echo and potentially even win.
Yeah, could not agree more, and we'll be looking forward to that series and seeing how they perform throughout the rest of the day. But speaking of performance, let's look at our predictions, shall we? You guys ready?
Oh man, yeah, definitely.
I don't want to.
I know, I don't really either, but we're gonna do it anyways. Here we go. Zico, yeah, we know,
Oh
bud.
my
All right,
God, dude.
26 correct, 9 perfect. Man.
Bro, did my percentage not move at all? I don't think it did. I'm 50%. I'm a failing grade right now. I'm not sorry, Chan.
I'm 48%. I need to take summer school. What's going on?
Some extracurriculars.
Yeah.
It's always humbling when your predictions are right there with the coin, you know, or even less than a coin.
Losing to the coin.
Yo,
But
8
to be fair,
is kind of crazy though.
I think we all tanked yesterday, thanks to the Shuffle Club.
Not
and
all
the
of
Hey
us.
Mom on stream.
Not all
Most of
of-
us.
okay.
Most of us. Yeah, that's true. D Machine, you went with your heart, and it paid off.
There it is. At least one
I went
time.
with my heart and it didn't pay off.
True. Hey, listen, you don't always win one, but at least I'll sleep proud of myself that I put my chips where they may lie. The Shuffle Club, they might have let me down in that upper bracket, but in the lower bracket, I got that 50% still.
Yeah. Well, I gotta at least beat Supatis. Now I'm coming for him. Don't tell him he's not on the desk right now. But let us know how you've been doing in chat with your predictions. Do you have any points? How many points do you guys have? I know these guys have been doing their point predictions all weekend long. So let's talk about this first series, though. Get your predictions in chat. And for now, we'll talk about Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. We have seen this series time and time again, Venruki. But is it going to be any different this time around?
I don't know. I don't. Okay, so chat
dang.
going in favor of Echo. I mean, it makes sense,
Wow.
right?
Yeah,
Betting
yeah.
against Echo is
That
normally
much, though?
a losing bet. Yeah, that much. I mean, Echo. I mean, we saw that. We saw the showcase of Waz's room in game. Remember? I think it was like what 9 gold medal trophies or whatever. So
He doesn't have room anymore. He's gonna have to get another board.
exactly. I mean, the guy's like one of the best. I mean, you could argue maybe the best to ever do it. So counting Echo out is definitely not a good idea. But you just want to believe in Streamer Zone. You got Brunhilde, you got P-Make, you got Next. Can they go toe to toe with Echo? I feel like on a good day they might be able to. So I'm conflicted about this one because it's another one of those ones where it's like my heart is telling me one thing and my head's telling me another, and I just don't know what to do.
I know, definitely tough. But I mean, maybe we can at least predict Zeke. You know what? You're the guy that always knows the future. What are we going to see in the blind picks?
Comps?
Tell us. Tell us. Bestow us with your wiseness.
I feel like we're gonna see some Outlaw Rogue Mage coming out of Streamer Zone. Outlaw Rogue Mage Monk, and from Echo, maybe we'll see the Windwalker Mage. Or RMP. Could be an RMP mirror game number 1. Could be an RMP. I think I'm leaning more towards an RMP mirror in game number 1. I feel like for Echo, they're confident in the mirror, and I think they prefer it into some of the other things that they might run into. So yeah, I'm leaning towards an RMP mirror in game number 1, and yeah, should be a fun one. You want me to start with prediction as well? I can. I'm not scared. Like
If
that.
you're volunteering, go for it.
Like that? What? All right.
Yeah, sure. I'll volunteer. So I'm actually gonna go with my heart, and I'm gonna say 3-1 for Echo.
Dude, you always okay, dude.
Demon Machine?
Listen, Echo has definitely reached this echelon now that they have become like a legend of the AWC. I mean, I was talking to Zhang Bahai, and obviously Welcome to the Jung is a team that we view as, if not one of the best, if not the best in the North American region. And I asked him about like his aspirations in the AWC. Like, what is it that you like want to accomplish with like your career here? And he's like, yeah, my end game is to go to BlizzCon and to beat Waz. that is what he said. Like, this team is just a team that I will never ever count out. And yeah, I think they're going to take out Streamer Zone 3-0.
He's gonna be a grandpa someday and be like, "Well, son, one day, you back in my day." All right, Ben. What about you?
I'm gonna go risky. I am gonna do it. We talk about Echo, a phenomenal team, but I'm gonna believe in the power of teamwork and friendship.
Wow.
I don't think it's gonna be an easy road, but I feel like they're gonna find a way. So I'm gonna go with Streamer Zone, but it's gonna be 3-2. And yeah, this is a sketchy prediction, but I'm going with it.
Respect, bro.
All right. I
Got
don't
in
know if
his
you
head.
What do we have for Supati's prediction? Okay. Listen, we saw where I was with our predictions. I am down at the bottom. I can't do any more risky predictions. So Streamer Zone GG, I love you guys, but I'm going with Echo on this one. I think I'm going to go 3-2 Echo. I think it's going to be close, but I still think Echo's going to win. All right. Ben, you've got the riskier one. You're
Yeah.
pulling for Streamer Zone GG. What do you want to see them do? Especially if we get in the mirror. I mean, I feel like it takes a lot of confidence to lock in the mirror, especially against a team like Echo that's been so consistent. What does that say about Streamer Zone GG if they respond like that?
I think it shows that they think that they can hang. And I really do think that. Like, we see their online performance, their ladder performance. They play phenomenal as individuals. It's about, can they come together as a team? That's going to be, a very tall order for them, though, against a behemoth like Echo.
All right. First series of the day here in the European region. The two top dogs, Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. Starting off now, game number 1.
All right, let's see it. And we got the Rogue Mage mirror here. Kind of as we predicted, or some of us expected to see this. And I don't really see their talents just yet. Okay, it is going to be double Outlaw, double Fire Mage. So the identical mirror here. It's just going to come down to who plays better, who has cleaner setups, and which mage dies without blocking.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Luckily for both mages, they do have Cauterize, so it's a little bit less likely to happen, but still can. Waz gets cheap shot up. We saw PMake have a phenomenal performance on Friday in the mirror matchup, so let's see what he can do here, going up against Raikou, as both of them exchange blows in the middle of the map, pulling out an early combustion, just trying to get the damage rolling. Kidney shot now into JT. Dragon's Breath on Waz. Raikou is isolated for the time being. Good Nova's coming in. I think both of these rogues are playing Gnome, so the reason for the Gnome is to get out of Novas with that Escape Artist and just maximize their uptime on these mages.
Yeah, and I really like what Raikou did there. Beautiful shutdown. He was isolated there for 3 versus 1, but he managed to stop the Polymorph and double Dragon's Breath, the healer and the DPS. And now here comes a Ring of Frost onto Brunhilde. Gets dispelled though. The sheep on the dispel. Raikou just buying a couple of seconds here. There's that Nova. We were just talking about Brunhilde using that Escape Artist to break out, but Raikou's taking a lot of damage here. JT is in a full kidney shot, next though in a cheap shot, and it doesn't look like any of these mages is going to be able to find the Polymorph just yet. And I feel like in the past, Brunhilde has been the rogue that is able to go toe-to-toe with Waz on the Outlaw rogue and actually pull wins in series like this. And that was, of course, when Brunhilde was playing with JT. So former teammates now facing off against each other here in the mirror match. And so far, the Life Cocoon has been used there for JT and for Next. So both teams kind of even right now. Teammate gets interrupted once again on the setup. JT caught up in a full sleep. Teammate, can he find the Polymorph? No, Raikou once again very patient with the counterspell. Manages to find it there. Celestial Conduit coming out for JT as well. But I would say pressure so far actually is in favor of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, this is a really close match, and PMake procs. Oh, scary situation there. At the same time, Raikou getting hit quite hard. It's a back and forth race here. Cauterize procs on Raikou. These teams are very evenly matched here in game number 1. Damage is even across the teams. JT has a little bit of a mana lead, but I don't know if it's going to end up mattering that much. Both mages without cheat death, though, are going to be a bit afraid to just pull the trigger on that ice block. PMake gets a full pull. No, counterspell
Nice.
at 99% there by Raikou. Nicely done. Just really using that interrupt to the last millisecond.
Yeah, Raikou's been hitting all of these counterspells so far on these setup attempts, but still both teams have to use the Life Cocoon. Raikou, though, still has the combustion rolling for a couple of more seconds here on the PMake, but PMake with the alter time is going to be able to keep himself alive in this position, and he's going to go back in time, actually going down to lower HP than he was. I feel like he should have just canceled that alter time there. Maybe he just wanted to get the blink reset, but Raikou still getting interrupted here, getting gouged, but PMake still not out of the woods just yet. Full cheap shot is going to connect onto Next. Do they have a Ring of Frost? Do they have anything? No, doesn't look like it. Raikou's just going to go for raw damage in this position. Cheap coming out onto Brunhilde, Cheap coming out onto Waz. Both of these rogues getting a little bit slow in that position, and Raikou going for a Nova there onto Next. Next is pushing in, gets a full leg sweep, and that is going to be the first ice block off of a great push there from Next.
Yeah, and Waz is in trouble too. JT has to recover here. Who is he going to save? Waz has 0 defensive cooldowns right now. And Streamer Zone, for the first time in the match, seems like they are ahead here. PMake, though, needs to ice block. And Will, what a close call that was. So we're all tied up on cooldowns now. Now it's Brunhilde's in trouble. Next, does he have to trade the Life Cocoon? He doesn't want to, but he ends up using it. And that is a bit scary now. Waz at the same time. No, might just die. They're going to take down Waz. And they do. Streamer Zone do it. They claim game number 1 against Echo in the straight up mirror.
Beautiful swap there onto Waz with the smoke bomb coming out. He actually trinketed to get out of the stun, but I gotta see on the replay what happened to JT there. Wasn't able to access those defensives, and Waz ended up going down. But that was a really, really even mirror match here. And we can see a little bit earlier here when PMake procced, and at this point in the game, it looked pretty even. Raikou also just procced right. And then here, I think this is where they got Raiku's ice block. So next goes in, gets the paralyze, gets the leg sweep. They get the ice block off of Raikou here. And then they swap to Waz as well in that position and get his cloak. And now they kidney shot him and he has no cloak. And they smoke bomb, he trinkets out. And what's happening to, no, the JT? Wait,
he rolled into the bomb.
That. Yeah, I think so.
Bomb.
Yeah, so I think what happened was Waz was in the smoke bomb, trinketed and got out of the smoke bomb, and JT rolled into the smoke bomb.
And then trinketed and couldn't cocoon him, yeah.
Yeah, that's it's a little awkward when that happens. Very awkward.
Well, Streamer Zone's going to be super happy about that one. You know, being able to take down Waz, because JT actually did have the life cocoon. He has trinket and life cocoon. He really had no business losing here, but unfortunately Waz. Look at that ring. Wait, was that ring around next to? I think it might have been. Was that a ring P-Make like set up to keep him trapped in the smoke bomb? Because if so, that would have been awesome. It might have been. I think it was actually. If Streamer Zone is the enemy team, it was a red Ring of Frost. So I think P-Make dropped a nice little Ring of Frost in that situation. We'll see it here again. Because if that's the case, the only thing Waz could have done is just stay still. He just needed to stay exactly where he was, not get out of the smoke bomb. But a little bit of a miscommunication. But even without that miscommunication, this is an incredible.
It's Raiku's.
Gets Raiku's Ring of Frost. I don't even think he gets it down. Yeah, he just tries to cast it, but. Beautiful plays there by both of these teams, and you could see and look at the damage. I mean, it's just insane how close these teams are. Like, what they both did, like 6.6 million, pretty much exactly, which is crazy.
Now it gets interesting, right? Because they are really evenly matched in the Rogue Mage Mirror. And I was just about to say, Echo last week lost to Windwalker Mage with their Rogue Mage, and ended up favoring the Windwalker Mage into the Windwalker Mage because they couldn't really win it. So now we're in a situation where have the Windwalker Mage available, but you just lost with Rogue Mage. Are you going to ego it and just keep locking in the Rogue Mage here? Or are you going to, because last week it seemed like the Windwalker Mage was better in this matchup over the Rogue Mage. So it's, what do you think, Van?
So I got a little bit of intel with that one, and it's always interesting to see how the matchups evolve, right? Because you're right, Echo, Waz, he had to switch on the Windwalker Monk because they were losing to BORGIR King, and then they ended up winning when he went on the Monk at the last second. But apparently the matchup has evolved since then. If you're wondering why they're not playing Windwalker Monk, it's a lot of these road teams are now attacking the Monk over the Mage. So instead of just making it a Mage race where the Windwalker Monk can explode your Mage, they're actually attacking the Windwalker Monk, and I think that's why these teams are opting to play the Rogue once again.
Okay, so the Rogue Mage teams learned how to play, and now Rogue Mage is winning the matchup again. Well, full blind onto JT, and defensive Dragon's Breath coming out here immediately from Raikou, gets interrupted on the Ring of Frost, and he does not find a follow-up polymorph. They're both rogues with the identical opener, but it's going to be P-Make who drops first, and they do get that life cocoon. Here's a kidney shot now onto JT, and P-Make find it. No, look at Waz, so annoying there with the interrupt. Nice counterspell there from Raikou as well. Now they're going after Waz once again. Smoke bomb, he wants to hold his trinket, but had to make the trade. Trinket, Cloak of Shadows coming out, and I feel like that's a big win here, actually, for Streamer Zone. Attacking the rogue seems to be very, very effective. Waz has no cooldowns right now, and they have no life cocoon as well. Oh my goodness, so much pressure on the P-Make there, but opportunity onto Waz.
Yep, definitely. It's back and forth right now. They took Waz down in the last game. He's got no trinket and no cloak, but he is holding on to the evasion. So Streamer Zone with a bit of a strategy adaptation. They're going after Waz once again. Evasion comes in. Full Song of Chi-Ji. Beautiful setup here. And Waz is just using that evasion, trying to tank some of this incoming damage. P-Make, unfortunately, with no combustion, won't really be able to contribute offensively. But that was a good push by Streamer Zone once again. They get that last kind of defensive cooldown that Waz has available.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. But JT sat through it. Did not actually panic there and make a trade. Now that the kidney shot onto Brunhilde just to slow him down. And it looks like Echo for sure is favoring this mage race. But JT now in crowd control. Look at Waz preemptively kiting, but he gets caught up by a leg sweep. This is actually kind of good though for him because he DR'd himself on the stun by doing that. That was an excellent play by Waz. And now they're forced to go after Raikou in that position, but they're already behind on the mage race, so Raikou not going to be taking too much damage in that position. JT's going to come out of CC.
P-Make.
Full blind, but P-Make, meanwhile, forced into the ice block. Next sitting through that blind. Do they have any follow-up? Doesn't look like it. And PMake will have to use that big cooldown. Now Echo with a commanding lead. Waz 30 seconds, and he's going to have his trinket coming back up as well.
Oh, kidney shot now onto Waz. Full blind on JT. He's going to have to trade the trinket, right? He's going to have to trinket. No, Waz agrees it has vanished in a few seconds. No, Waz. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe he didn't trinket. That was such a close call. Echo almost just throws the game away off the back of some insane greed, but it ultimately pays off, and now they're in a position where they can make a push here on a PMake who basically has nothing left.
Yeah, PMake, what are you going to do now? They just need to get... Oh, they got a full sheep here onto JT. They could go after Raikou with this. And Waz is just going to pre-vanish. As soon as his healer's in CC, he knows he's going to be the target. But they follow it up with a kidney shot, cheap shot onto Waz. But they don't have enough damage. He pre-fainted that as well. Waz realizing what the game plan is. But they're going after Raikou now. Nice alter time, though, by Raikou. He's going to heal him back up. Double Dragon's Breath coming out from Raikou. Not going to be able to find the follow-up polymorph. He's trying to juke. But it's not going to work out. Double Life Cocoon from both monks being traded here. And Waz has stalled long enough now to get his trinket back. So he's going to be in a pretty safe position to play aggressive.
Yeah, Cloak, evasion, as well as trinket. So he's looking safe. PMake, though, needs to be careful. Not many cooldowns. No Life Cocoon to trade here for next. It looks like he's going for a Ring of Frost. Manages to find it onto Waz. Raikou is completely isolated, and they might get the Ice Block. At least a Cauterize. Oh, it's going to be both. They get the Ice Block and the Cauterize. A beautiful setup there by Streamer Zone. Echo needs to strike back. They have an opportunity here where PMake has nothing left. Next is going to have to trade out his trinket preemptively. Use the Restore. Use something to keep PMake alive. Evasive maneuvers incoming. Brunhilde doing what he can to peel up the situation, but another Polymorph sneaks onto JT, and somehow, some way, JT is going to survive, or PMake's going to survive, and it's not looking too bad here for Streamer Zone. Raikou could be in trouble. A blind on JT into a full kidney shot. Will he trinket? He does. He trinket and Life Cocoons. And now Echo, they have nothing left here for Raikou. This is a good opportunity for Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and PMake's got his Ice Block rotating back up, and Raikou's still not out of the woods yet. Huge damage. They're going after Brunhilde and a Smoke Bomb. Big damage onto Brunhilde, but he will be saved there by the revival from next. And now Brunhilde gets blinded. Raikou could be just dead right now. They're going for the kill here on the side of Streamer Zone. Can they finish him? PMake at the same time, though, gets the Life Cocoon there from next. But JT has nothing left. Raikou has nothing left. The next combustion is going to be up here in 20 seconds for PMake. They could easily win the game. Maybe even on this setup here. They're feeling very confident on Streamer Zone. They're pushing for the win. Can they find it? They interrupt Raikou on his setup. Blazing Barrier coming out for PMake. Gets interrupted by the Wazzler there on his sheep. But now here's another sheep. But it's going to be on Raikou, actually, just slowing down the offense. PMake needs 5 more seconds for that combustion. And if they can let it rip on Raikou, it might just be lights out. But PMake needs to be careful. He's still not out of the woods yet. Raikou getting aggressive, okay, and that is going to be the block here for PMake. But now, JT, if they get any crowd control, it is over.
Oh no, what a scary situation, but Brunhilde's going for it. Kidney shot here on the Waz. Combustion rips out. Pre-Life Cocoon. The pre-Life Cocoon keeps him alive, but now they swap onto Raikou. Raikou's in danger. Brunhilde, it could fall as well. It is back and forth here in this game number 2. Who is going to fall first? Raikou in danger. He has his own combustion up, but now PMake just getting absolutely smoked as Echo is looking to strike back. Next denies with the Life Cocoon. What a crazy game 2 between these two teams. Paralyzed on JT, and Raikou drops. Streamer Zone looking for the upset. They're up 2-0 in the mirror match.
Huge plays coming out from Streamer Zone. They were so behind on the mage race because they kept going after Waz. And all of a sudden, they get that big push where they got the Cauterize and the Ice Block. And all of a sudden, they're ahead on the mage race. They force PMake's Ice Block early. And all of a sudden, they get that big push where they got the Cauterize and the Ice Block. And all of a sudden, they're ahead on the mage race. They force PMake's Ice Block early, so he rotates back up, and he gets a second Ice Block. And at that point, we're in deep in them. And yeah, this is the push right here. They get the Cauterize and the Ice Block off of that push. And just excellent defensive maneuvers from Streamer Zone. Managing to stall for this moment where PMake gets his Ice Block back. Had to use it, though, a little bit later there. And then now we're in this position here where they can just keep swarming Raikou with the damage. JT had to use his trinket there, but he had no big buttons to combo with it. Just no, revival or no Life Cocoon, no emergency buttons. And Raikou ends up falling there. Echo down 0-2 in the mirror. Streamer Zone came to play.
They did, and I'm really impressed by their teamwork. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it actually feels like Streamer Zone is getting better setups than Echo. Like, it just seems like when when Streamer Zone is going after Waz and Raikou, it's always next pushing in. He's getting the in caps, the Song of GGs, and it feels like they're getting these kind of 3 versus 1 setups a lot more often than what we're seeing from Echo. Like, is that the impression you get too?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Streamer Zone in general, they seem really, really coordinated, even with their rogue attacks. And I think that's also just the strategy that they're doing. I feel like Echo's strategy is very one-dimensional. They're just going after the mage and trying to make it a mage race, but they're not getting enough CC. There's so many stops when you're facing an outlaw rogue for that strategy to work out for them in this position. And Streamer Zone, they're making life tough on Waz with these setups. They're very coordinated. They're going after Waz, and I feel like that has been kind of the weakness, if you can even consider it a weakness, is when you target Waz for Echo. He is kind of the guy, if you leave him open, he's going to carry the game. He's going to find the setups. He's going to make pressure. He's going to make plays. He's the biggest playmaker on Echo. And when you target him and he has to play defensively, like, he's really good at surviving, you know? As we saw, survived many setups, being greedy, pre-feints, pre-vanish, etc. But it doesn't give him that same freedom to just create chaos and just win the game for his team. So, and when that happens, there's not really a secondary playmaker like that that's going to step up and carry the game.
All right, what are we going to do? Streamer Zone probably feeling pretty confident at this point. I mean, that's got to be a huge boost to your overall confidence, being up 2-0 against Echo, you know, in the upper bracket. And this is what I was saying about this team. It's like, every single season we see P-Make, I'm always like, all right, this is the season. Like, P-Make, he's always at the top of the ladder in solo shuffle. Sometimes he'll come to North America and just steal that position really quick. Like, he's super good online, but sometimes in the tournaments, it's like, it just doesn't come together as nicely. But I feel like this season, especially in this cup, P-Make has been activated, and Brunhilde's looking amazing too. Like, on Outlaw, I feel like Brunhilde, even compared to Waz, is like, they're super even on the Outlaw rogue. So, and Nex is also really impressing me here on this Mistweaver Monk. So I feel like Streamer Zone, if they keep this up, I mean, Jamie's got to be proud on the bench. It's like, because for years, centuries, Jamie's getting owned by Rogue Mage, you know? And now he picked up his own Rogue Mage to kind of like battle it back. So he's got to be pretty proud here.
Yeah, I mean, just to circle back on what you said about P-Make, he has been a player that we've been talking about for about 2 seasons now, saying that he's an up-and-comer. He's going to be he's destined to become one of these great mages. Doesn't have quite the same experience, you know, as Raikou or as Tessia or as Morrow, but he is, you know, the next mage in line to kind of get to that upper echelon of just absolute goated mages. And I feel like for P-Make in the past, he has had decent rosters, but this is the first roster where I look at the roster and every single position is really, really stacked. And this is like kind of his time to shine. He needs to really make the most of this opportunity. With Streamer Zone, they're fighting, you know, under a sponsor, and they have great players in every single position. They have a great multi-class healer. They have a great multi-class kind of melee specialist, and P-Make on the mage. So this is really his time to shine. And let's see if they can do it. 3-0ing Echo would certainly be a big statement here. And we're going to see. They could make it happen here. What adaptations are we going to see from Echo? Full sap onto JT out of that blind. This is looking terrible for Echo already in the opener. They might have to trade out the trinket. JT still in that leg sweep, but Raikou managing to stay alive there with the Shadow Meld. Great defensive play there from Raikou.
Yeah, this is definitely not looking bad for Streamer Zone. P-Make finally under a little bit of pressure here. Pulling back, looking for a potential polymorph. Will he find it? Doesn't look like he can. Next just stays ahead of the damage, trading out the life cocoon, and now it's going to be Raikou who is under fire. Combustion for both these mages, rotating up in about 30 seconds, and both of them just kind of pulling the trigger with that damage, getting the pressure rolling, getting the combustion on cooldown so they can get those setups and that heavy burst a little bit more often in the match. Big leg sweep comes in, and P-Make now is isolated. Great polymorph there by Raikou. Can they get the ice block? It looks like they're not able to. A sap on JT into a sleep. They're going after Waz. Panic situation here for Echo, but they don't overlap. They don't panic. They play it calm, cool, and collected, and basically cost them nothing except the restoral from JT.
Yeah, there was a good hold there on the cooldowns. Waz holding onto his trinket. And that's the biggest thing now. Waz can actually be aggressive in the match, but I want to see maybe Echo look for some Brunhilde swaps as well. Hitting, like when you don't have that trinket, you have to be way more scared. But at the same time, look at PMake here, taking a
whoa.
lot of damage. And
Oh,
no! Defensive overlap. Next trinkets the kidney shot and trades out the live cocoon. And at the same time, they trade out the ice block. Massive blunder from Streamer Zone. Echo needs to capitalize on this opportunity, or they might get locked down to the lower bracket here. JT is going to trinket out of that blind as well. But both healers with no trinket right now. Full blind on the next. They're going for the kill here on the side of Echo. Can they get the Ring of Frost? No. Nice kick coming out from Brunhilde, but the leg sweep to follow it up. Can they find the sheep? No. He ports out around the corner. Song of GG is going to connect into the Paralyze. Excellent CC chain from Echo. Can they do it? They don't even proc him. PMake, such a great defensive play there. Surviving that entire CC chain. And from Brunhilde as well. Stopping the polymorphs, stopping the follow-ups. Next, porting away while he was stunned there to avoid the follow-up crowd control from Raikou.
What a stressful situation. PMake, though, manages to navigate it well. JT has no trinket. There's some openings here. They need to get the ice block here from Raikou. And this is similar to what happened in the last game, where PMake ice block first, but it rotated back up. Mass Invis out on the next. I don't think they're going to be able to get a follow-up. There's the live cocoon. Now it's going to be Raikou who's in trouble. Full leg sweep lands. This is likely going to be the ice block. Raikou trying, but he just dies without blocking. He dies without blocking in Streamer Zone 3-0. Echo, I can't believe it.
What? We need to see the replay there. What happened? It looked so good for Echo. Raikou blinked in, and then he double casted to get a full sheep. He casted a Ring of Frost, got interrupted on the Ring of Frost, landed the sheep, popped his combustion. Things were looking really good for him. And then all of a sudden, he just dies. He just dies without blocking. I can already hear Chanimal in my ear cackling away at what just happened right there. Yeah, it's crazy actually. But this was a great play here from PMake, and just to survive this entire CC chain, they were really going for the kill there. But he survives it, and then here Raikou landed the sheep. They're going after PMake. He blinks in, then he alter times back, and at this point JT is just in a leg sweep, and Raikou just gets erased.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I mean, we're talking up all these players, but this is the biggest blunder we saw the entire match of Streamer Zone, and PMake had some incredible defensive plays that just did not allow them to capitalize on it. An amazing invis there. He just blinks out of the smoke bomb. Brunhilde comes to back him up, slowing down Waz, and defensively, Streamer Zone, aside from that overlap, is looking really good. A crazy amount of burst damage happening there onto Raikou at the end, and I mean, I would say none of us predicted it, but that's not exactly true.
Okay.
I knew it. I knew it was coming. I saw the smug smile on your face.
You would do
Rookie
the same
smug.
thing, all right?
Oh, 100%, 100%. Can we get some rookie smug in the chat? You have a smug emote, right? Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Smirk, right?
No, I think it is.
Or is it
Rookie
actually smug?
Yeah.
Oh my god. There
That's
it was.
awesome.
Production put it up for a sec. I don't know if you guys saw that. They're real quick with it. Dude, what is this? My predictions. I'm getting further buried beneath everybody else. I picked the safe choice.
It like this even like honestly I don't really care about my prediction. It's just like it opens up the region so much, you know,
yeah.
like you have Streamer Zone. I mean, you have so many threats in this region. Think about what's in the lower bracket right now. If you're Echo, you're not feeling too. I mean, you've got to play against potentially DOBOB or the side of Borgir King. Both those teams have really challenged Echo in the past, so there's no free ride. This is still anyone's cup. I feel like all these teams are capable of beating each other, and it's just exciting to see. We got like basically the heavyweight matchup of all the Titan rogue mages, and you know what I mean? It's crazy.
What a terrible situation too for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Streamer Zone is pulling ahead in the standings. You got, if Borgir King loses, that's gonna be terrible for your position in the standings as well. Like, this is probably one of the worst things that could have happened to them.
Yeah, they're probably watching these series just biting their nails off. It's a stressful situation all around. Ben kind of already said it. Every team capable of beating each other, and I feel like it's going to be some exhausting games from here on out. Echo dropping down to that lower bracket, as we just saw Streamer Zone GG moving forward, and I am so ready for the rest of these series. Like these guys said, we have Borgir King and DOBOB up next, and you know, going into this series, this one we just saw, I thought it was an easy prediction. This one, I feel like I don't even know. I have no idea where we're going to go with this. This is just going to, we can see the bracket right here. The winner of this next sub series is going to play Echo. Loser is unfortunately out. Streamer Zone GG in the grand finals waiting on an opponent. But I feel like if Echo, just based on what we see from them in the past, Venriki, I feel like if Echo does get back to that grand finals for a rematch, I have to feel like they're going to win anyways, because it seems like they're so good at adapting quickly series to series.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not super confident about that Streamer Zone. They're looking really good there. Like, I feel like they might be able, dude, if they win this cup, that would be so big. It's like, I think that would be the first cup that PMake ever wins, right? So
yeah,
I think so.
That's a lot on the line for him. That's a big confidence booster, especially with all the Titan mages of Europe. In the lower bracket right now, you got Raikou, Maro, and Tessia. That's crazy. I mean, those guys are absolutely, goated on Mage. Tessia, I think, likely will be rocking the Frost Mage, which will be really exciting to watch. They've been playing a lot of Feral Frost Mage, which is a bit unique to their team. But yeah, this next matchup I'm super excited about as well.
Super excited. All right. Hope you guys are as well in the chat. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Burger King versus DOBOB in an elimination match up next. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just came off a crazy series, if you can believe it. Echo lost 0-3, and now we're moving on to yet another crazy matchup: Borger King versus DOBOB. A lot going on in this series as well. But Zico, first, let's talk about how kind of DOBOB has been doing so far up to this point in your mind.
I feel like DOBOB, they've tried to run a couple of things. They haven't. They've had mixed results, kind of mid results actually. In their games with Nala. I feel like he's picking up Outlaw and he's doing pretty good on it. They did pretty well with Sub-Rogue, but it feels like it's falling a little bit out of flavor. What DOBOB has been actually really, really good at, and what got them here today, is bringing in flappers, playing that FMP, and just being the best at that. So that's all I want to see from DOBOB at this point in time. I just want to see them lock in FMP into every single comp, master it in every single matchup, in every single scenario. And that's when they look the best. So that's what I'm hoping to see.
Yeah, definitely excited. But let's look at these standings also right now, because D-Machine, we know just how tough right now it is in the EU region. And Borger King is following Echo's tail very closely.
Super close. And I mean, that makes sense. When you take a look at this roster, a Lone Tar, but Blizzo, Z-Pie, AWC fans of the past know these names and know them well. These guys have solidified themselves in the Hall of Fame of the AWC time and time again. And so this is the kind of performance that we expect. We expect them to make it this far. But the question is, can they overcome and adapt and beat DOBOB and move on to take down Echo after losing to Echo not once but twice in Cup number 1. So they want to go and earn their rematch, but in order to do such a thing, they're going to have to take out DOBOB. And DOBOB, as you can see, they need these points. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they're out of the tournament. They're no longer earning points for Cup number 2. DOBOB, however, is still in it, but they have to take down Burger King, Echo, and then maybe even make it to the finals against Streamer Zone. That is quite the journey ahead of them, and every single one of these matches and every single one of these points earned really matters as we get closer to the finals, not only for qualification to the finals, but also seeding. It's a big element to consider.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line with this matchup here, but we can get into talking about predictions. Looks like Burger King is 67%, DOBOB is 33%, so it looks like they're a little bit of the underdog in here, but Zico, I don't know if that's representative of their chances.
No, I don't think so. I feel like DOBOB, they're battling the meta right now. I feel like they haven't had a great answer to Windwalker Mage, which is like the primary thing that Burger King is running. And I feel like they are also the best Windwalker Mage right now in Europe. So I feel like it is a little bit brutal for DOBOB in terms of matchups, but there's always that X factor, you know. They're big playmakers, have a lot of personality on the roster. They could make it happen.
All right, well, with that in mind, Zico, what is your prediction?
Well, I wasn't sure what I was going to predict here, so I can't let you guys into the how do you say it, the
Mindset?
the rhythm, yeah, the mindset, the preparation that goes into each and every one of the process. Yeah, thank you. Gotcha. I can't let you guys in too much on the process of how these predictions go, but I did quickly DM Relza and ask him like, "Yo, bro, are you guys winning?" And he said,
You're making it sound like you got like a chalkboard like calculations. You're like, "Dog, you winning, bro?"
Oh, you know, it's one of the many like different confluences I have, but cool. Yeah, he said it's 50-50. Either we win or we don't. And to me, I don't know. That's not selling me. So I'm going in favor of Burger King. I think it's gonna be close though. I am gonna give it a 3-1. 3-1. I think DOBOB's gonna put up a fight. Yeah, I think they'll put up a fight.
All right, D-Machine, what about you?
I'm leaning in a similar direction as Z, not to immediately illuminate what direction I'm leaning towards, but my justification is a little bit different. I do not have the EU connection Zico has, but I do have the link to Cup number one's bracket. And in Cup number one, DOBOB actually did end up taking down Streamer Zone, and they got taken out by Stop Nerf Mistweaver. This time around, however, Stop Nerf Mistweaver got knocked out by Burger King, and DOBOB got knocked down to the lower bracket by Streamer Zone. So Streamer Zone, to me, are kind of showing that they are here to play. DOBOB in the lower bracket, they face Last Dance, a solid team. Tony Farrell, Casu, nothing to shake a stick at. However, they have one composition available to him. DOBOB took out Specialty, another one-trick composition. To me, this is DOBOB needs to prove that they are back and up to snuff, and Burger King is going to be the real test. Burger King, however, has shown they have lots of versatility. I'm going to say this is Burger King's, but I'm going to say it's a close match, 3-2 in favor of Burger King.
3-2. I'm also going to go with you. I think it's going to be a close match. I think it's going to be a game 5. I feel like both of these teams is going to be very much back and forth. So I'm going 3-2 as well. Burger King. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm at the bottom with standings. It's with my predictions.
It
at
matters.
This point,
it's for pride.
Whatever, you know, Super T's
Look
had
at Ben Rookie again, Aya. Again, the hipster predictor over here. It paid off for him last series.
It
but
did. It did. Okay. You know what? I'm prepared for the worst. We'll see. Hopefully these guys are prepared as well, because we are going into game number 1 of the elimination match, and has it already started?
Oh, I see a Flappers have entered the arena, Zico. We love to see a Flappers for this team, but the Windwalker Mage, as you predicted, is locked in, and they're going to open up onto Blizzo right away. Flappers with a double disorient to stop any sort of momentum from the Incarnation go from DOBOB, but it looks like a leg sweep is going to follow it up on Flappers. This Incarnation is just like not able to get a whole lot done just yet.
Yeah, and look at Tessia. He's doing such a great job of just kiting Blizzo here on the Zenith, not allowing him to get a single attack off, just kiting across the entire map. There's the Panda Rachel as well. Watching Tessia play is just, it's so nice. It's like watching Mozart play the piano. He's just on fire here. And here comes the big Ray of Frost onto Blizzo. Restart as well. And look at DOBOB, man. What a great opener from these guys. They're playing out of their mind so far. Already getting the Will of the Forsaken and Life Cocoon. Blizzo did hold on to the Touch of Karma, though, so they're doing a good job with that. But now here comes Burger King looking to strike back.
Yeah, both Cocoons kind of being committed from either team. Just the respect is absolutely there between these two heavyweight compositions here in the lower bracket. Morrow now still the main kill target, it seems, for Flappers. This kitty cat is all over that mage, it would seem. But Flappers switching it over out onto Blizzo with the full maim. The Ray of Frost, huge damage, will commit the Cocoon as the Song of Chi-Ji did land on the Lotar. A solid go from DOBOB to get those defensive cooldowns out of the way.
Yeah, beautiful play here from DOBOB. You can tell they really want it. Right now, they are tied on points with Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Oh my God, Tessia instantly respects here with the Ice Block. I mean, it was the Zenith, it was the Combustion there as well. Tessia knows the damage that they had available. He wants to trade out the early Ice Block. He's going to have a second one available to him. So a little bit premature, but we also have seen a lot of mages die without blocking. And yeah, the Life Cocoon as well. But Blizzo in a lot of trouble. Goes into the sleep right there to dispel those bleeds from Flappers, but still no Touch of Karma on Blizzo. They got a full disorienting roar on Lontar. Can he take down Blizzo right now? He's so low, but he catches a heal there from Lontar. Lontar finally out of crowd control as the Life Cocoon as well. Blizzo should be fine.
Yeah, it looks like they had the CC chain. It was a little DR, but the damage just wasn't there. Morrow kind of on his own. Or I'm sorry, that's it. But that's the Ice Block as the Zenith connects. I mean, that is why we see the pre-cocoons. That is why we see all that. But that feels like a bit of a blunder, Z.
Yeah, Tessia's got no Ice Blocks right now, and Relza also used his renewal there. They need good offense on the side of Burger King, or on the side of DOBOB, and they get it. Blizzo right now feeling very, very confident in this position. Only 9 seconds away for his Karma. It is looking brutal right now for Tessia. I don't know how he's going to be able to survive to that next Ice Block. Relza just had to use his Trinket and Life Cocoon, and Burger King is in a checkmate position right now. All they have to do is just get a clean setup, and they can take Tessia down. This was the Combustion of Morrow. Finally subsided, so 45 seconds. But here's the Ice Wall. Can they take down Blizzo with the Ice Wall? We've seen it happen in the past. But no. Nice restun, though. And they maybe get a Cyclone there onto Blizzo. Flappers is looking for it, but not able to find it yet. And now I am so afraid here for Tessia. I think Tessia is just seconds away from dying. And there it is. He's going to blink away to safety and manages to get the overpowered barrier. Manages to sheep. Gets a little bit of life back, manages to stall.
All right, Ring of Frost defensively will slow Blizzo down for just a short while. Now he is off DR to that, and he's going to be lighting this mage up into the leg sweep at low health. He finally gets out of that with the quick blink. Maru also getting locked up by Thessia on the back foot, but Thessia is trying to get that ray off, and he couldn't. He gets interrupted on it. Thessia desperately trying to switch the momentum in his favor. His Flapper's trying to back him up, caught in an incap, but here's the incarnation. This is the cocoon. This is the throughput that DOBOB is investing, and now they need to make something happen with it. There's still Karma, there's still Cocoon on the side of Burger King, all the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, and they got no live Cocoon on Relza, so I don't know how they're going to be able to survive this next setup. Tessia gets his ice block back and has to instantly use this. Oh my goodness, Flappers out of a second here behind the pillar just starts chomping up Lontar. And this is why we want to see Flappers in the match. This man can just make something happen out of thin air, but at the same time, Lontar goes for the song of GG, looking for Relza, but doesn't actually connect it there for some reason. Looked like he just whiffed it maybe, and as a result, Tessia's going to be completely fine. He gets a full sheep onto Lontar. This could be an ice block on Morrow, at least buying themselves valuable seconds. Gets a resheep as well there onto Lontar, but Tessia is just dead. Blizzo just connects. Relza wasn't even in any crowd control. He just walked up to follow up the CC there that Tessia got, and he just died.
That Windwalker Monk damage is just unreal. As soon as Blizzo connected, he just Bruce Lee'd that dude down into the dirt. That was unreal. I'm like, okay, Thessia's got full health. It's okay. Relza's in this polymorph right here, but then Blizzo does this like crazy kick, and it's just boop, it's over. There's the ice block that you were mentioning a little bit earlier from the Zenith, forced out from the Zenith. This is the combustion, forcing the ice block to follow it up right here. The swap onto Lontar, forcing that cocoon available. A little bit of a momentum for DOBOB, but too little, too late. At this point, the damage has already been done. Thessia, nothing available to him. Relza, he has no cocoon available. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, Relza wasn't even any CC right there. Thessia just got deleted.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, there's a leg sweep into an incap. Oh, that was earlier on. I want to see that. I want to see the kill.
Yeah, during the kill, it was Thessia got a sheep onto Lontar, then he got another sheep on Lontar, and after that, like right here, he gets a sheep, and he gets another sheep, and then Relza walks up to Lontar, I think to try to leg sweep him, and then during that time, like right here,
he's literally
just walking up there. Yeah, he's just going there. Oh, he's casting a Song of GG, and then his mage just dies. He just wanted to follow up the CC.
I mean, in Relza's defense, he was pretty healthy before Blizzo connected. like Blizzo connected and just took that health bar and just pressed the delete key a few times. Unreal. I mean, here's the thing with Blizzo. I mean, he is known for his consistent pressure. The Burger King, this team, all has just like star players. We all talk about like having the awareness, having the ability to rotate with your team, making sure you're not overlapping, making sure all that's nice and tidy, efficient, positioning, all that. But on the other end of things, there is also, you know, a damage rotation that is going down. Not just any damage rotation, but a damage rotation that he needs to take into consideration windows of opportunity to kill somebody, but also windows of opportunity out of DR. You know what I mean? Blizzo just got out of a bunch of DR. You saw him walk right through that Ring of Frost, completely DR'd to Poly. He knew it. He had the go, and he capitalized on it. I guess Relza's going to have to think twice before letting his mage have more than 1 second to breathe without heals against a player like Blizzo.
I mean, it's so hard, though, because you have to play from behind if you don't try to capitalize on those moments. But if you do, and Blizzo just pops the Zenith and actually connects the damage, it's really, really, really rough to you know, come back from that. So it's like
rushing wind kick for 145k, rising sun kick for 153k. Terrifying. Terrifying.
Yeah, I don't know what you do at that point. That's
please,
just
Bruce
died
Lee.
in 2 seconds, and most of that damage is just Blizzo as well. It's like, yeah, it's a tough one. What do you do if you're DOBOB? I think you lock in the same thing. You take your time here. I mean, they know what they were going up against here. I think the only real change I could see, I mean, sure, they could bring in Nala and try to do some sub-rogue shenanigans.
Yeah,
it is an option, but yeah, I don't know. I think they could also go fire FMP, but I don't know how good that is.
I wouldn't overthink it. I feel like they had some gas in the tank still at the end there. I like Flappers. We saw some momentum with that swap over out onto Lone Tar. We saw a really strong opener as well, but they are going to go with the Outlaw Rogue. Have we seen Nala on an Outlaw Rogue before?
Yeah, we have.
Okay.
He has experience playing Outlaw Rogue in the past. He didn't play it last cup, but this cup he has been opting for it for a little bit. I don't know though.
Is this a desperation
I don't
pick?
like it. No, but like we saw Burger King go up against Echo and force them off of the Outlaw Rogue last weekend. But I talked to Ven about it, and he said that the matchup has kind of evolved now to where they attack the Windwalker more with the Outlaw Rogue. So that could still kind of swing the matchup in their favor. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it. I would have actually much rather seen Sub Rogue Fire Mage, because that is what put Burger King in the lower bracket. And I feel like the Sub Rogue Fire Mage is something that, so far from what we've seen, they tend to struggle with that a little bit. So
Sub Rogue Fire Mage sounds terrifying on paper. I mean, the control in the on-demand burst from Sub, as well as the on-demand burst from Combustion, in the hands of some of these players could make some serious magic happen. But they're opting to go with that more durable, that more long-term strategy, almost feels like, of an Outlaw Rogue. Outlaw is one of those, I mean, it can go toe-to-toe with some of the best damage output specs in the game right now, but Blizzo on Windwalker might be a separate specialization altogether. He's in a completely different tier of his own, as we just saw, but Tolvaron Arena is going to also be the map choice, spreading some stuff out, making perhaps Blizzo a little bit more vulnerable if he wants to chase after this mage.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, let's not count them out before it's, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Is that what they say?
Come to roost or something. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor or a veterinarian or anything. I don't know. But right now, I think I want to see them go after Blizzo in the matchup. And for what it's worth, when we talked about this matchup as well, when Echo played it, it wasn't with a Frost Mage, it was with a Fire Mage. So Maro's still opting for that Frost Mage into the Fire Mages. Tessia opting for that Frost Mage into the Fire Mages is definitely a statement.
Oh, the double leg sweep immediately is going to force a trinket out of Thessia. And there's the alter time as well. He's not messing around. He sees the Zenith from Blizzo. He is not going to let him global him yet again. Combustion as well from Maro. He's taking a huge amount of pressure from this Outlaw Rogue. Thessia also catching a cocoon on top of all of that. I'm not sure. He seemed to be okay, but I mean, the throughput for Maro is still going strong. And they chop right through it. So I guess it was the right call. Now Maro caught into the cocoon, and he's just going to get polyed up to stop that damage. Both these teams respecting the throughput immensely here so far. Both cocoons are going to be committed, but it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, and Maro actually suffering right now at the hands of Nala. They got a nice setup here. They could push in, maybe try to get some more cooldowns, but Lontar is going to come out of the crowd control and manage to get a huge heal onto Maro. Maro gets interrupted there by Nala. Blizzo still getting crowd controlled. And the way the matchup is kind of playing right now, Maro is doing more damage than Tessia, but Nala is doing more damage than Blizzo. So the fact that you have a Frost Mage is going to be a little bit less overall damage, but it's also going to be a little bit more control on Blizzo. Maybe that's why Tessia is opting for it, but not able to find too much momentum in this situation. Tessia has to get the life cocoon there from Relza. If this game goes over onto Mana, though, oh my god, he chopped through the cocoon. Here's the ice wall. You go for a nice play there, but he gets counterspelled by Maro. Good heads-up play there from Maro.
All right, the DB onto Blizzo to slow things down, but Maru now having to catch a cocoon of his own. It just feels like this button's being pressed on cooldown from the onslaught of damage from both of these teams. The Windwalker and the Outlaw still able to pump, but look at Blizzo's damage this time around. Nala at the top of the board, and Blizzo, it just feels like he might be getting controlled a whole lot, but Thessia is in a little bit of trouble. He uses a barrier of his own. Blizzo not able to connect as he gets caught into that full kidney shot. The CS onto Lone Tar as the double leg sweep lands, however. Thessia in cap, so Blizzo can reconnect on top of him. The blinks go out. Blizzo caught into a root, but he gets Ring of Peace back into range. Another blink to follow it up. Blizzo's just not letting this mage go, but Maro's got to be the one who's careful. Super low health. This could easily be the cauterize. No cocoon available, but the combustion will be popped. Thessia catching the cocoon on the side of Relza. The Ray of Frost landing onto Maro for just half the cast, however, and both of these mages are just teeing off against each other. Cocoon will be committed out from Relza, but it is finally going to fade. Combustion as well going to fade, and both teams live to see another go.
Yeah, a full sheep onto Lontar. Can he get the damage? Nala's looking for it, but not able to find it just yet. Life Cocoon will be traded there from Lontar. Now they got the cooldown. Now they need to play defensively here on the side of DOBOB. Look at Blizzo. Look at Blizzo's point of view right now. He's just getting kited, just getting spam slowed by Thessia. Finally does roll over and get some uptime. But look at Maro as well, struggling right now. No Life Cocoon available. Nala's all over him. Full paralyzed onto Lontar. Relza, does he have the leg sweep? No, he gets caught by the leg sweep there himself. I don't know why he stayed on top of Lontar there when he didn't even have it, but full Dragon's Breath there onto Nala. Thessia, though, forced into the ice block. Blizzo pressed Zenith. And Thessia has to respect it. There's the Song of GG, though, being casted. Look at Lontar, though, porting away from the mist there, dodging it beautifully with that Transcendence. And now Thessia in big, big trouble. Here's a combustion from Maro. They could potentially just close it out right now. Beautiful paralyze, though, onto Blizzard to slow him down. But Thessia is just taking so much pressure. Still on that hypothermia. He's kiting, running for the hills. But Maro, at the same time, is taking a little bit of damage. They need to find some kind of offense on the side of DOBOB. Right now, Blizzo and Maro are just working Thessia way too much.
Dude, they chop through that cocoon like it's not even there. Now it's Maro's turn to get lit up. The double leg sweep does land, however. Maro looking for a follow-up polymorph is not able to find it. Blizzo getting rooted up. And as soon as this team works together to try to like peel for one another, magic does happen. But Maro's got the alter time up. He's dipping lower and lower. He's got to be careful right here. Lontar with no cocoon available for 1 whole minute. This could easily be a block if Nala's able to connect. But a nice cross CC ring will slow him down. And now Thessia is the one who's on the back foot. Defensive kidney shot from Nala to slow down that Windwalker Monk, but Nala desperately trying to reconnect. The Blazing Barrier does get popped, but Nala's chopping right through it, no problem. Relza looking for a Song of Cheese from around downtown. Lontar's got to be careful not to get hit by that, not to walk into it accidentally, but at the same time, Maro is just taking so much damage. Lontar has to pump out the throughput to keep his mage alive, to keep him aggressive. Alter time will be popped from Maro, but Thessia now is getting connected to by Blizzo. Huge damage lands on him. This is the combustion. That is the block and the cocoon overlap. Huge misplay for DOBOB.
Yeah, they used the Will of the Forsaken there as well, and now Lontar caught up in the leg sweep. They need to get something here on tomorrow. And they get the ice block, they get the proc, they get the block, and they get the counter overlap. And what just
it doesn't
happened?
matter. They still they use a bit of the last damage, man, and they take him out. Huge. I mean, he got the cocoon at the very end there, and he blocked. It was a huge blunder, but Maro kind of like, oh, I'm going to take advantage of this throughput, and I'm going to nail that final nail in the coffin. That was so close. I mean, for that blunder on the side of Burger King, if they were able to just survive a little bit longer, DOBOB could have easily taken advantage of that. But what an explosive game. I mean, even without cooldowns, that was a very difficult game for both of these healers to heal through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a little bit earlier in the match. They got that first ice block, and then they had that momentum onto Thessia after that. But then here, we see the Song of GG sniped onto Relza, and Thessia forced into the second ice block here. And then this was towards the end right here. So Maro had to use this ice block, and they both overlapped. They overlapped everything. And then look at Blizzo, man. My God, Blizzo is scary today.
He's terrifying.
What did he eat for breakfast?
Definitely some Wheaties for sure. I'm looking at Relza's CC chain here at the very end here to see what he was kind of dealing with on top of Thessia. Just this constant onslaught of damage right here. There's the ice block. There's the cocoon overlap. And then Thessia finally comes out of it, and that cocoon just gets dissipated. Like, just watch this. There's the leg sweep coming out from Relza onto Lontar, but he gets caught into a leg sweep of his own, and Thessia was just still taking so much damage from Blizzo Zenith. And that's all she wrote. Only 15% dampening at the beginning of the start of these clips. I'm going to see where it actually ends up landing, but that felt like a very close and short game. I think we have ourselves a pretty exciting series here, Z. Both of these teams seem just like ready to play.
Yeah, both of these teams are just doing so much damage. Just playing on point here with the setups. I mean, look, that was through the life cocoon on Tessia. You saw that, right? That is insane.
Pop that bubble.
Life cocooned him at full HP. And Blizzo, I want to see the def log on Tessia here because that was, I don't think I've ever seen a Windwalker do that much burst damage. Blizzo popped the orc ratio, like, I don't know, like how he stacked up his damage so high. I saw that he popped the orc ratio as well, but I don't know. Tessia actually just got destroyed.
Completely.
Like, he had life cocoon and they just chomped through it in one auto and then killed him in the next.
That was a really close game,
insane.
though. How do you feel about the composition lock-in of the Outlaw Rogue? I felt like it was actually working for a lot of that game until the very end.
I don't like it actually that much. I feel like Nala is way better at sub.
Look at that
Hey, sub
cliff.
fire mage.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, wait, we gotta see this. What just happened here? Was this when he was in the life cocoon too?
Yeah. So I think the rushing wind kick from that's from Relza. So he that's the healing. All right, so he popped Zenith. And then the Rising Sun kick for 123k, Strike of the Lindlord for 104k. So the Strike of the Lindlord, it's got a little bit of a cooldown on it. It's one of those like big button presses, like kind of like a Wake of Ashes. It's the button that you press when it's time to go. Same with Zenith in a lot of ways, but this was his moment to press W, and blood was in the water. Blizzo smelt it, and he capitalized on it. Oh, it looks like he also did get that proc from I want to say Hero Talents, the Flurry Strike. It's a lot of small damage, but it really adds up and it happens very quickly.
Yeah, it's a flurry, so that makes sense.
I love flurries.
Okay, they're gonna go with the exact same comp here. I mean, this is really rough for DOBOB. I don't know.
Match point, lower bracket. Burger King is
They're
kind of
gonna run it back.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. Burger King has been on fire these last two cups, and DOBOB, in my mind, they have the roster, they have the capabilities, they have the experience, but they need to step it up right here, right now. This is kind of the last opportunity they have for cup number 2, and then going into cup number 3, we have a little bit of a break. Everything's going to get mixed up. No one knows how that's going to shape out. So this is a big deal for them to earn some points.
Yeah, and I mean, Stop Nerf Mistweaver is very happy about this. And I think if you're Stop Nerf Mistweaver in this tournament, you want Echo and Burger King to just soak up as many points as possible.
Right.
You can get that third place.
Lock it in.
Yeah, and just lock that in because for them, of course, Streamer Zone already being in the finals is terrible news because that means that, you know, they're just continuing to get these points. And of course here, DOBOB tied with them currently. If DOBOB has a deep run, like the worst thing that could happen for them is DOBOB and Streamer Zone being in the finals and Burger King and Echo getting knocked out early. That would be, well, I say early, but it's Championship Sunday, but you know, not making it to the finals. So
early for them, for sure.
Yeah, early for them. They're pretty happy with what's going on here, and probably a little bit disappointed in Echo.
Dude, look at Blizzo's setup. I mean, he is a monk, obviously. Everyone knows that he's rocking a monk. When I think of a monk, I think of like tea. I think of a dude meditating on top of a mountaintop. And you look at the guy's transmog and it's just like speaks murder, which totally works for his play style. But here we go. The game has started. The sap does land out onto Blizzo. Maro immediately pulling back as Nala's trying to get in there with the adrenaline rush, trying to light him up. The altar time does get popped. He gets healed quite a bit, but he's still chomping down as that Ring of Frost does land. Lontar does not need a trinket, but he does need to commit that cocoon there to respect the damage from Nala and Thessia's opener. A follow-up. Rels is caught into even some more CC. Blizzo finally out of his peels is connecting, and you can tell a cocoon will be forced as well as a trinket on the side of Relza.
Yeah, this is scary times here for Tessia, already having to potentially get into his first ice block of the match right now. Blizzo just getting decent uptime right now, trying to force something, but Tessia fake casts him, gets the precognition, gets paralyzed on the Ray of Frost there. That is brutal. After you fake cast the kick, you go for the Ray, and you just get paralyzed as soon as the precog ends. But maybe they can get something on tomorrow here. Big pressure coming out. Lontar in a cheap shot, actually. Can they do it? No, Morrow, excellent defensive maneuvers. Lontar still in a Song of GG, actually. They might be able to pull through here. Can they proc him? No, it is going to be the Life Cocoon.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe Lontar, dude. I mean, he used the Will of the Forsaken on that Song of GG, but like that, dude. Any lesser healer would have easily overreacted right there. But this is a combustion from Maru. Thessia is going to catch that cocoon, but Blizzo and Maru have been able to chop right through it. And there it is yet again. Nala kidney shotting Blizzo to stop some of that damage. Ring of Frost will go down. It's not going to catch anyone just yet. The Ray of Frost followed up, and Maru's in a little bit of trouble here. And Alter Time is going to catch some huge value, but Lontar now in a full blind. This could easily be a block for Maru. He's got to be careful. Lontar caught into the follow-up, into the double leg sweep. The CS on Maru. He's all alone in an ice block. Will be forced, and DOBOB is catching momentum.
Yeah, DOBOB finally getting some pressure of their own, and now they have a big opening here on tomorrow, but at the same time, Thessia might have to use his ice block. Definitely not feeling too confident in that position. Gets interrupted. Here comes Blizzo, but Thessia, look at him. He's using a great ult time there. Blizzo is just going to bounce him back in. Oh, Maru actually dispelled his ult time there. That is terrible news for Thessia. Blizzo's going to get good uptime here. The Zenith is active, and he gets Dragon's Breath on it into a sheep. So Maru, or Thessia doing a great job here, just crowd controlling Blizzo, trying to make sure that he survives the onslaught as much as possible. Glacial Spike being casted here onto Maru, but Thessia still forced into that ice block. Has to respect the damage coming out here from Maru's combustion.
Yep, it is finally fading, however. So that is just such an unbelievable threat, and the Alter Time will now be on cooldown. But there's the bomb swap onto Blizzo. He's finally going to get out of that and utilize that port and get out of there. Catches a huge amount of heals, but ooh, I like how they're mixing things up and swapping things onto Blizzo, making sure that he's got to be careful as well. But he still has his Shrink, he still has the Karma after all of that. So no overreactions from Burger King on that front. Lontar with the Cocoon available still as well. Maru just cannot catch a break still at half health here. Can he get the follow-up CC? Nala getting CC. Ooh, a nice ice wall will stop Blizzo from reconnecting. But as soon as Thessia has any sort of opportunity to get hit by Maru, his health just drops down to half. Both of these guys just do so much damage. A nice double leg sweep from Lontar, stopping Nala and Relza. But a blind is going to be committed onto Lontar, and Maru's got to be careful, but he wants to get aggressive. He wants to switch some things up. He's using the combustion out onto Thessia. Relza's just going to go ahead and trade that cocoon right away, but can they chop through it before Maru has to be defensive? They do. They force the ice block, and in the face of unrelenting damage from Nala, Maru continues to play it out and stay in the face of Thessia.
Beautiful stuff there, making sure that they push and get that last ice block. And now both of these mages in a very difficult situation. Lontar has to trinket and trade out the life cocoon, and that blind for Nala is going to be up in about a minute here, so could maybe make something happen with that cooldown. But at the same time, Maru looking for the full sheep. He gets it out of the Dragon's Breath. Thessia could be in trouble. Do they have the damage? No Zenith, no combustion available, but still just doing insane damage, forcing out Relza's trinket on a no cooldown push. This is terrible, terrible news for both of these mages. Right now, both of these healers, if any crowd control lands on them, their mage is basically dead. Who is going to get the first setup? It looks like they're going after Maru. Full paralyzed onto Lontar. Do they have any follow-up? They don't have anything. Maru just hiding behind the pillar, and he's going to be able to survive. Now the paralyze is gone. Lontar's pushing in. He gets sniped by the Song of GG around the corner, but he manages to get out of it. Gets a full Song of GG onto Relza, and here comes the push onto Thessia. Are they ready for it? But it looks like Thessia is going to be able to survive here. Defensive plays coming out from Thessia. Blizzo stuck in a Nova, and Relza will connect the life cocoon, but still Blizzo has a little bit of leftover damage. Lontar teleporting back, but Maru now in big trouble. They have the crowd control. Can they finish him? Full paralyze on Lontar, but no. Maru is going to stay alive, and he's got another ice block. Thessia's got another ice block. Both of these mages surviving that dangerous situation. Lontar pre-life cocoons on the blind. Beautiful play there. God. And now Thessia in big trouble.
Oh, that was insane play. Thessia did a great job pulling back and like really trying to force these guys out of position, and it paid off through that CC chain. But now things are completely different. Maru caught into a little bit of CC. Lontar in a full sleep. Maru, this could easily be an ice block. No follow-up CC, but the damage is still there. Huge pressure from Nala as well as Thessia pushing in here. Both ice blocks available, but this is the combustion. Relza in the leg sweep. No cocoon available, and that is an ice block for the side of BORGIR King. Good job forcing that out. Combustion still going strong. However, they're getting that damage over out on Nanala. He's going to press the evasion. He's not messing around just yet, but Maro's in a bit of trouble. He catches a leg sweep. He's alter time, gets him a sliver of health back. Lontar has the cocoon. He will commit it, keeping his mage alive. All of a sudden, mana is going to be playing a factor here, Z.
Yeah, and the live cocoon gets traded out by Relza. Song of GG gets sniped with Maro with no mana left on Lontar. How is Lontar still keeping him alive with nothing left in the tank? Nala's all over him. He gets crowd control there behind the pillar. Maro buying enough time here for the last combustion potentially, but he might be out of time. There's the full ice block coming through from Maro. Lontar has nothing left in the tank, but Tessia's got no cooldown. Zenith coming up here for 1 second for Blizzo. 5 seconds on the combustion. This could be a 2v2 right now. Maro so low, but Tessia as well. He knows when Blizzo connects, he's going to be in huge trouble. Blizzo is looking for it. Can they find it? Maro at the same time gets blinded defensively. They break the blind, and he didn't pump the combustion yet. Here comes the combustion. Maro looking for the finisher onto Tessia, and I think he's going to be able to do it. Tessia's got nothing left, and he will go down shortly here to the damage with Maro as well. Cross kill potential. He's burning right now. Lontar with no mana left has the light cocoon, has just enough mana to press it, and that could have easily been a 2v2. They're going to try to play it out on the side of DOBOB. Can they take down Maro is the question right now. Nala just getting slowed down time and time again. Kidney shot onto Blizzo. Maro very, very low. All the time is active here. Nala's all over him. They got no mana left. Can they do it? Nala, he just needs a little bit more damage to be the hero for his team. They are getting knocked out of the tournament if Nala cannot find this kill, but Maro is so slippery on the mage. Blizzo is making Nala's life very difficult. Relza's in a polymorph. Song of GG coming out there as well, sniping Relza, and Nala will surely go down. There's the touch of death, and BORGIR King stay alive in the tournament, knocking out DOBOB, advancing now to face Echo in the lower bracket finals.
Wow. I was expecting some great things from BORGIR King, but that was quite a 3-0 performance. I like to see the signs of life from DOBOB, especially looking at Nala's damage. What in the world was going on with that Outlaw Mage this game? He was putting in work. He was getting the momentum in their favor, but it was just not enough. I mean, at the very end there, Lontar had like no mana left dealing with all of this onslaught, and he was still just pushing in, pressing W on top of Relza just because he's like, if I can't heal, I'm at least gonna CC, so this next go matters, and it's that type of play that I can't help but respect. But man, look at the amount of close calls that Maro was dealing with throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, the Frost Mage, it's Tessia on the Frost Mage, so you love to see it. He's limiting Blizzo a lot in the matchup, but at the same time, man, the damage of a Frost Mage into this type of situation, like into a Fire Mage, it's really, really rough to deal with, because you have to cast that Ray of Frost and get those big burst moments to actually be able to be effective in the match. And meanwhile, all Mara has to do is just get his combustion off. Just get the combustion off, get this instant spam, and if he does that while he... Yeah, exactly. Like, if he does that while they have a paralyze on their healer, his damage is going off, and it's going to be meaningful damage. Whereas Tessia, he just has to kite Blizzo the entire match. He can't even, can't even like really be aggressive and be a playmaker, which is what we see from him when they're winning.
Point. It's a good point. But it takes a special type of team to lock down a player like Tessia, even in a composition advantage. But that was pretty close, Aya. It was quite the show that they put on. But the question now is, do they have what it takes to rematch the Legends Echo?
You sound a little bit like Zico there.
I'm trying. He's kind of an inspiration for me. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we've seen 2 3-0s in a row in the EU region. This has been such a surprising day so far for me, at least. And you're right, D Machine. Now we've got BORGIR King up against Echo in the lower bracket, if you can believe it. So we've got 2 of the best teams in the region facing off and fighting for that spot to get into the grand finals against Streamer Zone GG. So it's going to be a bloodbath from here on out. It already has been. We've got DOBOB getting 0-3. We got Echo getting 0-3. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I think it was Ven that said it earlier. I mean, this blows the region wide open. I feel like I might put my foot down and stop doing predictions entirely because I have no idea what's going
Can't
on
lose
anymore.
if I'm not playing.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll take a page out of Zico's book, but I mean, he did it for different reasons, to be fair. But I mean, this is looking crazy. We can see here in the bracket, we've got Echo and Burger King. Winner of that moves up to play Streamers on GG in the grand finals, and it's looking tough here for EU, but could not be more excited for the rest of today. But do you want to see them try something new with their composition, Zico, against Echo?
From Burger King?
Yeah.
No, I feel like Echo, they are confident, right, with their Rogue Mage into the Windwalker Mage. But we saw what happened last week, and I feel like they actually had to lock in that Windwalker Mage. Now, the matchup allegedly has evolved, and Rogue Mage has found a way to target the Windwalker more and win. But I feel like Burger King got close last weekend. They were hungry, and they just came off of a 3-0, and Echo just got 3-0'd in the upper bracket. So they might be a little bit, I'm not going to say tilted because they have so much experience, but they might not be in the best mental spirit from the beating that they just took. So, and the worst thing is they had to wait to play as well. You know, like stewing in your loss, marinating like that for a whole series.
Marinating.
It's not a good position
brining in their L.
What is it called when you take like the butter and you squeeze it back in, like you're basting?
Basting, yeah.
Yeah, we're basting in the loss. Yeah, I mean, Echo is they're a team that is very you're hungry.
Yeah, same actually.
All right, well, perhaps I should just let us go to break at this point. But yeah, we may see the first Echo tilt game that we've seen in a long time after this break. But we're gonna head 2-1, and it's gonna be Echo versus Burger King up next in the lower finals. We'll be right back.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got an insane series on our hands here. We are down in the lower bracket, and it's two names that we don't quite often see down here, Super Tees. We've got Echo versus Burger King. This is also a series that we've already seen before, but are we going to tell the same story?
I mean, coming off of Cup number 1, these were like the two top dogs. These were the teams that we were really going to be going into contention. Who is better, Echo or Burger King? They're neck and neck. They're back and forth, game after game. Burger King in the grand finals last week really experimented with compositions. They tried Zeepai on Elemental. They tried Maro on Frost. That didn't work out for them too well. They ultimately had to come back onto Blizzo on Windwalker Monk, and it was still looking really dicey. It was still looking really close, but ultimately that pulled off some wins for them. It got them all the way to Game 7 and actually forced Waz to switch on to Windwalker Monk, and we were starting to wonder, what is the meta actually? Is it Outlaw Rogue? Is it Windwalker? What is actually determining the meta? But fundamentally, Maro just got absolutely cooked in game number 7. We didn't even see it play out to the 2-minute mark, and some of these matches that we've seen can go quite the distance. So I do expect this series to be very explosive now that we've seen the teams test each other with all of these different compositions and different play styles.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, and also D-Machine, up to this point, we know that Echo and Burger King, obviously both very strong teams. I would have to guess the way that predictions with chat is going right now is that Echo are going to be winning this one for the predictions, at least for chat. But in your mind, what does Burger King have to do to overcome those odds?
You know what? I think they need to turn the brains off. I think they need to stick to their guns.
Zug.
They need to play Windwalker Mage. I know we saw that matchup in the finals. We saw them, get mirror matched and beaten, but you can't let those things get to you. They just had a beautiful performance against DOBOB playing that Outlaw Rogue Mage. A little bit different of a matchup as we've seen versus Echo, but Burger King looks strong. They look warm. They look ready to go on that Windwalker Fire Mage, and I think if as long as they continue to keep that momentum, I think that's their best shot. Looking at the performance in Cup number 1, the 3 wins that they did take off of Echo was with this composition. I think they just need to button their play up a little bit, stay focused, don't tilt, and I think they have the best shot sticking at their mains.
Most definitely. And, Super T, something we were talking about before we went into break as well as Echo, like the mental space that they might be in. We've seen them get dropped down to the lower bracket. That's not like completely unheard of, but in an 0-3, like, what do you feel like their headspace is at right now on the side of Echo?
I wonder if there's any kind of like on edge comments towards each other, like who's at fault, who's to blame? Was it Raikou not blocking, or was there comms from JT that he was fine and he was safe? Because Benruki was bringing that up actually with his down goes moment way back when, where it was actually Soda telling him he's fine, he doesn't need to block. Right. So, was it a healer comm issue?
Know.
Was it a personal mistake? Obviously, I think for Echo, one of the big things about this season is JT's ability to play Mistweaver. In the previous cups, Priest was comfortable and it was strong, so you could stay within that comfort zone. Now Mistweaver is, for almost all of the players, an expansion into a new domain. So are they ready to deal with those matchups? Playing a Mistweaver into a mage is a lot different than a Priest into a mage as far as your ability to avoid crowd control, and you can get punished way harder if you positioned like you were a Priest and you could Shadow or Death a Sheep. Well, now you can't, now you sheeped. So that type of deal is going to be really important in a matchup like this. So hopefully they've been able to stay calm here into this lower bracket, because this team is a beast. Burger King are a beast. And I'm with predictions here, I see them on the bottom. I don't know if we can lock them in right now, but I think I might take a big risk right now.
Do it.
Let's hear it.
I think I'm going Burger King wins this 3-2. I think Echo are going 3rd place.
3rd place Echo. All right. D-Machine, do you agree?
I absolutely do. I feel like the wins are in the favor of the Blizzo Windwalker Monk Terminator. I'm locking in with Super Tees. That sounds like a bad strategy, but I'm gonna do it.
It is a bad strategy, David.
Listen, we'll go down together holding hands. I'm locking in Burger King 3-2.
3-2. All right. Hopefully we've got Zico and Venruki as well. I'm surprised already by these predictions. It looks like chat was on the side of Echo, at least last time we were checking into them. But for me, oh God, I don't even want to do this prediction. What the heck is this? What the heck is this?
Okay. Whoa, 3-0 Echo. Okay, Z.
Wow, this has got to be like the weirdest. Okay, I think I'm Man, every time I root against Echo, or I don't root is the wrong word, but predict against Echo, I feel like I get burnt. I'm gonna go 3-2 Echo. I think 3-2 Echo.
It's not a bad prediction by any
Just
means.
because I feel like they're mad. I feel like they're hungry. I feel like they don't want to be down here. Burger King, obviously an incredible team, but I just time and time again, when Echo gets beaten down, they just rise back up even stronger. Now these are kind of wait, hold on. Was Zico 2-3 Burger King? Am I the only one? I'm
Wait,
sticking to it.
wait.
This is my chance to
wait,
ride the
did
ball.
he change it?
Wait,
That's
did he change
crazy.
it after
He
the
either
fact?
changed it or he
Or maybe
put it
he
in
put
wrong.
it in.
Who knows?
Yeah.
We're the Burger Boys. Look at all this. That's crazy. I honestly, I don't think you're wrong.
This is the
Aya.
weirdest prediction.
I genuinely
This is
don't
so
think you're wrong.
weird.
Don't get me wrong. Like I'm kind of predicting with vibes right now. There's just something in the air tonight, as the great song said, and I'm going with the flow. But everything on paper, you're not wrong. You can't be wrong.
Yeah, it's tough, but maybe if I'm right here, I can finally claw my way out from the bottom. Soup Teas, you're above me by only a few points, so this is my chance. This is my chance.
This is an important
Please,
series
Echo.
for either of us. Okay.
Don't do me wrong.
I'm taking a bigger risk than you, I think, to be fair here.
Are you?
I feel like I'm taking a bigger risk. Betting against Echo is not a big, a good thing to do typically. I think maybe they were just warming up. They didn't completely wake up, like they got to get the blood going before they're ready there. Now they're warmed up. Now they're angry. Now they're in the lower bracket. But Burger King at the same time has also got momentum. They're going off a 3-0 against a Rogue Mage, which
I might regret
if that's
this.
what Echo leads.
Dude, Burger King right now is in second in point standings. If they can dethrone Echo, they have a real shot at overtaking them and being the highest point earner in the region. That's a serious opportunity that Burger King would love to capitalize on, not only for the qualification to the finals, but also for that very important seeding.
Woo! We got a mirror.
Right away, the mirror, the respect mirror. I like it, Super Tees.
Hey, that game 7 ended in less than 2 minutes. Some of these games, they're going the distance, but this comp is volatile. These mages get absolutely rocked. They need to be on point with their positioning and their communication with their healers. Otherwise, these Windwalker monks are going to do tremendous amounts of damage. Waz charging into midfield on Blizzo, getting him snared in the middle to give Raikou some space. Blizzo is just rolling in, immediately paralyzing Raikou to prevent him from retreating on his mount, stunning him, and getting his trinket immediately. He's going to polymorph from behind the pillar, though. And Maro's been isolated with the paralyze. Life Cocoon from Lontar. Remember, these Mistweavers are likely playing a talent that gives them Manatee charges when they Life Cocoon. So they're kind of using it rotationally just to trade for immediate cooldowns and get that mana value later on. Lontar stunning JT. Raikou now being pressured. Combustion up for Maro. And JT, instant
immediately.
We can see that they've studied the matchup, and they're exchanging for these combustions immediately. But now, Zenith is up for Waz. He's connecting to Maro. Maro blazing barriers, and they're using Paralyze on the Windwalker to stop the connection of the Zenith.
Yeah, it's very, very important. Those small opportunities of stopping that damage can really play dividends, especially as the game goes later and later into the match. Raikou and Umaru, just as soon as these Windwalker monks are able to connect, a double leg sweep does connect. Lontar still followed up. If there's any follow-up CC, there isn't. There's just a small in cap that should be enough. Into another leg sweep. Maro's got to be careful. Look at the double ring of peace dropping down here. There's some mind games going on in this game, number one, Supa.
Back and forth. JT, Lontar, mana, pretty even at this point. We're waiting for the combustions here. Raikou has his available, that orange icon below his health bar. When that starts glowing, he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Right there, it's glowing. He wants to push, and immediately, Lontar, Life Cocoons. And now Raikou on the back foot. JT needs to get ready to make that same exchange. Is he going to Life Cocoon here? He's risking it. He does it a little bit late and almost dies. Now Maro on the back foot just outright gets smoked by Waz, just gets annihilated. This was just like Game 7. It literally ended at the same timestamp, I bet. Can we put the replay of Game 7 up right now? And when Maro died, I saw it was 1:40. This was an exact remake of Game number 7 and Game number 1 here. Waz on that Windwalker looking absolutely menacing here in Game number 1. And you can see just how close it is. And it's because they're spacing their cooldowns. They're using combustion to bait the Life Cocoons. You see Lontar uses Life Cocoon during combustion, glowing red icon,
no Zenith.
Life Cocoon.
Right.
And then, but they're splitting their Zenith. So Waz, watch what Raikou does here. Raikou combusts in just a second. And then Lontar, I think, will Life Cocoon. So he Life Cocoon the combust. Waz has Zenith. Life Cocoon's over. Pop Zenith. One-shot Maro. Just look, it's caught proc, and he
Wow.
went 50-0 through a barrier, just like in a parallel.
Wow.
He thought he was okay because he pre-barriered, and then his cauterize just triggered.
Chop right through that. That's unreal. That damage is just unbelievable from Echo, showing us that they really do have the chops to take it to whatever composition. I mean, in a mirror matchup, oof. At the very end, though, I do believe Maro still had block, right, when he died? I mean, he took an unbelievable amount of damage. He definitely got caught off guard, but wow. Yeah, he has the block. I mean, we could have gone a little bit deeper. Yes, they would have been behind, however. You know, Raikou still has his block, but there was a potential for this game to go a bit longer. And you got to think to yourself, is Burger King gonna go for another mirror? Are they gonna go for to change some stuff up? I mean, if I was them, I would try desperately not to let this game get to you. I would stick with the same composition, but if Cup number 1 in this game are any indication of what they should be doing, it's probably not listening to me.
Wow. Okay, well, I mean, Waz looks so good on that Windwalker. Like, he just played a series on Outlaw Rogue, swaps over onto the Windwalker, and look at that spike of damage at the end of the game.
Look at the
1.2 million
up and
damage.
down.
Look at
Oh my
Maro's
gosh.
HP. Oh my god, it's like a heart graph where someone just had a heart attack and then got resuscitated
EKG or
to
something.
life. And yeah, it is 70 to 0, back up to 70, back down to 0 2 seconds later. And I said it was going to be a roller coaster. So Tolvaron Arena is going to get locked in. Burger King, are they going to change comp? Are they going to try something cheeky? Are they going to try some type of elemental comp? Because they did utilize it a little bit. But we also saw Echo trying to use the mage and the lock composition as well in some of their series. And those caster comps just didn't look too amazing, in my opinion. So if Burger King switch off their comp, I feel like they're relinquishing that, you know, they're surrendering to Echo. They're saying, yep, you're the better Windwalker mage, if they do that. So I don't think they should bend the knee just yet and sacrifice the crown. I think they need to play this out. Like, it's such a fast game, 1 minute and 40 seconds with some of these games going 10 plus minutes. They're taking their time on the clock. They don't want to slow things down, try and talk about what happened in those final moments and
Catch
how
a
they
breath.
want to deal with it. Because they kind of just died through barrier. He used his void barrier embellishment, and I used his blazing barrier, and both of those just got broken in like a global and a half or something. So obviously they want to talk about cooldown rotation. Are they happy with that? Like, is the life cocoon on the combust working? Should they try and save it for the monk and maybe use mage defensives on the combustion instead, and maybe make an adjustment as far as defensive management? Because it's just so fast, and they're not surrendering. They're not bending the knee. Blizzo will be remaining on Windwalker
Look
monk.
at JT. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just noticed that JT was got a rushing wing kick for 51k there at the very end of the kill. And I was looking at the damage meters as well. During that game, JT had a considerable amount more damage than Lone Tar. And I don't know if that's like a deliberate playstyle difference, or maybe his team is just enabling him to feel. But yeah, like, take a look at the damage difference. I mean, that's 400,000 damage when, you know, the top DPS is doing roughly like 3 mil. That's a serious amount, especially in those small windows where, you know, you're trying to get away with not blocking. That could be a huge, you know, differing factor here. JT not shy to get aggressive by any means.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, picking those windows, it's usually when you have the paralyze on the healer. That's when you're going to want to be throwing in a rushing wind kick for damage. But they also want to throw them in for healing as well. So trying to get it in where it's getting value that might close the game versus getting it in for value to heal. Like, that's a tough gamble that you're making on the Mistweaver throughout the game. But we're jumping into game number 2. That was a quick win for Echo. It makes me think that Waz should just play Windwalker if they make it through this in the grand finals. He looks so insane on Windwalker. I feel like it looks like his best spec right now. From the 2 times that he's played it, he's beaten Burger King in less than 2 minutes twice now. So we're 10 seconds away from the gates opening. There's going to be no going back. We got a mirror right down the middle. JT Mistweaver versus Lone Tar Mistweaver. Waz Windwalker versus Blizzo Windwalker. Raikou Fire Mage versus Maro Fire Mage. These are legends of the arena, fighting for points, fighting for a potential steal of that first place position in the standings.
How many explosions at 1:45 are there going to be before I admit that wasn't an anomaly? Because they seem to be able to do this pretty consistently so far. Waz just trying to connect on Namaro to kick some things off. No combustion committed just yet. No Zenith committed just yet. Both teams just kind of looking for their opportunity to get the value out of the go. Combustion will be popped, and immediately Cocoon will be committed in retaliation. Now Raikou on the back foot. Is that also a touch of karma from Blizzo? I mean, they're all inning. They're trying to go through this cocoon, Supa.
Yeah, they're really trying to make a push. Maybe Blizzo's trying to bait also to attack him instead of Morrow, because the pressure's been so high on him. But Raikou's getting blasted down by another combustion chain. Can they break through the barriers on Raikou? Not enough damage to do so. Combustions have diffused. And we see the Zenith available for both Windwalkers at the moment. They can activate at any point. When are they going to pull the trigger here? Lone Tar to paralyze. Waz is going for it, but he gets Dragon's Breath, and that's what they need. Dragon's Breath and paralyze on these Zeniths. The Blizzo, he's paralyzed on his, so it was a great response to Burger King in this position. It's all about just snap crowd controlling the Zeniths and then trading the life cocoons on the combustions. And whoever gets better control in those windows is going to swing momentum and likely be able to get a crushing kill at any moment. Raikou's baiting Blizzo out in the corner. He's going to use Ring of Peace to bounce Blizzo away, prevent him from connecting. He's still getting a couple pokes of that Fist of Fury. They're going to polymorph him, baiting Lone Tar to move forward. But Lone Tar's got a great spot here. The line of sight polymorph on Raikou in front of him, as well as dispel Blizzo. He's moving in. There's the paralyze. This is the push. Are they ready for it? Lone Tar gets intercepted with a leg sweep. He can't find crowd control. Morrow is still sitting on combustion. Morrow just dead. He's just dead again. What is going on, man? Waz just touches him. Waz just pokes him a little bit, and he just gets absolutely, his lights get knocked out. It was life cocoon. It was cauterized. They're trying to do that to Raikou now. They need to get something big right here. They're only getting his barrier, and Waz is just absolutely owning on this Windwalker monk.
Dude, they got that cocoon without combustion. Raikou has it now. That could easily be an ice block on tomorrow. This is the Bustion. This is the big go. The leg sweep onto Lone Tar. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Alter time for Morrow. The triple leg sweep. Raikou desperately still trying to push the pressure here from his combustion onto Morrow, but Lone Tar's throughput is able to deal with it A-okay. And I guess not synchronizing that combustion go for that paid off okay. It's really Waz's damage. He's got to be careful of. So low. He could easily just fall. He's gonna press the ice block. He's not gonna make the same mistake as game number one. He takes the game moving forward. He takes the game continuing to move forward into this game, but how much longer can he live? Raikou's now gonna be careful not to do the same mistake that Morrow did as Blizzo connects to him, chopping him down to size. JT has Trinket Cocoon. Lots of buttons available. Double leg sweep. Raikou blinks out of it. In cap onto Waz. Waz also in capping as well. This is Zenith, however, from Blizzo. Huge pressure lands onto Raikou, and the combustion as well will force
no, Waz
that
is cooldowns. You're dead, Morrow. Oh my god, if Waz gets there, if he connects for even a moment, he's on Morrow. Morrow blinks his Alter time. He gets Ring of Peace into the life cocoon. Lone Tar connects that between the crowd control. Whenever I see Waz's green icon glowing like that, I'm staring at Morrow's health bar because you know it's about to just absolutely drop. They managed to hold together, but there's still so many cooldowns to work through. And Raikou has combustion again, and he's just powering through here. Revival available. Press it, Lone Tar. He presses it just at the last second. Waz, he rolls through the Ring of Peace. He connects his paralyze onto Lone Tar, trying to move forward on tomorrow. He's got the Zenith. He wants to press it. He's in a Frost Nova. Oh, he's on paralyzed DR. They just stunned DR, and they're swapping on Waz. Can they dunk him here? They don't have enough damage to do it. And as soon as Waz gets uptime here, he's going to absolutely crack Morrow. Blizzo is going after Raikou. He manages to alter away. Dragon's Breath, he's really far away from Lone Tar. Blizzo's going to get taken out of the game. Oh no, Morrow is isolated right here. If Waz can connect, Morrow getting bounced into the wall. Waz gets Ice Nova'd on his roll. He can't get around the corner. He uses lighter than air to bounce onto Morrow. He's connecting. Is he going to pop? Morrow alters back to the other side. Waz is patient. He knocks him back into the clutches, but gets paralyzed. And I'm just watching Waz. Is he going to be able to connect here? At the same time, Morrow has combustion up. It's just getting nothing done. JT immediately life cocoons and negates it. And now Raikou's combustion's coming up in 7 seconds. There's nothing really to block it. Morrow's getting absolutely destroyed. Lone Tar has to pop life cocoon before the cooldowns. Zenith and combustion are both available. If I was Morrow, I'd be terrified right now.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to deal with the onslaught that is available for Echo. Echo has all the momentum in their favor. Burger King needs to pull out a miracle to bring this game back into their favor. The alter time back into the middle of the map, but this is the Bustion. This is the Zenith. The leg sweep onto Waz. The swap over onto him. Can Blizzo make the hero play that they need? Morrow gets interrupted. He's in touch of death range. If Waz can connect, it could just be over. Lone Tar and his mage are on the run. Blizzo gets swapped to, presses the touch of karma, and they are just flailing to stay alive here until Veron Arena. They're going to need to figure out something right here, right now. They have block. No touch of karma for Waz. Maybe a potential swap opportunity for the Windwalker monk on the side of Echo, but it looks like Maru wants to get aggressive. This is the combustion. Big damage on the Raikou, who's going to catch that cocoon from JT. He's not messing around. He wants to maintain this lead.
Or 13 seconds. Maru needs to live 12 more seconds. Can he do it? Life cocoon. That should buy him enough time. He's going to get another ice block. Somehow, some way, Burger King are fighting back. Mana is even, and they may have a chance now in dampening with this ice block coming off cooldown for Maro. But momentum will about to swing here. Maro needs to get ready. Combustion available for Raikou. Zenith available here, but they get the double leg sweep. JT trinkets immediately. Can he deal with it? He's out of mana. Raikou being pressured, but no, Maro will fall first, crushed by Waz's Zenith. Blizzo trying to close out the game right now in a 2v3, but Raikou responds with Ice Block. He's going to switch to Waz, but Fist of Fury is parrying his attacks. He's going to tap out here, and Maro falls, and Echo just have all the momentum. It just feels like they have all the confidence. I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is. What is Waz doing that Blizzo isn't? Because he just gets way more pressure in his cooldown window than Blizzo is able to.
No, it's true. It's an interesting situation. So much Waz is able to put so much pressure that they actually completely desynchronize the cocoon from Raikou's combustion. They're using it completely as a tool to deal with Waz's burst, and that desynchronization is just a representation of the efficiency of damage that Echo is pumping out that Burger King can just not deal with. And not only does that momentum, allow those cooldowns to manifest in that way, but it also gives JT a little bit more of that breathing room to get the additional damage that you see on the board. And there's just a momentum effect that I think is happening from a few small things that they're adding up into a really big difference between these two teams' performance.
It just seems so much more coordinated. Maro just never gets to sink his teeth in, it feels like. It's just always Waz getting uptime. Like right here, I'm thinking Maro should be okay. He just got his block, and like they're getting pressure. They got leg sweep on 2 players. I wasn't even looking at Maro's health, and then Waz just kills him. Raikou's in a leg sweep. Raikou's just like, good job, Waz. Pats him on the back. Thanks for the carry. Thanks for the carry. And just moves on to the next game. Literally got soloed. He's in a leg sweep. I wasn't even looking at his health, and I bet Maro wasn't either because it didn't make sense to be dying right there. His team just got a double leg sweep. His block just came off cooldown. He's thinking he's fine. And every time he thinks he's fine, it's the same thing in game 1. He's got the void barrier up. He's thinking, I got big shields. I should be fine. I'm not going to block here. And Waz just doesn't care. Just 50% of his HP, Rising Sun Kick. Rolls again. 50% of his HP dead. He tried to DB him. It's just too fast. It's just too fast. I don't know if there's a way if we could look at the builds between Blizzo and Waz. Because like their overall damage is very close. Actually, in fact, Maro is doing more overall damage. But sometimes it's not. It doesn't come down to that. It comes down to the specific windows. Where you're able to move a health bar just like rapidly, right? Where you're able to go in a 1 second period of time from 60 to 0. That matters a lot more than your overall consistent damage. And maybe it's a matter of like Ice Nova usage, Frost Nova usage. When the monks are trying to connect here, Maro, maybe he's peeling too much when those windows aren't up and it doesn't have an option. It's very tough to say, but it's very much so a reaction time game for the mages. It's just how fast can you react when the Windwalkers are activating? Because if you react too slow, it's game over. And like you're saying, JT adding in a lot of damage right here on the kill, almost 100,000 damage.
Yeah.
It's not, it's almost more than Raikou. Raikou was leg swept. So it was just Waz and a Rising Sun, or a rushing wind kick from JT really, that knocked Maro down. So we're going to Empyrean Domain, and you lived longer. They've made improvements. They lived longer, but they just never feels like they're winning. It's just like they're just trying not to die. It's like they're just getting blasted by a barrage of attacks the whole time. They have their guard up the entire time. They're just getting beaten down, and they're just trying to hold their ground, and they never get to plant and actually throw a punch back.
I feel like Echo saw our predictions, bro. And
I think I jinx any team I predict. So I think I'm going to do something in the finals, depending on what happens here. Okay.
All right. You're like meta gaming, or you're mind gaming the predictions. We'll see how that pans out for you. I think that we just kind of we gave Echo a little bit of motivation, I think, by counting them out. They don't particularly like when they're being counted out, I think, is what we're seeing right now. Sticking to their guns, same composition. Even when your backs up are against the wall, I think that's the correct choice for Burger King. But, I mean, depending on what else they have available to them, maybe they should try something else. Maybe they should try something different. The question is, what can they do different? What can they change moving forward? Waz, the terrifying little monk. Maybe is that? Wait, so Blizzo, is he been playing exclusively Orc? Okay, he's been Gnome as well.
Both Gnomes. Okay. You've been playing a lot of Windwalker. Is there anything on here that stands out to you, or does this all just look pretty standard to you?
Pretty standard. Roll and Cheetopia a small distance further. Yep. I mean, that's pretty common. Yeah, that actually is a little bit less common. That's probably curated for this specific matchup. That reduction. When you consume blackout kick, you have 100% chances. Yeah, that's. I mean, you see that every now and then. Looking at the PvP talents as well. They're obviously no disarms. They're opting to go for that middle talent that gives that wind effect that you see on the ground. That actually ride the wind that gives people the ability to run a little bit faster.
Is that now?
Yeah,
We can
let's
just see if
see
it
if
looks
Blizzo has
different.
anything different. Yeah, I'm wondering, is he
Literally.
running the
Watch it just be
fortifying
exactly
brew?
the same.
Is he running the fortifying brew reverse? No, he isn't running reverse magic. Turbo fist, very standard, very standard.
Flip to Blizzo now. Let's see. I want to see what just imagine it looks exactly
Looking at the
same.
versatility, verse mastery, I'm a little bit of crit haste. Yeah, that makes sense. Goodbye,
Are we
Waz.
gonna do Blizzo?
Okay, so he isn't running the two D root talents. There's two talents in particular on the side of Blizzo, or that he isn't running, that Waz is, which gives him a little bit more freedom to get out of those roots, and those roots also reduces the cooldown. Ring of Peace. Yep. It's that roll looking talent, as well as the Rising Sun kick of the past looking talent on the left side. To me, are the biggest differences.
Waz's
So
build is better for uptime.
I would say that Waz's build has more opportunities to get out of, if not slow down, roots.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense too, because it's just all about the snares, all about the Ice Nova, right? I feel like that
Right.
snare reduction on Ice Nova, especially. I know when I was watching Vinruki's stream, he was raging about it because of the warrior changes with battle stance with snare reductions and things like that, and he was testing it on like a troll warrior in battle stance, and
Right.
Ice Nova lasted for like 0 milliseconds. So I think that snare reduction from Waz is actually really critical, that one talent. And we saw this happen in North America also, when Meep dominated Bubble Buddy on mana, and then Bubble Buddy just copied his build and then beat him in the series. So I do wonder if that
quick-footed,
snare
that
talent right
one.
there, I wonder if Blizzo should actually opt for that. If that's the reason Waz is able to connect, because when you pop Zenith, the mage is going to Dragon's Breath you or Ice Nova you. So with that talent, the Ice Nova will be less duration, and you're more likely to get back to the target. So
Curating his build for the matchup, feels like, and it's paying off.
he's also much less versatility. I feel like Blizzo is 8.
Yeah, he's
Waz
opting
lower
for a
than
bit more mastery, a significant amount more mastery. I'd
Yeah.
say like 400 more mastery, so a little bit more damage, a little bit more so Blizzo's looking for a more mastery and more damage, but it's not necessarily paying off if you can't connect as often, perhaps.
I wonder if we can like flip back the Waz's here and just see like the exact stat breakdown, because I swear that's a big difference in versatility between him and Waz. Like 800 seems a lot lower. I actually feel like maybe they could even attack Blizzo, but I guess they don't really need to. But that little difference in uptime I think is huge. I also feel like Raiku's getting better mass invises. That's something that has been growing up or creeping up in the meta. Is using mass invisibility. Like anytime his healer's paralyzed, he's using mass invis to stop chain crowd control, and also to just pop himself into stealth for a second. Also, what's really annoying with mass invis is that when you use it, it resets the diminishing return timer on the in-game DRs. So you can kind of mess up someone's head because it like they think you're off DR because it made the DR disappear. And so if you use that at a critical moment when you want to avoid some type of crowd control and it messes up their DR tracking, it can actually give you a little bit of an edge. And I just noticed that at one point with Raikou. Whereas Blizzo seems to be like just dropping these Ring of Peace on the ground to give Maro space. And here's the improved mass invisibility, which reduces its cooldown, and it can be used on allies. So it enables you to help your healer get through crowd control chains and also just dip into the shadows on a much lower cooldown and get that janky interaction with the diminishing returns. But it's actually very huge. Like when I was playing my Boomkin into Vinruki solo shuffle lobby, he's going to mass invis, and I'm like, I don't know if he's on DR anymore because he disappeared. It can actually mess with the opposing player's head quite a lot. Build looks pretty similar though.
Full verse. Yep.
Tank.
Yep.
Full tank mage. Every tank talent. The sheep versatility, extra shields, invisibility, just full tank mage. We're going into it. It's match point. Burger King are not backing down. They're going to continue to maintain on this mirror match. This has been Burger King's main comp, whereas Echo, I feel like they just kind of like pulled this out last week because it felt like they had to, and they're just doing better with it.
Yep, absolutely agree. You kind of also pointed out something that I think has been key for Waz as well as the root reduction. but Blizzo has been using that Ring of Peace to be disruptive, sometimes even to give his mage a little bit more breathing room. Waz has been using it almost exclusively as like a gap closer. As people like run away, he just boops them back towards him so he can get that disable rolling, get that slow rolling on his kill target, so he can continue to just like lock in on him. Maro immediately trying to get this monk off him, but look at the incap to slow him down, but then the Ring of Peace sticks to stop Waz from connecting. Maro, however, getting Ring of Peace against the pillar. Oh, that's devastating. And finally, Waz will connect there. A little bit of a standoff. JT in a full leg sweep. If there's any follow-up here, it could be devastating. Maro's trying to get aggressive with his combustion, but Waz is finally connecting. Alter time going to be committed as well. Look at the Ring of Peace back to Maro. Waz is not letting this mage get away. Now Raikou committing his combustion. Both Bustions have been committed, both cocoons as well.
Waz's damage is just so high anytime. There it's
Oh
Tiger's
my
Lust.
gosh.
He already procced him. We're not even a minute
And
in.
a block.
We're not even a minute in. And Maro has to block. Waz is just hard carrying. I'm trying to figure out what the difference is. You're telling me that 20% snare reduction? Like what? There has to be some individual global usage here because Waz is absolutely crushing Maro and Raikou is just having a vacation, I feel like. Blizzo's hitting him and he just doesn't care. It's just glancing off, getting zero pressure. They finally, they get Trinket from JT. It's match point. They're playing from way far behind at this point with no cauterize and no block. Momentum still in favor of Echo. It might just be it. Leg sweep, he blinks away. Will he survive? Lontar trinkets. He might get crowd controlled on his trinket. He's got to be very careful. Waz looking to connect here. He's popping. He gets Nova'd. He gets out with a Dispel. Paralyzed. Desperation to try and stay alive. They polymorph him. They're trying to contain Waz because he's absolutely hard carrying this entire series. Is Burger King going out of this? 3-0. Nothing left. Backs against the wall. Facing elimination. This is their opportunity to seize first place, but I don't think they're going to. Waz knocks him behind the pillar. Spinning crane kick. He paralyzes so he can't get away, but Life Cocoon comes in. The nick of time to keep Maro.
It's gone.
They broke Life Cocoon. They broke it. It's gone. It's gone, and Maro might be gone, but they swap on Waz. They catch him behind the pillar, but JT is there to block it. What did JT spend his mana on?
I don't know, but that could be a huge factor moving forward. Now they're swapping the pressure over onto Raikou. At the same time, Maro's in shambles. Lone Tower with no cocoon available, no block available on the side of Maro. He is the one who is behind. They gotta force Raikou into a block of his own. Leg sweep lands on him. He blinks out of it.
JT is
JT may very well be completely I mean, the cocoons are going out at the same time, but... Manatee, yeah, he probably just pressed Manatee after Lotar. I really do think that this is Maro's game to lose. I mean, no ice block, no cocoon available. This is a spooky situation for the mage of Burger King.
Oh, Zenith just came up for Waz. Just stare at Maro's health here. Is he going to pop it? Is it glowing?
Double leg sweep.
I'm going to close my eyes. Maro's about to disappear. They alter times. He paralyzes Waz. He's terrified. He's trying to get distance. He alters back. They bounce Waz away. But he's still just dead. He's still just dead. Life Cocoon almost in touch of death range right there. Lontar got that out just in time to keep him alive, playing such a risky gamble, but they're probably going to break it with Combust. They knock Maro back into the open. He can't retreat anywhere. He blinks over the Ring of Peace, but Waz is there. He Tiger's Lust out of the Nova. Raikou is finally low. Nice leg sweep. Can they do it? Can they get a cauterize from him? No, JT denies it with Life Cocoon. Double Dragon's Breath on the Combustion. Waz karmas, so he's not a target. He's redirecting a lot of damage, but Raikou finally getting low. He mass invises to prevent crowd control, but he's low. They're actually doing it. They're coming back. They get an ice block with nothing left for 2 minutes straight. They pull an ice block from Raikou, and they may still have a chance. Maro's ice block is coming up in 15 seconds. Raikou is still low. Blizzo needs to step up.
All right, I can't believe they pulled themselves back into this game. Huge moves. Raikou's got to be careful. No ability to save him right now. He could easily just fall if Blizzo could get the touch of death. He gets in-depth defensively. Raikou's still so low. 3 seconds on Cocoon. 2, 1. He could very well be saved with either that or cauterize. And now Maro on the back foot as Waz finally connects. Maro. He got leg swept, and Waz immediately trinkets out of that leg sweep. A possible swap opportunity to him, but this is the combustion from Raikou, and no cocoon has been committed from Lotar just yet. Maybe they might be greeting this out. Maybe that's the play, or maybe that's an ice block as Lotar's caught into the full leg sweep. They swap the damage over out onto him. Maro's still sitting in that ice block waiting to get topped off. Lotar finally stabilizes his team, but for how much longer? Waz gets caught into a leg sweep.
Nice ring.
Oh, nice
ring of frost combustion. What? No damage is happening on Raikou. He mass invises it. Raikou is just getting such good mass invises. He blocked all those hits. Maro is low. Nothing left. Waz is there. He ports back away. Life Cocoon comes in. Raikou gets low. JT Life Cocoons. And Mana is coming down to the wire. We're not even 5 minutes in. The Monks are almost completely tapped here. Revival available. Lontar, press it. He presses it. Bouncing Maro back into the fight. But Combustion and Zenith are up. Waz is polymorphed. Good control on Waz. They need Waz out of the game for at least a few more seconds. Can he get another polymorph? It's interrupted. Maro's in trouble. He can't blink when he's counterspelled. Waz is all over him on match point. He's on the run. Will Lontar be able to keep him alive? He drops a Ring of Peace, trying to gap him away, but the leg sweep. Lontar reverses it with a triple, buying a little bit of time, but Maro can't get away. They paralyze Raikou. They're desperate. Waz wants this. He's thirsty. He is hungry, and he is coming. They paralyze him again. He drops down the Ring of Frost. It's on DR. He's instantly out. JT into a sheep. Can they turn it around? Raikou is low. JT trinkets, but he's doomed. He can't heal anymore. Raikou might die if Blizzo gets uptime. Maro is shielded up, trying to get distance. Blizzo is there. He gets the leg sweep. Raikou trinkets out immediately. He needs to control Blizzo. Can he get away from him? He's so critically low. JT gets a couple of ticks of Mana Tea to try and get some heals. Life Cocoon just came up for him. Lontar needs 15 more seconds to get to that for him. And here comes Zenith. And Blizzo massive swap. They crush him. Echo 3-0.
Oh, yeah, I know Maro's a little bit scared, but so you should be too, Blizzo. Unreal swap from Waz. He saw that there was no trinket available. He saw he needed to get the momentum back in his favor because there was just nothing in the tank for JT. I mean, that was getting so down to the wire at the very end there. Damage just needs to go out, and that's exactly what Waz delivered.
Okay, Waz. I want to play Windwalker in the grand finals. Come on, there's no way. Like, this is his best spec. He looks so good. He's just solo carrying the game the entire time. It's literally just like they're terrified of him, like the Grim Reaper. It's like they're playing some horror game, and if he touches them for 1 second, they're gonna lose. And I just feel that intensity the entire time. I don't feel that intensity from Blizzo, which is weird because he's higher on damage. He's higher on damage on the meter, but it's just not. It's not intensity damage, it's just scoreboard damage, which I don't even know how that's possible. But it just feels, you can just feel Waz's presence. Literally like 98% of any game. Blizzo had a little bit of presence for 2% of this game, and then every other point was just Waz is winning, Waz is winning, Waz is on him, Waz is winning, and that's all I'm thinking the entire time. Is like, it's just inevitable, Waz is winning.
There is one talent in particular, I think people still go for it. It's called hit combo, where each successive attack that triggers, it basically, you can't like use the same ability twice. You can't Templar's Verdict twice in a row. You can't Rising Sun Kick twice in a row. You have to kind of change up your rotation, and there's some short cooldown buttons like Strike of the Windlord or what have you, where you really want to just press it on cooldown to be able to diversify your rotation in order to like have the most optimal efficiency. But because like the alternative is what, like Tiger Palm into Black Rising Sun, or into Blackout Kick, then back to Tiger Palm. That's not the same amount of throughput. But by doing that and like holding those like shorter cooldown buttons like Strike of the Windlord for specifically those windows where the mage is most vulnerable, that could be why Waz just feels so much more potent in those key moments. That's my best guess. It's really hard to tell without studying each global.
When you look at the scoreboard, you'd be like, these guys are really evenly matched. But then when you look at the game, it's literally just Echo winning the entire time.
Right.
Oh my god. They go from an 0-3 to a 3-0, and now they're going to get their rematch. Echo just giving us whiplash all day.
They needed to wake up. You know, they got to get the blood going.
I
Like,
guess
Raikou, he's
dude,
getting
it's
older.
Like
he didn't have his
nighttime for
coffee
them.
yet. Like,
Oh,
let him warm
baby.
up a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, but you know what? My prediction.
I told you that it was probably a good one. I was like, I think I'm taking the higher risk right now, okay? I'm going to do something, though. I've got like a Kramer curse. Anything I predict is wrong. So I'm just going to, I might be cursing some teams here in the grand finals, okay?
Ooh, oh my gosh. Well, I don't know. Sorry, I'm out of words. There's Zenlin Manatee mid-game. Yeah, today has just been unbelievable. And we're not even halfway through the day. We've still got North America. And I feel like those games are going to be giving us whiplash as well. But we've got one series left here in the EU region. And it's a rematch, Steam Machine. It is Streamer Zone GG versus Echo. I couldn't tell you where this is going to go because today has just been strange, especially for Echo. They're just flip-flopping.
So yeah, Echo knocked him down earlier today, but something else to note, Streamer Zone got knocked out by Burger King. So I don't know if that's an indication, or I'm sorry, in cup number 1, let me specify that. In cup number 1, I don't know if that's an indication that Streamer Zone is just on a different wavelength this time around, or if Echo is just not able to take it to them. But if that performance is any indication that we just witnessed, it's that we're going to have a fantastic grand finals here, a rematch from the upper semifinals previously where Echo got 3-0'd. Now 3-0ing Burger King, catching that momentum back on their side, it could very well just be a warm-up situation. But I know we've seen Echo so many time and time again. They get a little bit of information, and that's all that they need to download their opponents.
Certainly. All right. Well, we are going to head to a break. When we come back, it is going to be the biggest series of the day. Streamer Zone GG versus Echo. Both of these teams have had a very, very long weekend, and it's going to end right here after this break in the grand finals of EU Cup number 2. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the grand finals for EU Cup number 2. We've got a rematch as well. It is Streamer Zone GG versus Echo. We saw this series earlier today. Echo getting sent down to the lower bracket, 0-3 Stupid Tees, and that's got to be just like kind of confusing for Echo. I know it was confusing for us here on the desk. I mean, what is the mindset for a team like that?
I feel like Echo, that was just a wake-up call. We saw two different versions of them. One version of Echo is like, oh, they just woke up, their eyes are still kind of like half shut, and then Streamer Zone just came in just ready to go. They were just going to be hammering away at them game after game. It felt like, you know, Zico and Vinruki's commentary, they were talking about how the coordination from Streamer Zone just felt a bit better. They were getting better setups, getting better pressure, and taking advantage of that in the mirror match that they had in this series prior, and they absolutely clobbered them in a dominating fashion, 3-0. Like, it's not very often that anyone beats Echo, let alone beats them 3-0. And that's why I say I feel like they're just waking up. They're not blocking. It's a completely different team than what we saw here in the lower bracket against Burger King, which was them completely annihilating Morrow, running a freight train over him every single round. And these teams went neck and neck last week. It went all the way to a game 7. So for them to dominate this hard, it must have meant that that series in the upper bracket was more or less a fluke, warm up, just kind of getting there before they were ready to make their real big debut now in the grand finals, because this just felt like a completely different team overall from Echo, from upper bracket to lower bracket, which means that this grand final, this is the one to be here for. This is the one to be here for.
Yeah, definitely is. Hopefully Echo is here for this as well, and they've stayed awake. As you said, Super Tees are up against Streamer Zone GG here. It's best of 7 as well, Zico, and this isn't a really important blind pick on both sides, but on the side of Echo, let's talk about comm choice, like specs that they could be doing here. What do you want to see from them?
I'm a little bit confused with Echo right now, because in the series that we just saw, they're playing Windwalker Mage Mirror, and last week they played this matchup. They tried to play Outlaw Rogue with Mage into Windwalker Mage, and they actually lost that series. So it's really strange that it looked like, okay, the Windwalker Mage is beating the Rogue Mage. So, you know, what are we going to do about that? We're just going to lock in the Windwalker Mage ourselves and kind of dominate. So last weekend, that's what they had to do to actually grab the win. But then now they're playing against, well, we just saw they were playing against Burger King, and they immediately lock in the Windwalker Mage. So my question for Echo is, are they just trying to mirror everyone right now? Or like, what is going on here with the meta? One of these comps should beat the other. Yeah, like, is it
There's
ego?
some ego going on.
One comp should beat the other, and right now they're, I don't know. Either Windwalker Mage is better, and then you lock it into Streamer Zone in the finals and you win, grats, or you play Rogue Mage, because that's better. So, like, I don't know.
Ooh, okay. I was gonna say these chat
jump.
results are a little bit surprising, yeah, but we've got it's 42% in favor of Streamer Zone GG, 58% in favor of Echo. This is kind of what I was expecting it to be, pretty evenly matched between these two teams, because as we've seen from our past results from these two teams, I feel like they are very evenly matched. But both of these teams kind of going to be using their momentum from the last series riding into this one. So let's talk about predictions. Super Tees, let's start with you.
Are you sure you want me to do mine first? I feel like I should go last, because mine is going to be...
Because you're cursed now?
I'm the cursed one, yeah. So everyone should get their predictions in before, so they can't feel like I was the reason that they lost. You know, they're putting the channel points in. I don't want to be the reason, okay?
Okay. All right, Zico, what you got?
Zico thinks I'm going to copy him with those looks that he's given.
I'm going, you know what? I'm going bold. I'm going with my heart, and I'm going bold. I am going for a 4-0 for Echo.
4-0 for Echo. All right.
No, I changed my prediction last time. I'm not going to do that again. I'm going 4-0 for Echo.
Listen, you want me to go first, Super Tees? Are you going last? All right.
We can do me last.
I'll go first. I'll go before you. I feel like Echo didn't let me down last time, and I feel like they're not going to let me down again. I feel it. I'm feeling good with my predictions for once in my life. I'm going to do 4-1 in favor of Echo. 4-1. I don't know if it's going to be a blowout. I hope it's not a blowout. We don't like those, but 4-1. Let's see what's Ven and D Machine put. Do you want to wait for them?
Yeah, I want to wait. Can we do that? Is it possible? I don't know if it has to go in order or not.
We can wait a little bit.
Okay, mine is not too surprising then. Actually, you know what? I'm jinxing all of you.
Echo, oh, no.
Echo
don't
win
do
this.
it.
Echo win this.
No.
4-0. I'm jinxing
You're
all of you.
You're cursing them.
This,
no.
Everyone's just been cursed. All of you just got cursed.
Man. All right. Well, honestly, I think I'm surprised that we're overwhelmingly in favor here for Echo, especially considering how it went in the last series. I mean, is that just the difference that in the last series, Zico, that they've just flipped their confidence all of a sudden, and now none of us believe in Streamer Zone?
I mean, Streamer Zone looks really good.
No, Streamer Zone looks amazing. I like my prediction. I could easily be wrong about that. So. This is what I'm hoping to see from Echo. Stop the ego. Just lock in Windwalker Mage. I think Windwalker Mage should win. Waz looks phenomenal on the Windwalker. And I don't think they have a good answer for the Windwalker Mage. So just lock in the Windwalker Mage and just dominate, you know? That's what I think Echo should do. Yeah. I mean, Streamer Zone in the mirror looked amazing. So I don't know if that's a gamble you want to take again. If you want to ego it, or if you want to go for the smart play here.
Definitely a tough choice for sure, Super. So if we do see the Windwalker Mage from Echo, I mean, how do you feel like Streamer Zone GG could respond? Or can they?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Maybe Waz doesn't have a lot of experience in that matchup. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to run it. It's a lot different, I would imagine, supporting your team against a rogue. But Waz was saying on his stream when I asked him, like, he thinks Monk is better because as a rogue, you can make mistakes against a rogue and still win. But if you make a mistake against a Monk, it's over. You're dead instantly. So Waz actually, even on his stream, was telling me how he thinks Monk is better, but he wasn't playing it. So what's it going to be?
Oh.
No Monk.
All right, we have got a mirror game number 1 in the grand finals of EU Cup number 2, Streamer Zone GG versus Echo.
All right, let's see it. Once again, last time they faced in the upper bracket, a couple of hours ago, Streamer Zone was victorious. It was a convincing 3-0. This would be PMake's very first Cup win if he actually can make it all the way through here. And we're going to see the opener here. Actually, PMake's going to be the target. He gets Waz with a Dragon's Breath, looking for the crowd control. They got a blind onto JT, but they got nothing done with that blind. And here comes Waz now. Full kidney shot onto next. PMake is going to kite around. He's very aggressively positioned here behind the pillar. Oh, no. Isn't able to get that sheep out of the kidney shot. It was a nice attempt there, though, by PMake to position like that, but doesn't actually net him anything. And instead, it's going to be Echo that pull ahead here with the Life Cocoon.
All right, Counterspell on next. Interesting there. Usually the mages are using Counterspell on mages to stop polymorph so they can stun without blinking. But using the Counterspell there on Monk means that Raikou is willing to take some risks in this matchup, which means he has confidence, even though they just lost 3-0 to Streamer Zone previously in the upper semis. You see Raikou getting in here on top of the enemies. They get a Song of Chi-Ji, and it looks like JT breaks that, but into another song from Next here. They go for a blind. Next gets that immediately. So both healers using some of their crowd control breakers as they're continuing to whittle away at the mage. The Outlaw Rogue, a lot less momentum swings than with the Windwalker Monks that we just saw in the previous series. JT pre-conduits, anticipating crowd control, and then he lands a leg sweep with no trinket. But Raikou's just dying while he's doing that. They drop down the smoke bomb. Waz gets there for a cheap shot on Brunhilde, and now Raikou is trying to retreat. He pops the Voidstone barrier. Another advantage of that barrier is if you get kicked on fire and can't Blazing Barrier, you still have a backup barrier.
Yeah, and we're going to see here a big push onto PMake potentially. Going to get counterspelled there by Raikou. Raikou's taking a lot of damage there. JT had to trinket and turn out the Life Cocoon there. And that was not on the blind of Brunhilde, so he's going to have that available here for the next push. Are they going to wait for the combustion, or are they just going to go here with just limited amount of damage? We'll see what they decide to do. Song of Chi-Ji gets sniped here onto Brunhilde, and it's going to manage to land, slowing him down for just a second. Next, though, manages to avoid it. Ooh. And Next still has his Will of the Shaken, whereas JT has no breakers. So I would say Streamer Zone are looking ahead, actually. Big swap onto Waz, but Waz is going to be able to shrug that off. And I would say Streamer Zone is definitely looking ahead right now. We'll see if they can get that next big setup here with the blind.
Oh, next in a paralyzed. JT gets blinded, though, in response. Great moves from Brunhilde. Combustion gets gouged, though, by Waz. He really wants to connect this, but Raikou's at the pillar. They get a leg sweep on JT. They're trying to find more crowd control, but they're worried about getting interrupted, so they go for a kidney shot. PMake, Raikou both in trouble at the same time. Lots of momentum. Combustion is active on both sides. Phoenixes are blasting away. Raikou pushing forward, chasing down PMake, blinking on top of him alongside Waz. Brunhilde is there. They're getting cleave damage on 2 targets. JT is struggling from Raikou's push, but they do net a Life Cocoon off the back of their efforts. So long as JT can recover here, his team is still low on health, in a paralyze. Smoke bomb available for Waz. Can he set something up with that? There's no trinket on PMake. He gouges him during the counterspell. Big play, but Raikou's just dying. Brunhilde is just farming him. Raikou finally fakes an interrupt. Gets a polymorph on Brunhilde, locking him away with a kidney shot. P-Make isolated, but not enough momentum to win, and JT is just struggling to heal. He's likely going to have to use this life cocoon at any moment. It's so much damage on Raikou, even without the combustion. Very close to triggering his cauterize. P-Make takes some hits here from Waz as well. A race to the finish to try and get this first cauterize. Next is going to use his conduit to recover, whereas JT is locked in crowd control. Now into the kidney shot, has revival available. Raikou retreating as P-Make pops his combustion. Raikou with really good positioning here to avoid it, but P-Make wraps around the corner. Pyros exchanged back and forth. Cocoon on Raikou, good trade from JT. Next doesn't have that luxury, and P-Make is forced into the first ice block.
That was a really good sequence there. Waz with the gouge on P-Make's combustion. Raikou gets time to reposition and line of sight the most of that Phoenix. And now P-Make's still in a lot of trouble here. No ice block. They need to try to find an opening. Full kidney shot onto next. They're trying to take down P-Make right now. JT is looking to heal up his team here. Looking very nice in terms of defensives. Still has that life cocoon in his back pocket. Here comes a full kidney shot onto JT. And they get the setup. P-Make not able to find the polymorph. They get the Song of GG though. But JT has the response there. And now Raikou still taking a lot of damage here. If they can find anything, paralyzed onto JT. Nice fake on the kick though. Raikou manages to stabilize a little bit. Can they get the sheep out of the blind? They do. And that is it. P-Make is going to burn down surely here. Nice alter time. Nice kiting. How is he still alive? What is going on? Beautiful kiting there from P-Make. Putting on a show, but ultimately, it is going to be Echo that finds the win. They get the blind, they get the sap, they get the follow-up, and they get the kill.
This is a Waz factor, man. Look at that damage meter on the bottom for the screen wipes, just clearing 2 million extra damage over Brunhilde in this position, just absolutely destroying P-Make in these final moments. And sadly, though, I think P-Make could have survived. He was doing such an expert job, but then Next was able to trinket, and he wasn't in line of sight. So he trinket life cocoons himself because P-Make is dead at that one singular global, and we'll see that when we get to the end. But Echo are showing signs of life here, and I really think it's just Waz, man. Waz is really trying to show that, like, he is the MVP of the European region. I mean, there's a reason Welcome to the Jung is Jung Bahai, when D-Machine was interviewing him, was saying that, like, the goal for them is to beat Waz. It's like Waz is the final boss of World of Warcraft or something. If you beat him, you beat the game. So that's quite a reputation to have, and he's living up to it now in this series and from the previous one as well. But those final moments on P-Make, I think he might have just outmaneuvered himself a tiny bit. But it's such a hard gamble because Next got sapped. I think it was right here, sapped out of blind with no trinket. So he's like 5 seconds away from trinket, 4 seconds away from trinket, 3 seconds away from trinket, 2 seconds, and he's like 1 dot tick away from dying. So he wants to like peek in line, but not too long. But then he can't, but then he gets touch of death. And it's like he can't. I guess he would have got touch of death there no matter what, to be fair, though.
Trinket cocoon there. That's what he wanted to peek for.
Yeah, he wanted to peek for it, but it's 1 second away.
Yeah, that's a rough one. It's a rough one. I mean, it was good kiting there by P-Make, but ultimately, it's what led to that situation, right? Like, they just had cleaner setups, cleaner goes on the side of Echo, and they got this setup here with the full kidney, full blind, full sap, and then they had a leg sweep out of that as well. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate timing there for P-Make, but yeah, like you said, the touch of death would have taken him out anyway, so not much he can do about that one.
All right, here we go. We're moving into game number 2, and Waz is angry. He's not going to let anyone anchor him down. He is going to take the game into his own hands right now. Crazy damage output here. Brunhilde was leading at the beginning of this game, and it just had there was a swinging point in the middle of it. Waz just found the groove. He found the rhythm. And he just was able to foresee the game and denied so many setups and had better crowd control chains and saw that window of time. And I feel like that's the one thing about Waz that's always very impressive is his diminished return tracking. He just knows, like, if he starts a blind here, he knows Poly is ending right when the blind ends, so he can sap and min-max that gap. He's taking every micro advantage that he can, and those small decisions we're able to snowball them into a win. Now, Ashmane's Fall locked in. Map is likely not going to be too big of a deal here unless we see maybe monks come in. And maybe they will, maybe they won't. It's interesting. If we get an interview, we're going to need to ask, of Echo and ask them, like, why didn't you play monk? Because, like, you farmed on monk. And it's like, I want to know, is it because they're not comfortable with the matchup? It's quite different, I imagine, than with the rogue, or like, what is it exactly? Because they look so good on monk and they're winning so fast on monk, and they lost as rogue mage into monk. So it's like, why wouldn't you just do? Are they worried of Jamie coming in or something? Like, why wouldn't you just do the monk here? They're taking their time. They want to maybe Streamer Zone to linger in defeat here, but they're going to lock in the same composition. A bit. You marinate.
Yeah, marinate him a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Echo is just like, you know what? We're just going to beat everyone in mirrors. Maybe this is just a new era of Echo. They no matter what you play, maybe we're gonna see them start doing jungle mirrors against Tony and Kazu as well. We don't know. Like, we don't know what's going on anymore. Maybe they've just decided this is their mirror era, and they're just gonna mirror every single one of these teams. We're gonna see it again here on Ashamane's Fall, and I don't know. Echo, pretty convincing performance in that game number 1, but if you look at the entire, like, in the big picture, Streamer Zone had good momentum at parts of that game. They had good, pressure, and still they won 3 times this same matchup, in the upper bracket, those 3 games that they got there. So still far from over here. Streamer Zone has an excellent opportunity to strike back here, and Echo definitely can't disrespect at all.
Yep, this is going to be a very tough series. There's going to be no room given on either side, no quarter given. Streamer Zone vastly improved from week 1 to week 2, in my opinion. Like, the fact that they 3-0'd Echo earlier was already a clear evidence that there has been significant improvement from their team. They're absolutely on fire. These are, individual players that have been leveling up their capabilities throughout the year, and now they've come together on this roster, a newly formed roster, and they look like a dominant force to be reckoned with. And Next has been on a few different rosters and played a few different healers as well, so it's very curious to see where they will move into the future with meta shifts, with the patch coming out with 12.0.5 and so on, and then moving into the finals. But obviously still here, this is like a moment for them to solidify their team, solidify their reputation. Can they pull it off in this best of 7 grand finals? This is the first time that I feel like a prediction board isn't 99% Echo, and like that one guy in chat that's with the other team, this is the first time. So they've definitely won some fans on their side, but now Waz is just absolutely sharpened, and he's just got shark eyes. He sees blood in the water, and he is just going for it immediately. He's not leaving any openings. He is just going for it. He wants this. He wants another championship win. He wants to get to BlizzCon. He wants a global finals victory, right? Because it's been so long since we've had that official global stage competition. So Waz is giving it his all right now. So Streamer Zone, you got to evolve. You have to step up. We're seeing these teams just get better and better game after game, and it's just going to get better and better in this series.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent finals here. I can feel it. I don't think my 4-0 prediction is going to hold through if this is how it's going to play out. I really thought that they were going to pivot to the Windwalker Mage, but so far it's going to be all about the mirror match. And Raikou and PMake just trading blows right now in the opening field. They're both teams are waiting for the other rogue to kind of open first. And as soon as one rogue opens, the other rogue gets kind of a free cheap shot on that rogue, and then a blind on the healer. So they can kind of start that CC chain. And look at that, blind onto JT, and that's going to be a blind onto Next, and a cheap shot onto Brunhilde. Exactly what I just talked about right there. And you can see that Waz is going to be able to kind of shut down this opener because he went second. But ultimately, both teams not really having to trade anything. Raikou actually does take a lot of damage there, being very aggressive. And that is going to be the life cocoon there from JT. But PMake also potentially could get the life cocoon here in response. Raikou looking for the Ring of Frost. Gets counterspelled on it. And Next actually holding on to his life cocoon here. So really, really nice opener for Streamer Zone.
No. Nice blink counterspell on JT, but PMake wasn't going to get uptime, and he gouges Next off that counterspell. He pops the Voidstone barrier. They're able to break that, but they stun Waz. They're swapping on Waz for a moment, trying to slow down his attacks and get control of him. I feel like controlling Waz is going to be very important. He's just the MVP right now of Echo. So if they can get him out of the game, reduce some of his global cooldowns, I think that will be critical. They're getting good pressure on Raikou in game number 2, but PMake falls behind. A sap is secured on Next. Waz getting so many cheeky crowd controls while still maintaining dominance on damage. He's got style, he's got damage, he's the entire package. Kidney shot on Next. Waz is pushing. He's out of the Frost Nova. He's ramping up his damage. He gets Dragon's Breath away for a moment. JT wrapping around the corner. Now Chi torpedoing away. He doesn't want to get caught, but Next is chasing after him. It's a Mistweaver 1v1 in the backline, but Waz gets caught, pushed in a smoke bomb. He doesn't trinket. He trinkets a little bit late. He vanishes away. JT is still in crowd control. He cheap shots Brunhilde. He sees that he doesn't trinket. He doesn't overcommit. And I think a trinket on a bomb is more than fair for the rogue. Combustion's up. Life cocoon. It's not on Raikou. Brunhilde has an opportunity here, but he gets dismantled. Waz sees that opportunity and denies it. Triple Dragon's Breath. Raikou retreating, trying to escape while JT sits through a polymorph. PMake now getting blasted down by the adrenaline rush of Waz. Leg sweep on Next. No trinket. 7 seconds away. Doesn't want the tragedy of game 1 to replay in his mind at this moment in time. PMake looking for crowd control. Gouged up by Waz. Denying his assault. Brunhilde going for a kidney shot. Trying to connect back onto Raikou. Raikou and PMake just standing on top of each other. Smoke bomb comes down. Raikou, is he going to drop? His Cauterize likely to trigger. He's so low. He's greedy. He greeds it out. He's so low. His Cauterize triggers, and Raikou, no! Streamer Zone crushing. P-Make reminding Raikou, hey, this is block. You should press this by pressing it right here. We're up 1-1. Mistakes are made, and we have a series.
Yeah. Oh, that's brutal for Raikou right there. Absolutely brutal. He really wanted to greet it, but that was an excellent smoke bomb coming out there. Good push from Streamer Zone, and they tie it up. Raikou, second no block here in this series. He died without blocking in the final or in the upper finals earlier.
See, we need to account for this in our predictions.
Now,
there's always at least one no block game. There's a Raikou series. There's always one no block.
I mean, for every mage though, I feel like. But yeah, Raikou's had a tough day for sure, and you can see the last couple of moments here. This was a really nice push. So they got the smoke bomb there onto Raikou, and then they actually got a Dragon's Breath onto JT. But he has no emergency buttons. Like, this should be an easy call to just block. And Raikou using one global too many there, and going down without it.
Okay, we have a series where 1-1. Mistakes will be punished. Will they be able to come back from this? Are they going to tilt? Is there any tilt factors? That's what we were talking about in the previous series when they went down to lower bracket. It didn't seem like it. They were so good. They were so confident. Really far ahead. 3-0 on Burger King, advancing into the grand finals. And we've seen even Morrow, right? He went down to Echo, I think, at least a couple times, actually, between the first week and this week with no ice block. And in this position, just completely caught off guard there. I need to see that again in, like, slow motion in those final seconds. JT not have a life cocoon. Like, what exactly went wrong there? Because he was low for so long, and it was a smoke bomb. So it's like, there's a lot of red alerts that are flashing that there's a lot of trouble. So he doesn't have life cocoon at this moment in time. They don't have Trinket at this moment in time either. And he's in a blind. And now he's paralyzed with no life cocoon. So it's like, it's smoke bomb. Waz is gouged. No one can help him. It just feels like this is like, I don't know, maybe JT's not CC'd. So he's like, I got you or something right now. Like, he's not CC'd. Actually very odd that he actually dies here. It's like a couple globals. He just got owned by Brunhilde there with the adrenaline rush, I guess, in that position. Well, still top of the damage meter, so definitely a miscommunication error here as to why they aren't defeated in game number 2. And this is another thing, though, is that this is the first time Echoes had to come from the lower bracket. They did come 3-0, so it wasn't like they've spent a grueling amount of time down there, but it is going to get more and more fatiguing every match. Every little small detail starts to add up, and we've seen what happens, you know, with teams after a while. Like, you just get fatigued, the mistakes start happening, the cracks start to show, and if Streamer Zone are fresh and they're ready to go, they're absolutely going to be punishing those cracks as they happen. We see Empyrean Domain, no switch in composition. You know what I want to see Echo do throughout all these cups is beat every main team in a mirror, like mirror flappers, Feral Mage, Frost. And then you can be like, we beat every team in Europe in mirrors. We are definitively the best team in Europe.
Yep. That would be something. But I don't know. Right now, I feel like they're kind of losing to Streamer Zone. I feel like what could happen here is if Streamer Zone wins like 1 or maybe 2 more games, I think they're going to force Echo off of the mirror. And I don't know. I feel like, does the ego allow that to happen? Like, just a thought experiment right now, Sid. Do you think if Streamer Zone wins the next 2 games, Echo switches comp? Then they've lost 3 times in the upper, and then they've lost 3 times here. So they've won 1 out of 7 games at that point.
I mean, forcing Echo to switch. See how many years Echo have played Rogue Mage Priest together? Right. Raikou and Waz. Like, this duo has lasted longer than a lot of marriages last. Like, they have experience on this composition. Like, they've lived together, I think, at times, you know, throughout competitions, and I feel like there's no way they're going to force them. If they force Waz and Raikou off, that is a statement from Streamer Zone. But the gates are open. The teams are flying into the Empyrean Domain. These pillars are very narrow and difficult to line of sight on. The mages are just immediately exchanging fireballs in the midfield here. Both of the mages hard casting Pyroblast there. Usually that's considered a mistake. I wonder if they're trying to bait a counterspell or something with them both doing it there. But we see the blinds perfectly mirrored. Cheap shot on Brunhilde, though, to stop the engagement from him. But he hasn't committed Adrenaline Rush, so he's pretty happy to be stunned. Now he's paralyzed too, but P-Make will fall behind in that exchange. Brunhilde is greedy. Now he can pop Adrenaline Rush and connect a lot of damage, and he's going to immediately, he's cloaking aggressively. Brunhilde wants to try and race down the target. How much damage is he going to get right now? Raikou's in trouble. They left that opening. They put too much CC before he committed. They trade the life cocoon though. That should be enough to recover. Then they swap on Waz. P-Make already around the corner here to the left, next on the opposing pillar, but JT is chasing next down. Waz is on him. We popped a Blazing Barrier. P-Make invisibility, dropping his target, dropping his DRs, trying to throw him off there with that, spamming a bit of spell steals out. Ring of Frost around the corner. It looks like it was immune by the revival. Next play right there was excellent, but he gets caught in a Dragon's Breath, and now P-Make is low. Waz is moving in. He's on him. Both mages are low. Dismantled though on Brynhidi. He can't keep up the assault, and P-Make's cauterized. Procs first at 1:11. Does he go down without blocking? He's burning down. He Dragon's Breath Waz. That gets dispelled instantly. They're trying to hold the ice block. He manages to survive the cauterized burning window. Now they get the double stuns. Can they get some crowd control? No. Gouge on the combustion. Instantly shut down. Now trying to find a polymorph. Not able to. Wrapping around the side. Pre-Song of Chi-Ji hits JT with no trinket. Gets a block. Next just casted that out of nowhere around the corner. And JT walks into it. And it actually put them back in the game.
Yeah, it's a crazy outplay there from Next. And now they get the Life Cocoon here as well. Next now in a Paralyze though. P-Make needs to be a little bit careful. But P-Make still has that Ice Block, no Cauterize. Raikou, of course, with that Cauterize, but no Ice Block. So both mages somewhat vulnerable, lacking a major defensive. But I would say Streamer Zone once again ahead. There's the Dragon's Breath onto Brunhilde. Raikou looking for the polymorph. Next teleporting behind the pillar to avoid it, but that means JT has an opportunity here to clip him with the leg sweep. But Next once again teleporting back behind the pillar and avoiding the follow-up CC as well. P-Make pushing in. Look at that Song of GG snipe as well. Both of these Mistweavers are just kind of launching just little projectiles at each other. Yeah, little sniper attacks across the map, but full blind onto Next. He's got to trinket out. P-Make looking for a sheep here onto JT out of the kidney shot, but he gets gouged. But Next is there with a DR leg sweep. Song of CG. Can he find it? Doesn't look like it. JT's going to avoid it.
Oh my god, there's no Cauterize for P-Make. Raikou, it's just dead. He's just dead. It's so much damage. He's just dead. Streamer Zone just crushed him. But P-Make, Waz is going for the cloak. He's just going to block. He's like, here it is again. And there it is. I'm pressing it. Ice block. I'm not going down. Raikou is out. And this is where it comes into play. Are they actually going to be forced to step down as the best rogue mage? Are they going to be forced to surrender their ego and switch up the composition? Because that game was very strong in favor of Streamer Zone, whereas the last one, just kind of disrespect, no block. This felt like a lot more dominance for Streamer Zone. They take the swing match away. Now they have the advantage if it matters. I don't think in this matchup it's going to matter too much on maps because the comps are so similar between the two teams, the playstyles, but these songs of Chi-G's, they're just getting sniped around the corner. Next literally just adapted some gameplay elements. He's like, you know what? What if I cast a song right now and he doesn't see it? And I swear that spell is sneaky. You just don't notice it. You're like, what is that? Oh crap, I've CC'd and now we're dead. The game is over. So like, and then JT started trying to do it a little bit later into the game as well, shooting his song at Chi-Ji across the map. And these guys are just such masters of their class, just sniping crowd control, getting chains. Like he got caught. He trinketed this song and walked into the song when it went through the pillar and got songed again by the same song. If we see this replay, he got double songed with one song.
Is that actually what happened there?
That is what happens right here. At this point. I didn't. He got life cocoon. Wait, I want to replay one more time. I need to see that. That's why I said this cheeky song sniped him, but he actually trinketed the song and then walked into it again and got hit a second time. Can we see it again? The beginning of this replay. Watch song on JT. So Next casts song here. It hits JT. He's like, I can't sit. He should have willed it though. I think he trinketed.
He was sheeped
and
as well.
He walks into his song. And he gets songed again.
Oh man!
And Raikou blocks because of it. Raikou blocks because of it.
It was overlap though. The reason why he didn't will there is because
he was sheep on top of it.
Yeah, it was sheeped on top of it, so he trinketed both. But then he walks into it, so Raikou had to block as well. And then they lost the game because he didn't have trinket and got blinded. It's like just the ultimate value song right there. Because now he gets blinded. He's got no 2 seconds on his renewal. No life cocoon, and yeah, it's just unlucky. It's actually just unlucky there. That song had so much value. That was a great song.
That was the best song of the tournament. That one got an Emmy. Tiger's Peak, neutral map, no large scale fight going on here. Is this the downfall of Echo in real time? Cup number 2, StreamerZone.gg have leveled up immensely. They're training in the hyperbolic time chamber as individual players, as ladder grinders, has finally paid off. They've come together and they're here to deny the gatekeepers who look to deny their ascension into that number 1 position. Can StreamerZone do it? Now leading the series, taking the swing match. The gates are open. Both teams charging in. P-Make and Raikou likely to start just blasting, just firing fireballs off at each other, developing momentum and building up spellfire spheres for their massive combustions. Mistreavers as well, trading rushing wind kicks. JT blind full. They love to blind right at the start, mirroring each other immediately. Adrenaline rush immediately from Waz, but Brunhitty knows he gets stunned in the opener, so he doesn't pop his adrenaline rush. He saves it until he's off diminishing return, and then he commits all of the cooldowns. So he's going for the kidney shot, and here's Brunhitty's commitment. They're going rogue. They're mixing it up here in game number 3. Is he ready for it? It's a lot of damage. He's at 50%. He's going to trade Cloak of Shadows and Combustion. More than fair from Waz. They switch their attention back to Raikou. Life Cocoon is going to trade onto him. Initial exchange is good. Polymorphs on Brunhitty, getting control of the Rogue. Both Rogues have already used preparation. They're ready for their second adrenaline rush. That is a window you got to be ready for. Waz commits his now. Can they crowd control Waz? Doesn't look like they can. He's getting a lot of damage on P-Make. Already cutting through his barriers, stunning up Brunhitty at the same time, pushing for that cauterize. They're gonna get it. He might not block. He's critically
Nice
low.
smoke bomb.
He trades it. He blocks on the bomb, and Waz, with that second adrenaline rush, gets huge value.
That was a nice smoke bomb there from Waz as well. He immediately realized, okay, we're only going to get the cauterize here. So he's going to pre-smoke bomb the heal and make sure that they get the ice block as well. And now Echo is in a commanding position here. All they got to do is just land some CC onto next. He's got nothing really to answer with. And they could potentially take P-Make down here. But P-Make has the combustion. He really needs to make it count towards Raikou. Big smoke bomb attempt here as well from Streamer Zone, but they don't really net themselves too much to get the Waz trinket. But Waz just trading early, realizing what a dangerous situation that is. Does not want to be messing around with that combustion. And now Raikou is going to be the target here from the leftovers. And that is going to net them the Life Cocoon from JT as well. Here comes the Ring of Frost though. Nice dodge. But can they find the follow-up? CCP in huge trouble. That is it. Potentially here. That should be it. He has nothing left. P-Make is doing a great job though. Kiting around. Stopping Waz there. That was a good peel as well from Brunhitty, but P-Make's not out of the woods yet. Defensive Ring of Frost on himself, and I think he has recovered there. Brunhitty and P-Make working miracles right there after that disastrous trinket.
Paralyze on healer, no follow-up. Nice dismantle on Waz. P-Makes polymorphing. He fakes the interrupt. Raikou's low. They need to get a block here if they want to stay in the game. Can they get a block from Raikou? JT breaks crowd control, gets a big heal. Raikou's back to full, and P-Make is against the ropes right now. His healer's in a kidney shot. No cooldowns available here. Echo looked to strike back, but Life Cocoon slips through the cracks, and now Waz stunned with no trinket. Massive swap on Waz. They're so close. That's it. They're moving to match point. They lead 3-1. They see the line. They're behind on the mage race, but they see an opportunity with no trinket on Waz and no trinket on JT. They switch gears, just swing with massive momentum, and now they're just one game away from stealing the throne from Echo. Not only stealing the throne, but stealing it with their own composition with the Rogue and the Mage. This is a notorious combo. Echo have dominated the region year after year, tournament after tournament, and is their reign finally coming to an end?
I don't know. They lost last year. They've been looking good this year, but look at that smoke bomb right there to force out the ice block from P-Make. That was beautiful by Waz, but this defensive play here, next gets sheeped, he trinkets, gets instantly blinded on his trinket, and then the defensive moves here from Brunhitty, slowing down Waz, making sure that P-Make can stay alive in that position, and then they capitalize here. They smoke bomb Waz earlier, they got his trinket, and then they get a leg sweep onto JT and just delete Waz from the map. And now Streamer Zone one game away from winning the entire cup here. P-Make's first cup win. He's got a brand new roster here on Streamer Zone, and it is a stacked one. And Echo, I don't know, they might have met their match. What are they going to do now? Because this was the hypothetical we were just talking about, Sid. We were just talking about this. What happens if Streamer Zone starts pulling ahead here in the mirror? Now you're in a situation where you have lost 6 games out of 7 in mirror match. Is it time to swap? What do you do if you swap? Do you bring Mercy in? Do you, what do? Do you play Windwalker Mage? I don't know.
If they end up losing this, all I'm saying is, like, maybe I need to open my PayPal information for the curse, you know? Because, like, I don't know how it's possible. Every time I pick a team, it loses. It doesn't, if it's Echo, it loses. 3-0 earlier today. I'm like, this is finally one I'm going to get right. You know, I'm going to get this. Oh, no, I guess not. So yeah, the commentator curse is real here. They clutched it out on Waz. They were so far behind on Mage Race, and that was their last shot. And look at the damage meter. Like, they're still getting blasted on overall damage, but they're finding little opportunities to sneak in these windows, which is obviously what Rogue Mage is notorious for, is finding these crowd control burst windows. It's a balance of overall sustained pressure as well as take advantage of these moments. And Brunhitty P-Making next. Finally, this might be their rise to glory. Tolvaron Arena is being locked in, and I think Echo aren't backing down. I think they're going to just run it back again as Rogue Mage here. This is not a Windwalker friendly map, I think, for the matchup. Can they actually do it? They have to win 3 games now in a row in the grand finals. We've never seen them this far on the back foot. They've lost 6 games now on the day to Streamer Zone.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now. I don't know. I feel like Streamer Zone is just playing it more cleanly. Like, Echo is doing better in the mage race, but defensively, I feel like they're not doing better. Streamer Zone is doing such a nice job with their combustion windows. They're going after Waz. They're absolutely barbecuing him with the combustion. And they get Waz's cloak. Then they go with the leftovers. The Phoenix is still there. They still have a couple of leftover pyros, and they shoot those over onto Raikou. And then they get the life cocoon as well. And that just opens up the game so much, because now if you smoke on Waz, he has the trinket. There's no way around it. He doesn't have cloak, so he can't just sit that and try to be greedy with it. And then that just opens up the game. You can take down the mage, or you can take down the rogue. It just gives you more than one target to hit. And that makes it very difficult for JT to actually choose where with it. And then that just opens up the game. You can take down the mage, or you can take down the rogue. It just gives you more than one target to hit. And that makes it very difficult for JT to actually choose where he's going to allocate his resources. And yeah, I mean, sure, they had that kind of individual misplay from JT as well earlier, where he got hit by the same song twice, where he listened to the same song twice. But, you know, sometimes the songs are just too good. It gets stuck in your head.
It's like Vecna, you need to listen to the song to wake up. This is the opposite. The song actually loses you the game here. Gate's about to open. It's match point. I can't believe I'm seeing the score at the top of the screen. 3 in favor of Streamer Zone. Echo can afford no more mistakes. They have to step up to the plate. They have to win 3 times in a row if they want to remain dominant in the region. Blind's already committed, exactly mirroring once again. But Brunhilde is patient. He's so patient. He lets Waz get the first cheap shot so that he gets put on diminishing return with stun and paralyzed. And then he can connect with his cooldowns after. He's pre-evasioning to avoid the dismantle. He wants to get aggressive here on Raikou. However, Raikou is getting more momentum the longer the Brunhilde waits, and now he's committed. He's going for the push with the kidney shot. You can see the barriers activate for Raikou. However, Next has already traded Life Cocoon. Is JT going to make the same commitment? He's greeting it out right now. He's managing to get away with the greed. He's wrapped around the corner. Next is trading some rushing wind kicks. A big crit on Raikou, and Life Cocoon has to exchange. Second adrenaline rush. Another swap on Waz. Is he ready for it? He vanishes out of the smoke bomb, negating its attack, and he cheap shots Brunhilde. Now into a Ring of Frost. Raikou into a polymorph. P-Make fakes the interrupt. He's locking down the entire team of Echo. Massive pressure on Raikou. On match point. He cannot afford to choke anymore in this series. Leg sweep hits 2 players. He blinks around the corner, but it's so much pressure. JT is struggling. Now Next into a kidney shot. They're trying to get momentum onto P-Make, but it gets denied.
Yeah, and Raikou right now still at 50% HP, not feeling too confident, but JT finally out of crowd control. Raikou, though, might need to be careful here. Oh my god, the panic for Echo right now. This is not good at all whatsoever. Raikou procs, and he blocks. When P-Make, meanwhile, is being greedy, and the greed is paying off. The mass invis there from P-Make, buying him a little bit of time to get the life cocoon, but P-Make is still just taking so much damage here from Raikou. Brunhilde, though, in a kidney shot. Echo looking for a swap, potentially. No, it's just to CC Brunhilde. Slow him down for a second. P-Make looking for some crowd control onto Waz, but Waz vanishes.
Oh no.
It's a cheap shot onto Next. P-Make could be in big trouble. Raikou gets interrupted though on his follow-up CC, but Next still has to trinket out of that blind from Waz, but it still gives them openings here. Waz looking to create offensive chaos here with Echo backs against the wall. They could potentially lose here, which would be an absolute upset in terms of what we've seen historically in the region, and all of a sudden Raikou not feeling good here for the next push.
It's not just a loss, it's a complete domination. It's a complete takeover, and Streamer Zone are pushing for the win. JT blocks it. He has to commit his most vital cooldown, his medallion. They need to turn this around. They need a cauterize from P-Make right here. Can they do it? The kidney shot. They continue the chain, but P-Make is out of the game, out of line of sight. Raikou blinks in. P-Make alters back away. He can't connect. He continues to hold onto that ice block, a major advantage. Raikou goes for combustion. Will he be able to burn down P-Make? There's no crowd control. This combustion is getting next to no value. Next is going to respect it. He trades the life cocoon, and JT needs to run. He pre-songs himself to try and hit Brunhilde. They Dragon's Breath him. Next is wrapping around the right. Brunhilde on the left. They have them against the ropes. They have them back against the wall. JT trades out Conduit to immune crowd control. They're desperate to try and stay alive in this game. Raikou fakes an interrupt at a vital moment. His precognition immuning the lockdown. They're trying to retreat. Kidney shot engagement. P-Make put on into the back foot right now. Waz, swap on Waz. Is he ready for it? No trinket. He's not trading. Way too late. Evasion's way too late. He's critically low. Life cocoon available. He's not trading. Revival comes through. He stays alive. I can't believe it's such a dicey situation. Waz still still alive at this moment in time, trying to keep his team going. Life Cocoon on Raikou, trying to get him aggressive. They need the gas pedal here, but they just can't get momentum. They're trying to sink in on P-Make. They dismantled Brunhilde. He can't trinket. That should stall the damage for a couple of seconds, but a full polymorph, no trinket. If they get another polymorph, Raikou's going to be in trouble. Grapple hook from Brunhilde around the corner, double grapple. Raikou shields up, but there's more crowd control on his healer. He manages to make himself durable. Waz pre-cloaks the kidney shot. He anticipates the stun, but they switch right back onto Raikou. 10 seconds away on match point from his ice block. 10 seconds away, Brunhilde is all over him. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, he combusts to scare them away. They're desperate. They blind the road.
That's
They
sick.
blind him into a bomb. Are they going to turn this around? No, Next is there with the Life Cocoon and blocks the bomb setup from Waz on his final stand, but they've done it. They've stalled. Ice block is available, and Echo still have a chance.
What a crazy play from Waz, and now he's setting his sights onto P-Make, looking to push for the ice block. Can he do it? P-Make is dangerously low here. Is he going to hold on to it for a second? But Waz gets swapped to in a smoke bomb. He's got no cloak. This could be it. Beautiful Dragon's Breath from Raikou to save Waz in that position, but they had to trade out the Life Cocoon. P-Make still burning down a little bit here from the damage of Raikou, but still holding on. But not Raikou in the meantime, though, not feeling confident. JT is just sweating bullets at this point, trying to do something to keep his team in the fight. That was an insane play, though, by Waz earlier with the defensive blind, defensive smoke bomb. It's the only reason why Echo is not out of the tournament here in second place, but P-Make now gets a sheep onto Waz, gets dispelled though by JT. Waz gets met with a kidney shot. Raikou's there to peel the situation. Waz could just die right now. I think it's done. They've done it. Streamer Zone win the game. They win the finals. There's a new champion in Europe.
There's a new king in town as Echo have to relinquish the crown to Streamer Zone. The most improved team in the tournament from week 1 to week 2. Look at the damage meter. Guess who's on top this time? Brunhilde, 9 million damage, clearing Waz at 7.5 million here. P-Make clearing Raikou, and Next clearing JT, just as a team, fully leveled up. Final form, all of the adaptations made, and their dominance is evident. Look at this setup to stay alive in desperation. Smoke bomb to line of sight the mage. Kidney shot and blind on Rogue to deny the killing blows before Raikou's ice block comes off cooldown. They managed to pull off a miracle, but then Waz with no trinket becomes a liability. Stun after stun, they have to commit cooldowns to him, and he can't be as aggressive. He can't be the carry that he needs, and Streamer Zone found that. They found, like, Waz is the carry. Let's focus him, take him out of the game, and then with that adaptation, we're actually successful. Streamer Zone 4-1. They only lost one game on the entire day to Echo. This never happens. This is completely unprecedented in the European region. It just goes to show how high the competition is now in the region. So many teams are leveling up, adapting new compositions. We see returning legends like Maro on Burger King and Blizzo, as well as new and upcomers taking out the old guard. And we're not even done on the day. We still have North America, and there's new blood in North America. I know that the Solo Shovel Club, they're getting some big fans on their Frost Death Knight, their Marksmanship Hunter. Are they going to be able to redefine the meta? Because Europe just got completely flipped on its head.
I don't know. This season has been just incredible to watch. Like you mentioned, 2 new teams in the top 4 in North America. And just here in EU, it's been so competitive. We've been talking about the return of Maro. We've been talking about Tessia. We've been obviously talking about Raikou as well. But now here's P-Make. It's just, there's so many goated mages in EU. It is so, like, the competition, especially for the top mage spot, is so fierce right now. That was an excellent setup there at the end as well. Next, really doing a great job there for his team. I got to shout him out as the MVP of that last game. Getting that paralyzed leg sweep, and then also going in for the touch of death that actually wins them the finals. Goated plays.
Oof. Oh my gosh. I mean, it just so happens to be, or maybe it's not a coincidence, that this is the season that BlizzCon has returned. It really does feel like these teams have stepped it up. We haven't even seen what North America is capable of yet, and this has just been a complete whiplash of a day. Could not ask for a better finish for cup number 2. We're halfway through the season, I guess, at this point on the side of EU Supatees. I mean, what do you feel like the last cup is going to be like, given what we've seen today?
I don't even know, because we got 12.0.5. There's a lot of changes coming in that patch, and it's another week of practice also, like 2 weeks of practice for teams to assess the meta and assess what matchups they want to get better at, and they're just going to be clashing on the ladder, just back and forth for 2 weeks straight, entering a new meta. So it's going to be completely mixed up from that standpoint. And I feel like, to me, Echo is a team where they do well once the meta is established, not so well when it's kind of just like kind of figuring it out. Usually they might drop like a first cup, but this time the meta is pretty established and they still lost here 4-1, 7 games on Echo with Streamer Zone in the mirror is absolutely wild. Look at their record here. They almost lost to Burger King, so maybe they're happy that they sent Echo down there to dispatch, because that was their closest series of the tournament. But then 3 over specialty, like they understand this matchup so well, insane. And they see the openings, they see who's carrying, they shut out all those windows. This team is absolutely crazy, and just coming together as a new team. They've been grinding so hard on the ladder for so many years. They've had to build themselves up from the ground up while all these established dynasties are just dominating, and today was finally their day.
Yeah, their time has certainly come. This is the final bracket for EU for Cup number 2, and we can kind of look at where these standings started for Cup number 2 as we were leading into this weekend and where they ended, because we know that there was quite a lot on the line for a lot of these teams. Echo gonna be in first place still. We've got BORGIR King and then Stop Nerf Mistweaver in this is the end of Cup number 1. And then if we take a look at Cup number 2, definitely a lot going on. We've got Streamer Zone GG in third place, Zico.
Streamer Zone GG picking up momentum right now. Those top 3 teams will be guaranteed a spot in the finals. 4th to 8th have to battle through the gauntlet. So Streamer Zone GG making a case for themselves. I've said it in the past after Cup 1. Like, this is a contender team. This is a team that had a disappointing run in Cup number 1, but in Cup number 2, they really showed us what they've got, taking the entire thing. Now, DOBOB, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, these guys need to have an insane performance in the last Cup. Otherwise, they're going to the gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it so many times, Supatis, just how competitive this EU region has been, especially with the format and it leading into BlizzCon. Where do you feel like the most competitive spot or placement is in the standings currently?
I mean, 2nd and 3rd. I think right now Streamer Zone are really threatening 1st, and then I mean that 3rd place. I mean, look at this, a 120 tie between these teams. And Last Dance is a roster where I feel like they're starting to find their momentum if they can pick up a 4th player. Specialty, which maybe on broadcast didn't have too good of a ride, but they beat Burger King in the upper bracket. So like even the 6th seed is capable of beating some of the top 3. And then Laptop Gamers seem like they're getting better and better with their matchups, and with the changes that are coming through, it's possibly going to be more favorable for their roster as well. So I don't think anyone is safe. I think every single spot is likely in some pretty high levels of contention.
Yeah, I mean, with for the top 5 teams having only a 100-point differential, it doesn't seem like that much, which just goes to show the level of competition in the EU region. And it's been such a pleasure to see already. And just as a reminder, if you guys weren't listening earlier before, we've got an off weekend next weekend. We've got those game changes coming in, so they've got a lot of time to step this up even further, Zico. That's the same for North America as well. And I feel like I have to imagine we're going to see a lot of shuffling around next weekend also, or next weekend, next Cup.
Yeah, no Cup next weekend, but there's going to be some changes happening before we get into our final Cup. But of course, that's not all we have for today. We also still have the entire North American region coming up. So still lots of games left, and I don't know, EU ending this way? Welcome to the JUNG looking kind of dominant in North America? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling too confident for NA either. It's impossible to predict at this point.
I think it is as well. I mean, it's kind of like the opposite of what's going on in the EU region. EU region, I feel like it's like Hollywood. Like, all of these names are well known. We know all these players so well, but you split it down the middle. With NA, we've got 2 teams that we're very familiar with, and then 2 newcomers as well, Supatis.
Yeah, that lower bracket. I'm really excited to see Swim on that Warrior. Like, they're a team that just came together off the ladder. Let's play Feral Druid Warrior. Like, who's thinking that right now in the current meta when you've seen all the different comps? They're like, we're just going to play it. We're going to make it work. And they beat F tier at their own game, at their own cleave game, to get into the top 4 just straight off the ladder. So, my stream, that's Swim's Warriors team. They've likely get some crowd favorites now in the Shuffle Club representing Brazil. with their Frost Death Knight, their Marksmanship Hunter, the only team in the competition to do it. They're looking to try and redefine the scope of the meta, and maybe they can possibly do it. They had significant improvements throughout the tournaments. They almost beat Gators back, which were the War Within champions in North America in that 2-3 series in the upper side. And then welcome to the JUNG Gators back. It's a rematch, but Gators back got smacked around in the final last week. So I'm really hoping that smackdown woke them up for this series, so it's going to be a lot closer this time.
Certainly. And Zico, we know that there's going to be one Chinese team going to be joining us in BlizzCon. And how cool would it be if we had Shuffle Club be there as well? I mean, they could potentially do it. They're on the up right now. I would love to see that much diversity in regions at BlizzCon with AWC.
That would be insane. I mean, you can't count them out. Honestly, the Shuffle Club, like Sid mentioned, had a close call against Gators back. And I feel like they have that... I like to call it like a mage lawnmower type of cleave that they're running with the Frost DK and the MM Hunter. They just run mages up. We saw so many mages die to these guys. People dying pre-block, people dying pre-CDs. It's just they're just going in and just deleting anything on the screen. So it's a really explosive team to watch. It's a really exciting team to watch. If you don't like to see meta comps, this is a team that you definitely want to be rooting for. Could they make it all the way to BlizzCon? I mean, maybe. They had a close series against Gators. Of course, Mom, I'm on stream, also beating F tier in a mirror match straight up. So that's another obstacle that they're gonna have to pass though before they can start collecting these points all the way through.
Mm-hmm. And with BlizzCon on the horizon, Supatis, what do you feel like that does to a player's mindset? Do you feel like they're stepping up their level of preparation, or do you feel like that's just going to be kind of run of the show type of thing?
I imagine they're feeling way more inspired, right? It's just different, right? We've been in online competitions for so many years, so like this is just like it's different. Like it feels like, oh my god, this is like the old days, what we used to play for, and we're gonna be on LAN. There's gonna be a live audience and all the energy of that. Biggest prize pool, I believe, as well, in some time for that final. So everything is higher. The stakes are higher. The competition is higher. Everybody's rising to the occasion. So I'm very excited to start this North American region off.
Very excited as well. We're trying to work on getting some interviews with Streamer Zone GG. So in the meantime, we're just kind of talking about North America. We will be playing those games up next. It's cup number 2 for them. We've got 4 teams left. We eliminated 4 in yesterday's games. How do you feel like they went for North America yesterday, Zico?
I mean, they tanked my predictions a lot. Echo tanked my predictions a lot today as well.
That they also did.
That should tell you everything you need to know about North America. We got 2 out of the 4 teams are just brand new teams that we haven't really seen compete at this level. So I'm excited to see what they are actually going to bring to the table. But I do believe we have an interview ready here with Streamer Zone.
We do. Speaking of tanking predictions, hello, Streamer Zone. How are you guys doing?
Hello, can we hear each other?
I think so. I heard one person, Jamie.
Okay, I hear Jamie. So.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello. I can hear both of you guys. How are we feeling?
I mean, I think we are feeling great considering that we ended top 6 last week. I mean, we kind of had no expectations coming into this week. I mean, we just said we're gonna try to do our best, and I mean that's kind of what happened. I mean, we got a bit lucky, or not lucky, but we had kind of like a good bracket on Friday because Maro's team lost on Wednesday randomly, so that was kind of big heads up. So we knew if we can just push through and play good on Sunday, I mean, we knew we can make it.
I mean, so if you had no expectations leading into this weekend, do you feel like that helped your mindset with kind of everything that's on the line right now?
Yeah, I would say it helped a lot, definitely. Like when we saw that their team lost randomly on Wednesday, which usually doesn't happen, then, I mean, we did say that if we win our Friday games and if we just play really good on Sunday, we can probably make top 2, maybe even win if we just play insanely good. And, I mean, that's kind of what happened.
All right, well,
yeah.
Leading into, Jamie, the rematch that you guys had against Echo in the grand finals, how is your confidence leading into that series?
Oh, we knew we were going to win, like, before we went in, like, no problem. The only question was, like, today, if they would, like, before we played at all, if they would, like, play the Windwalker, because I've been hearing all the time that Windwalkers look really, really good. But for some reason, they didn't do that at all, and they just lost mirrors. So I don't know what the score was. But we were very confident before the finals, for sure. was just
That was gonna be a question for
Previous.
you guys. Is like, are you surprised that they didn't swap to their monk? Were you guys worried that they were gonna do that? I mean, what happened there in your mind?
Yeah, I don't really know personally. Not sure. Maybe next week we'll see it again. Maybe if the meta doesn't change. But yeah, it took us a bit by surprise for sure.
Speaking of next week, you guys have some off time. You guys have changes coming in. What are you guys going to be doing to prepare for the rest of the season?
I mean, I think what we're gonna be doing from now on is that we will see what healers are gonna be good, because Mistweaver is kind of like the most played hero right now overall in AWC and on just ladder as well. So I think we're gonna have to pick up some more healers. I mean, it's very hard to say how big the changes are on Wednesday on Mistweaver. So I think from Wednesday, I mean, we're just gonna have to try and work with different healers, or maybe see if Mistweaver is still decent, playable into some matchups. But I think it's definitely gonna mix up the healer meta a bit.
Yeah.
So, but speaking of healers, JB, Zico called Next the MVP. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I think right now Next is insanely good, if not like the best healer by far in Europe. And he was a really big pivotal point of why we won, I'd say, today. And the good thing is that while I feel like a lot of the other teams, or some of the other teams, maybe rely on certain healers or one class, whatever, I feel like Next has that flexibility. You know, I've played with him a few times now, and probably in all the different healers in tournament, right? He's really, very good in all of them. So yeah, we're looking forward to that as well, to be able to bring out some of the other classes and stuff with him and me.
Yeah,
hopefully.
so it sounds like the adaptation to the changes is going to be pretty smooth because of Next.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. All right, well, my final question then, moving from last cup number 1 to cup number 2, obviously you guys did tremendously well both weekends, but maybe a better result this time around. Did you guys change anything in your approach or practice or anything like that behind the scenes?
I think all we kind of did was, I mean, we played a lot. We played like every day. I mean, many hours. I mean, we put in the work a lot, to be honest. I think we played in the last 7 days. I think we actually played like more than any other team. I mean, at least together, like we played definitely more than any other team. I think I have like 200 WOD reviews, like actually a full-time job, like for the last week. And I mean, we did prepare a lot, but I mean, to be honest, I think everyone just put in the work like this week. Like all 4 of us just put in the work, and I mean, it actually paid off. So I'm very proud of my team, like for actually putting in the work and actually making it happen this week.
100%.
Yeah, it's gotta feel good to have a team that everyone's kind of on the same page like that.
And I mean,
all right. Well,
one thing as well.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, I just want to say, like,
No.
you know, shout out to Pilly as well, because he's coming in kind of as like the newer guy, and the 3 of us have been playing for years and years, right? Like, he's like the newer guy, a lot of pressure on him. And he's done super well under that pressure.
Amazing. That was going to be my final question. Brunhilde, do you have any shout outs?
I just want to shout out all the people that whispered me after the last series now, after the last game, because it's just too many whispers in my DMs, and I mean, I just want to shout out everyone that whispered me and said congrats, or you played insane, or whatever. I mean, I appreciate it a lot. And yeah, I mean, I think that's it. I want to shout out Billy as well. I mean, it is true. I mean, he's kind of like the newcomer, and of course, I mean, I want to shout out Next as well, because I mean, he did play really good today.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you guys in cup number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Congratulations once again. That was Jamie and Brunhilde from StreamerZone GG, our champions for cup number 2 of the EU region. And I was surprised to hear that they kind of had like no expectations, Zico, leading into this weekend. They just seemed very chill, very confident as well.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like they just put in a lot of practice, and they said, let's just do our best, guys, and see what happens. Turns out their best is the best. So that's pretty good for them. No, they all had an amazing weekend. They all played phenomenally on the side of their entire team. You know, every single player pulled their weight. And I think it was really wholesome as well that they shouted out P-Make and, you know, let him know that they appreciated his efforts.
It's very sweet. Very wholesome indeed. All right, well, we are going to be moving on into North America now. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, we've got GATORS back versus Welcome to the Jung. Up next, we're going to head to a break. We'll be right back.
a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just finished EU for Cup number 2 of Midnight Season 1. It was Streamer Zone GG that took away that dub. And now we're moving across the pond to North America. We've got two other very, very strong teams facing off against each other for the first round. But let's catch us up a little bit on the standings, on the state of this region first. D Machine, we know that they want to get into the 2 top spots. The rest of them are going to be kind of put through the ringer to get to BlizzCon if they want to. But I mean, talk to me about this region.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of fresh blood, as we were mentioning earlier, with the Shuffle Club and Mama on stream still making their way through top 4 of this bracket. But take a look at where they are on the standings. Direwolves and F-Tier being out of the running. Z-Rated not even making top 8. This is just a complete mashup of a situation here in North America. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that lower semis series for sure, but welcome to the JUNG, and Gators back are in the upper bracket. They're still in it, and they're fighting for basically who takes the first spot here going into Cup number 3. Very important points to be earned, not only for qualification, as you mentioned, Aya, but also seeding.
Absolutely. This region is looking so crazy right now. We can look at the bracket and where these teams lined up after the open bracket games on Wednesday. And then we started with teams remaining in this region, Vin.
Yeah, and I mean, it's no surprise. I feel like maybe it's been like the last 6 or 7 cups where the semifinals are just Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung. And in most cups, Welcome to the Jung has been kind of beating down Gators back to that lower bracket. Of course, we do know Gators back are the champs from last year, but kind of struggling against Welcome to the Jung so far. It's going to be a really interesting matchup to see who comes out ahead there. And then, of course, the teams in the lower bracket, a little bit of a different journey, right? Some newer faces to the top 4. The Shuffle Club taking down Guild Bean, and also just having a really close series against Gators back. That series against Gators back really impressed me, to be honest with you. They're bringing a unique composition with the Frost Death Knight as well as the Hunter. Super explosive, really fun to watch. And then, of course, Mom on stream, they proved themselves, right? They're bringing a cleave matchup. They went toe-to-toe with F tier and beat them 3-1. So this is a team that can definitely play their class at the highest level, and it should make for a really fun bracket today.
Definitely should be, for sure. Keep an eye on that. But D Machine, if you had to pick any of these series for your matchup of the day, what will you choose?
Oh my gosh, that's actually kind of unreal. So, I mean, like on the upper bracket, you basically have a finals, but in the lower bracket, you have like 2 up-and-coming teams that need these points so badly. We saw in the point standings, they are below 3rd and 4th. You know, and Mama on stream even further than that. So, and like, not only that, I just absolutely adored watching that Death Knight Marksman Hunter composition of the Shuffle Club. And I got a chance to talk to those guys, and they just seem like absolute sweethearts, really genuine folk down there. Okay, fine, I'm saying it. Lower semis. I think the Shuffle Club versus Mama Stream is actually the series for me that I want to see. Don't get me wrong or anything. Like, Gators back and Welcome to the Jung. It's going to be insane. We're going to see some of the best World of Warcraft arena that the game basically has to offer right now. But I'm a sucker for the fresh blood.
I am too. I'm a sucker for an underdog story. And we've got 2 of them facing off against each other in the lower bracket. But first, we got to get through this one. They've got it up next. Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung. First series of the day here in the North American region, Ben. And we've seen this before. Is it gonna play out the same way though?
I have no idea, honestly. Welcome to the Jung. I've always said this about them. They're a team that just, they come prepared. They seem to always have the right compositions. We've seen them play Cleaves. We've seen them play, Hunter Ret, Hunter Death Knight. Just basically anything you would want to play, they can play it. And they're such a flexible team. At the same time, Gators back, they more rely on like the mage-based composition. So very likely we see something like Mage Rogue, Mage Windwalker, for example. So I don't know. Maybe that we'd go with the Mage Windwalker mirrors once again. That's what Gators back tried to answer with last week at the end of their series. Didn't end up working out, but maybe they learned that lesson, and that's something they put a lot of effort into for this week.
Yeah, could definitely be. All right, we're getting chat predictions in. 65% in favor of Welcome to the Jung. Gators back though, D-Machine. I don't feel like this is representative of their chances. This is a really strong team. They've proven that they can make Welcome to the Jung scared. And I feel like we're going to see them do that in this series.
I mean, they went the distance in the semifinals of Cup number 1. They went all the way to Game 5. Something to note in that matchup is that Gators back seemed to only win in that matchup, specifically Rogue Mage versus Windwalker Mage, when it was their map choice. And then going into the grand finals, however, Welcome to the Jung just 4-0'd them. And it looked like they were kind of flailing. Obviously, some of the games were pretty close, but I mean, like, they brought out double Outlaw Rogue. You don't
desperation.
Do that. Yeah, that's straight desperation. Don't get me wrong. Gators back. They seem capable. We know they're capable. I mean, they have some of the best names the game has ever seen on that roster. However, Shadow Priest aren't looking so hot right now, and that's usually kind of all WizK brings to the table. So, in my mind, Welcome to the Jung 3. Let's say 3-1. Give them a 1.
Well, you changed it at the last second. I heard that. We all heard it.
Okay.
All right, you know what?
All right.
Fine. Yeah, I'm locking in 3-0. I'm committed. Sorry, production.
Oh my goodness.
Just-
Okay. That was fast. Like, I got your number. All right, Ven, what about you? What's your prediction?
I don't know. You know, I feel like I believe in Gators back. I feel like this is their week. I think it's going to be a 3-1 in favor of Gators back. I think we'll likely see some sort of mirror match, and Gators back will end up winning it.
Okay. I kind of want to see Zico's prediction. Just kidding. I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do Welcome to the Jung 3-2. 3-2.
Close one, huh? All right.
I know it wasn't close last week, but they're turning a new leaf. It's another week. You know, we've got a week
at
off
Z.
next week, and look at it, like if you look at the EU region, like that was a weird time as well. So who knows what's gonna happen? Really, I'm prepared to.
I think I've gotten every prediction wrong today. Literally
Really?
every single one. I'm
You
pretty
and
sure.
Super Teas are both the curse now. It seems like.
Yeah, you're welcome, Chan. It's a win-win
it
for
shouldn't
me.
say D machine. It should say guest prediction because you are sharing that score with Chan. And
I think I
would
might
love to know
actually
what-
say guest.
It says guest on the leaderboard, but here with.
Oh, right. Chan's prediction.
Do we have his
There
actual
you go.
prediction? I wonder. Interesting. All right. Well.
Oh, wait. Oh, is this a real Chan prediction for the Gators? Interesting.
know.
Just a meme.
Yeah,
just a
okay, we're
meme.
memeing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I was
busy.
going to
It makes
say,
sense.
I'm so
And
happy
stuff.
Chan's on my team, you know?
It might be though. I mean, and you know, some people in chat are as well. Then I mean, if you had to make a case for Gators back, if we had to like switch our prediction, or people that didn't put their points in yet, what would you say to them?
Gators back. They're the champs from last year. You can't count them out. You know, they got a beat down last week, but I feel like when they need to, they can rise to the occasion, and we've seen them beat Welcome to the Jungle in the past. So it's definitely not over for them. In terms of like raw skill, Gators back. They're a phenomenal team. You know, they got their captain Calvish playing both the mage and the rogue when he needs to, and I think this is going to be a great series.
All right, let's see what they're capable of. Is it going to go to game 5? Is it going to be a blowout? We really don't know. This is anyone's season here in the AWC, but we're going to be starting off game number 1, Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung, starting off in the Grand Arena Team Machine.
It is indeed the Grand Arena, the tried and true. Okay. It's not going to be a direct mirror matchup. Welcome to the Jung, sticking with the Windwalker Monk, but we are going to see Dazed on that Rogue. How do you feel about this blind pick so far?
I mean, we like this is still something I'm a little confused about, right? So actually, a message was, and he once again gave me a little insight. He thinks this matchup is actually pretty even. Like either side can win, and their composition choices are basically based off who their opponents are, and yeah. So I wouldn't count either of these teams out. Looks like they're going to be going after Drake just a little bit more here. Caught into a kidney shot, big damage early on. They shred through some of those initial defensives, get the life cocoon from Zhang Bahai. I don't mind that start there, but only getting that life cocoon, it's not the biggest win here. Oh my gosh, Calvish just explodes.
He absolutely did. Cocoons are out of the way for both teams right away, just respecting the combustion as well as the oncoming damage coming out from both of these mages as well as the monk. But this is still some damage out from Drake, but he's caught into a kidney shot, the full polymorph and the follow-up leg sweep. That's the karma. He leg sweeps himself as well defensively onto Daze, getting back onto Calvish. A very nice offensive push there for Gators back.
I love that they're going after the Windwalker Monk more. He's got no trinket. He's got no karma. These setups have been really big. I mean, Calvish, I think he's even playing Meteor for his Combust. Just add extra burst damage during that stun lock combo. I feel like a lot of mages are not running Meteor, but with the Rogue, it's definitely an extra hit of damage during those stuns. So definitely look out for that. Right now, Drake in a full kidney shot, but he's out of line of sight of Calvish. Calvish getting completely controlled by Nick there. Nick doing a great job backing up Drake during that kind of scary moment.
Yeah, that was really important. Zhang Bahai was caught into some CC there and Drake into a kidney shot. That backup was crucial. Now the big combustion damage out from Nick will be countered by Cubsy's cocoon, but Cubsy caught into a leg sweep. They could chew through this cocoon. We've seen it before, but Drake has got to be careful. No touch of karma available for him. No trinket available for him as well.
He could
Zhang
die.
Bahai, he has the cocoon available, and he's just going to use it. He's going to he presses it before he gets put into that
They
dragon's
just have to
breath.
wait. They have a checkmate situation. Drake, no trinket, no karma. Zhang Bahai, no trinket. All they need is CC on Zhang Bahai. Cubsy has to get Zhang Bahai. They have to get Drake. and it is game over. You can see that they are running. They know exactly what's going on right now. Calvish is getting spam polymorphed, pre-ports by Drake. Cubsy gets paralyzed there by Zhangbaha. They can still wait. Full stun goes out onto Zhangbaha. Cheap shot onto Drake. Who are they going after? I think it was a mass invis there by Nick, breaking up the stun lock. And welcome to the Jung. They're diffusing the situation so expertly with the pre-kiting, the running away. Great job by all three of them. That was potential game over, and they navigated it quite well.
Yeah, some heads-up play. I was talking to Zhangbaha a little bit, and he says that some of the best attributes that he thinks that this team has is actually their ability to stay calm, especially under pressure. And you can absolutely see that manifesting here in this game. But this is the combustion from Nick. Cubsy still holding on to that cocoon throughout it.
Whoa.
The throughput seems to be okay, but the cocoon is actually forced on Zhangbaha's side, as that was the combustion. Calvish is almost in touch of death range, catching a cocoon of his own, Ven.
Yeah, just back and forth. I mean, these teams are literally just exploding in front of our eyes. Every single one of those combusts, those zeniths. It's just a lot of pressure that they're able to put out. Calvish kiting away right now. Mana heavily in favor of Zhangbaha, so I don't know if he's been able to sneak away with some of those mass invis drinks or what, but he's basically full on mana. Whereas Cubsy does not have that same luxury. Big setup on Drake once again. Immediate trinket. So it's a blind on Zhangbaha. Drake trinkets. He trades out the karma and will ultimately survive. But look at this. Another one of those situations where you have no karma, no trinket. Zhangbaha has no trinket. And Gators back has a potential game-winning strategy here. I really like this Meteor adaptation from Calvish. Adding that extra hit of damage on those stun lock combos. Drake is really feeling the pain because of it.
Yeah, when you're a monk like that with no trinket, no karma, that's a scary situation to be in. Very susceptible to the kidney goes of Daze. But Daze has got to be careful himself. No cocoon available to him just yet. Calvish also all of a sudden getting swapped up onto now. Welcome to the Jung, catching a little bit of offensive momentum, but the defensive cooldown's not necessarily
nice ring of peace.
Forced. Oh, a nice interrupt with that ring of peace. Is he get the ice wall?
He
does get the ice wall. Drake is isolated. Okay, he's able to catch some heals. They are able to get around in time, but close call there, Ven.
My gosh, Drake and Zhangbaha are just so difficult to get a clean setup on. The pre-life cocoons, just the way he uses Ring of Peace to avoid damage. Zhangbaha playing a phenomenal game here. Double stun goes out. Daze might just get smoked. Big damage incoming, but Cubsy blocks it with the life cocoon. This is a very back and forth game number one between these two teams. Calvish right now putting out a bunch of bursts. He's actually playing Frostfire Mage, so that is a huge adaptation we almost never see for Fire Mages. Everyone is opting for the Sun Fury, and that's going to give him even more power in those meteors. I just noticed, actually, that he's playing Frostfire, so a very interesting choice for Calvish. I think he might be the first one we've seen so far this expansion.
It seems to be working out for him so far. I mean, when it comes to the offensive goes, they have been absolutely deadly, getting the defensive cooldowns that they absolutely need. And as I was saying that, there's the kidney shot on the Drake. Big damn lands on him. This is the smoke bomb. The Ring of Peace, however, is going to disrupt some stuff, but Drake's still catching a bit of pressure. No cocoon available for 5 short seconds. He's holding on to that touch of karma desperately right now. It looks like he will be able to greed that out from that go, and now Nick has got to be careful. He's dipping down super, super low. Zhangbaha holding onto that cocoon, making sure to synchronize that with a big offensive cooldown go, but just the raw throughput, it seems like it really can force either one of these teams defensive. They got to be careful to make sure not to overextend, but the blind kidney shot will be respected immediately by Drake with that touch of karma, but they swap the damage over on the Nick. Both combustions popped. Huge damage going out for both of these schemes. Cocoon from Cubsy will be committed for the throughput, but Nick could easily get his cauterized proc. He doesn't get it procced, but he is going to commit the block. No block, no karma for welcome to the Jung.
Oh, Drake's in trouble too. He's low. Zhangbaha, I don't know if he's going to be able to keep him alive. Drake trying to just line of sight the best he can right now. Calvish gets interrupted. Zhangbaha trades out the Celestial Conduit. What a close call that was. Once again, nobody has a trinket. Calvish has combust in 20 seconds, taking a huge hit of damage. Drake rolls over, trying to get the damage rolling onto Calvish. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue the push. Zhangbaha almost out of mana. He is tapped and really struggling to keep Drake alive. Look at this Ring of Peace. Drake's just pinned at the pillar, getting bounced back over and over. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Gets knocked into a Ring of Frost. now just trying desperately to get onto his target, but it's been difficult. The leg sweep comes in. Cubsy going on a solo mission, gets the double, destroying the rushing wind kick, and that's the offense you just love to see from Cubsy. Drake now will survive with the life cocoon, but another close call, and that combustion from Calvish is going to be really scary.
Whoa, oh my gosh! Holy moly, that was almost touch of death, Ben. That was crazy, and they rip right through it. It's not over yet. Calvish could very easily need to press that ice block button, but he's trying to get aggressive as well. Kidney shot goes out onto Drake. He gets out of it. He's got the Zenith up. He's still lighting up Calvish. He easily could chop down this health bar. Daze caught into a cross CC polymorph to slow him up to prevent the peels out onto Drake, but it looks like they can't get to the momentum. As soon as I say that, Calvish's health bar just disappears here. Cubsy and the back line just pumping the heals to keep him alive. The Dragon's Breath cannot be followed up. Nice cross interrupt from Calvish to keep his healer out of CC, keeping him in the fight, and another go onto Drake. The double leg sweep to slow down the offensive pressure. However, Drake is trying to get back aggressive, and both teams just struggling to get control of the game here. Drake has got to be in trouble. Calvish is easily that's gonna overlap. A huge blunder for Gators back.
Yeah, maybe opportunities to go after Daze. They're still going to continue to push here onto Calvish, but Life Cocoon and Ice Block overlapped. Not a great sign here, and finally some mistakes are coming in from Gators back defensively. A big leg sweep here on the Cubsy. Calvish might just get deleted through Cauterize, and that is because of that overlap. If he still had Ice Block, I mean, he definitely survives there, and that game could be different, but I love this adaptation from Gators back, bringing in some really uniqueness. Like this Frostfire Fire Mage from Calvish, it isn't going to do as much consistent damage as Nick, but it will be more bursty with those Meteor, Comet Storms, combos for those stun locks. So there was a lot of close calls in Drake this game.
You know, I was just talking about it a little bit earlier, Ven, where, you know, staying calm and collected can really be a game changer. And as someone who often overlaps with my healer, I could say it's like the panic moments where those overlaps tend to happen most. You know, I can only assume what was going down in the comms. Everyone's kind of a little scared of the burst that is available of these compositions on either side. But just a small misplay like that, one button misplay could easily be the game. I say small, it's a huge cooldown, but man, it's an easy mistake to make.
Yeah, I mean, he still had the Cauterize too, so I guess he was just really afraid of that huge overlap, but this is where you get caught in a full leg sweep, combust from Nick. I mean, there's you're not living that. There's just absolutely nothing you're going to be able to do. A clean setup, but welcome to the Jung. I feel like they were on the back foot for most of this game.
Yep.
They just, like you said, they play it calm, cool, collected, under pressure, don't panic. You know, they realize when they're in kind of a check situation and they need to run, make some heads up preemptive plays, making it difficult for Gators back. And I think they navigated those scary situations really well that allowed them to finally find this game-winning situation.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, another thing to note, moving forward into this series, I don't think Gators back should switch it up. I mean, we saw in the grand finals before they were kind of like trying to figure something out with like the double outlaw rogue and something like that. But this was a really close game number one. I feel like they easily could find a way to make this work. Maybe prevent that overlap, sure, the obvious, but like you were saying in the very beginning of this game, I felt like Welcome to the Jung was on the back foot for a lot of it.
Yep, totally agree. So now I kind of wonder, like, honestly, I feel like if I was Gators back, I'd feel still pretty confident in this matchup. I think I like their game plan. We are going to a large map, so Welcome to the Jung confidently locks in. This is a matchup they have been winning. They won 4-0 in the finals last week against Gators back. I think I like what Gators back is doing. I want them to continue to have confidence in it and see if they can win. I think they can. I like the Frostfire Mage. That also allows Calvish to play Ice Wall, which is really nice. One of the nice perks about Frostfire Fire Mage is that you have a lower cooldown on frost spells in general. So you get a short cooldown on Ice Wall, and that's something you can really utilize to, you know, catch them off guard.
I love that. I also love that we have, you know, such a high-end mage at the desk, because I gotta tell you what, yeah, the mage abilities all kind of like look the same. It's like, yeah, that's beautiful. I'm not really sure what the build is, but there's a lot of stuff happening. So I appreciate that breakdown. Something else I wanted to point out was in Cup number 1, when these two teams clashed in the upper semifinals. Gators back. Every single time that they lost, they brought it to a larger map, and they ended up winning. Maldraxxus Coliseum was one of the two, Enigma Crucible being the other one. So it is really key. Like, I imagine this could easily go the distance. If they lose on their map pick like this, this could be this could change the trajectory of the series completely. This isn't just another one to put on the board. They really need to take advantage of everything at their arsenal to take down a team like Welcome to the Jungle. And Calvish, correct me if I'm wrong, Calvish is running Panda. The other mage is not running Panda. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I think Pandaren is actually really nice. First of all, you get to eat some yummy noodles. So you can eat some noodles and it gives you extra versatility. So you can see Calvish is heavily favoring that versatility. So having a little bit more isn't bad. The other nice thing about Pandas is you get the Quaking Palm. So some instant crowd control he can put on either the healer or onto, Nick in this matchup. Whoever he wants, he's going to have a nice little instant crowd control, and it pairs really nicely with Dragon's Breath, where you can just use Quaking Palm into a Dragon's Breath, and it's like a 7-second instant CC chain. Nobody can really do anything about it. So I don't mind Panda as a pick. Nick is, of course, not really being targeted in this match, so playing just like the more standard Night Elf to avoid crowd control with Shadow Meld. I think it's a smart pick.
All right, match that Shadow Meld up with the Mass and Viz, and this guy's super slippery. There's the Frost Firebolt that you were referring to. Anything not standard about the build in front of you right now?
I mean, being Frostfire is just not standard. We haven't seen it one time, so it's just he's playing around Meteor. I don't know, what is it called, like isothermic core reaction or something? I don't know, something like that. But it allows you to get a Comet Storm when you Meteor, so it makes it super effective, specifically for the Frostfire Mage. Where when you drop a Meteor, you also drop a Comet Storm, and it just is going to allow him consistent burst, even outside of his combust windows. So essentially, it's going to make it so every one of his stuns, he has some damage with that 30-second cooldown Meteor. Which I think is smart. You also get 2 barriers, so if he's the main target, I think he's actually going to be a little bit more tanky in this situation. He'll be able to Ice Nova more because it's a Frost spell. We talked about how they get shorter cooldowns on their Ice spells. He'll be able to Ring of Frost more. Like, there's lots of utility that he can bring, and I think Frostfire is a lot more defensive in general. Lacks overall damage, but I think it's a really smart pick, and I love the fact that he's willing to change it up. You know what I mean? Because I feel like a lot of people, they kind of just get set in their ways. I like that Calvish is experimenting here.
Yeah, no, absolutely hard agree on that front. You know, seeing that this matchup in particular is constantly evolving is really, really exciting to see, and honestly a good sign for the competition as we move forward here. It looks like Drake is going to be the main kill target yet again. Full kidney shot lands. Zhang Bahai caught into the in cap. Cubsy looking for the follow-up, but he gets stopped with that Dragon's Breath. Nice heads-up play. Immediate cocoon onto Drake to respect the combustion from Calvish. Same thing on the side of Nick. Combustion will be popped, and Zhang Bahai used his cocoon as well. Both teams kind of respecting the damage early on.
Yep, a little pressure here on a Nick. They do get Zhang Bahai's Trinket, so his Trinket and Life Cocoon in the opener. Now they just need to get Drake's Trinket, and then they find themselves in a great situation. So a full Polymorph lands. Drake portals immediately, as fast as possible. He's just out of the fight. That's exactly what you want to see. Dazed Calvish are just going to be going after Nick. I think he's going to be fine. Throws in a big blazing barrier with that overpowered barrier. That is a large shield. Big setup here onto Drake once again as Calvish is getting stunned up, and Zhang Bahai is not even healing. He's just going for pure damage. Look at him, he might proc him. Zhang Bahai is just on a solo mission right now. You'll love to see it.
I do love to see a nice offensive healer, but Drake is not out of the water just yet. A double leg sweep,
nice
no trinket available.
Oh, ring!
Oh, if he gets that ring follow-up, Drake could be in trouble, but he's trying to get aggressive himself as he finally connects back onto this mage. A nice double leg sweep. They swap the damage over onto Daze. He's got to be careful, and that's a Vanish and Cocoon going to be committed out from Gators back.
Overlap means there's nothing for Calvish. I don't like these overlaps from Gators back. They're panicking under the pressure just a little bit. Calvish gets interrupted. Big setup here onto Drake once again, but immediate life cocoon, and now Calvish is forced into the ice block. So, I mean, Daze uses the Vanish. They have to use the cocoon as well. Things are unraveling here for the side of Gators back. Welcome to the Jung, just playing this so aggressively and just really well-timed defense. Also, Drake's forced to chase across the map, though, as Nick blinks into the middle of the map, trying to chase and just connect on a target if he can. Looks like the damage will finally start rolling here. This Dazed is still just trying to go after Drake, and they're really picking their moments for Welcome to the Jung. Like, when they can all push in as a unit, they're kind of smothering Calvish, but Drake's not making himself an easy target when Nick isn't able to push in with them.
Not at all. You know, it really does feel like Welcome to the Jung has just a really strong synergy. They're always on the same page, it seems like. While you look on Gators back, they're kind of running right now. Double leg sweep from Zhang Bahai. Daze still caught into that CC. Calvish is just on the run. He knows that cross CC was inevitable. Now Zhang Bahai caught into an in cap. Calvish using his combustion. Nick using his combustion. Karma being committed by Drake. Leg sweep from Zhang Bahai. Is it going to be trinketed? It was only DR, and Nick will be caught into that cocoon to deal with Calvish's combustion. He'll be A-okay moving forward. Cumsy now has his cocoon back up as well, and it looks like their runaway strategy is paying off, at least for now. But here's the blind commit. Here's the kidney shot onto Drake. The full ring does land. No karma available for Drake, but he's going to leg sweep Calvish and Daze. They swap the damage over out in the Daze. Daze has got to be careful. That was the Zenith. That was a huge amount of pressure. Is going to commit the evasion. Another cooldown off, but they swap the damage back over onto Calvish yet again. If Drake can connect through this in cap, that could easily be at least a cauterize for Calvish. A knock back into the middle of the map as Drake wants to reconnect. Nick on the back foot is also going to have to use his barrier. Double Dragon's Breath into an in cap, into a kidney shot. The cross CC is there, but Nick got his combustion rolling. He can maybe swap this damage around, but Calvish caught into that cocoon should stop this offensive go for now.
Yeah, I think so. Here's the combust for Nick. Calvish is just going to immediately get that life cocoon. It is broken, though, so no defensive option here. Nice damage incoming here from Drake and Nick. Calvish going for some polymorphs, but the setups on Drake have not been as clean this game. I feel like the strategy isn't working out as well. Welcome to the Jung seems to have kind of adapted to these setups onto Drake. Really good mass invis from Nick. He has it available right now, so if Drake ever is in trouble, he can just use that mass invis to kind of free Zhang Bahai. And a pre-cocoon as well, so before anything even gets traded, he just pre-cocoons Drake. I don't know if he's trying to drink or what, but that was very interesting. And Calvish is not going to commit the combustion. Now finally has it available. Big damage here onto Drake. He might just die. That is going to be the touch of karma, but a really heads-up play there by Zhang Bahai, and Gators back capitalized on that by punishing and getting Drake's touch of karma as well.
That's a big deal. No karma, no cocoon available. This could be lights out for him on the next go, but Calvish has got to be careful. He catches the cocoon. He's got to not overlap. He's got to trust his healer right now. He's desperately trying to get away. He could easily proc a cauterize from Nick's combustion's throughput is still ongoing as they rip apart those defensive cooldowns. A double leg sweep from Drake. He's reconnecting onto Calvish. Calvish goes ahead and alter times back. Drake gets caught into a kidney shot. Now they're trying to switch the pressure around onto him. Zhang Bahai caught into the in cap out of the Dragon's Breath. Drake with no defensive cooldowns available could easily fall here. The Fist of Fury to peel off of that damage. The triple Dragon's Breath, and Drake is alive with Welcome to the Jump backing up their Windwalker Monk.
Yeah, Nick is having a phenomenal game defensively. Like, I swear, this guy's playing so well with his polymorphs, his mass invis. Calvish might just explode. Will they proc him? Mass invis comes in here from Calvish. Daze getting low on health as well. He's got evasion and cloak. Will this use the evasion? Big setup once again. Drake will port. Escape from reality, back in the middle of the map, and Zhang Bahai is getting swapped too! They're going after Zhang Bahai! Can he survive? Healing elixirs will proc. Doesn't have the life cocoon, but Calvish now needs to be careful. He blinks away. Can they proc him? Looks like they don't. He uses the ice block, so close call. Mana not good for either side. Daze might just get smoked. Cubsy has to trade the life cocoon on him. I love that they're bouncing around on different targets. Calvish is just in greater invisibility right now, but Cubsy might just die. Calvish cannot just sit in invisibility permanently in this situation. Who are they going to go after? Where is the opening? They could potentially take down Drake. Big setup once again with the meteor, but a pre-karma from Drake completely diffuses it, and now I feel like Daze is just outright dead.
God, he's so good. I wish I was that good on my Monk. That was such a heads-up play to get that karma. That could have easily been the game. But now, Cubsy keeping his team alive yet again. That was a really sketchy moment for Gators back, as well as Welcome to the Jung. It still could easily go either way, but it still looks like it's edging out to Welcome to the Jung from my perspective. We'll see how this goes moving forward. Days caught into that that disarm into the polymorph. The leg sweep on the Cubsy. Calvish is all alone. He does have the cauterize, but that's it. He's got to be careful. But Daze is the one who's in trouble. He gets caught into that leg sweep, but he gets out of it in kidneys. They're trying to switch it back over onto him, but Zhang Bahai is immediately going to respect that. Oh my god, he's dead. I just realized that Daze is dead in the middle of the map, and Welcome to the Jung do take out the Rogue. I love that. Okay, you want to run away, Calvis? You want to run into the middle of the map? It's no problem. We'll just go ahead and swap it up onto the Rogue, maybe even onto Cubsy every now and then.
That's exactly what you want to do, right? Like, you don't want to overchase. Calvish is playing extremely defensive, and I like the fact that they're willing to just switch targets, and it's getting them cooldowns, right? I love this triple Dragon's Breath. I mean, Nick is kind of, we're not really following him too much, right? He's kind of the guy who's just open in this game. Calvish is the one who is getting pressured. He needs to run away, but Nick is basically completely free to land polymorphs, you know, double Dragon's Breaths, triple Dragon's Breaths, and just slow down Gators back as much as possible during those scary moments. And I think he's been doing a really good job. So I mean, look at how close
it's
this
karma.
is.
Look
at how
this
close
is
that is. That's not even karma. He just
He
just doesn't panic, right? He's 10% health. What does he do? He doesn't choke. He channels the Fist of Fury, realizing Day's not going to be able to hit him. Calvish doesn't have his combust up, so it's like you're probably going to survive that situation. Don't need to overreact. And at this point, Cubsy he's got no mana whatsoever. Nick throws a Dragon's Breath onto Calvish, so he really can't help out Dazed. And that is going to be the game. But still, a really close matchup. I get the feeling that Gators back can win this. But, I mean, if you're Gators back, what is this? You're down the last 6 times you played? You're 0-6 since the finals?
Dude. Yeah,
like,
dude.
That's got to be demoralizing, right?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Yeah, it's one thing. These games are so close. They definitely can bring it back. But can they bring it back 3 times in a row? I mean, that we're gonna have to see some completely different strategies going into maybe not completely, but definitely some maybe more efficient plays. We did see some signs of life. I mean, we saw how close Drake was to going down without Nick's like triple Dragon's Breath peels in that smoke bomb. There were some small windows there where if Welcome to the Jung didn't just like clutch up, they could have easily fallen. So they're not out of it just yet by any means. Gators back could still very easily, maybe not easily 3-0.
I was going to say.
I do have just the utmost faith that this team is one of those teams that could just lock in, even if it takes 3 games.
You're right, but at this point, I mean, I need to double check this, but I think they have a 0% win rate against Welcome to the Jung this season. So
that feels right to me. I mean, in the semifinals in Cup number 1, they did get a couple maps off of them.
Oh, did they? Okay, yeah.
Just a couple, though, and it was both of their map choices, right? Like,
I don't know.
But then in the finals, they got friggin' 4-0'd, man. Like,
see, I don't know if I like this. Like
Tiger's Peak?
No, they're switching to a cleave. They're playing Rogue Windwalker. So.
Oh, yeah. This is a double outlaw desperation play that we saw. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't look good at all to me.
Well, I think I don't mind this composition, but I don't think it's good into what Welcome to the Jung are running, right? Like, what you want to do... Here's one of the reasons why mages are so strong right now, amongst other things, but I think mages are one of the best classes at dealing with, like, stun lock burst combos. Because the mage isn't really a target, since he can blink, right? He can just blink out of anything he wants. No big deal. And even if you stun him after a blink, guess what? You have 2 charges of blink now. So you're never going to get locked down as the mage. And the other thing about mage is you're really good at defending your team against stuns because of mass invisibility and things like Dragon's Breath. So if your team gets stunned up, you can just run in, you can mass invisibility them, you can Dragon's Breath them. And I think mages are basically just perfectly catered to dealing with these kind of like stun lock combos. So I don't really know where the opening is going to be, because as good as mages are against stuns, I also feel like that's one of the strengths of Mistweavers. Like Mistweavers, you know, you can cocoon. If someone gets caught into a stun, you can cocoon them. You can use your Ring of Peace on them. If you get stunned, you can portal in your stun.
Yep.
You can use things like revival in your stun. So basically, their best option is going to be going after an Orc Windwalker monk.
Oh, it is worth noting. Zhang Bahai is not running. Oh no, he is. He is running Eminence. I am incorrect. I thought that perhaps he might not have been, but. Yeah, no,
I can guarantee he'll play it against this.
Against this for sure. Yeah, there's no way.
You'd have to be a crazy person not to be honest.
Are they just gonna run at healer? Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can make hard swaps to healer. Like you were saying, I don't think going on the mage is the correct call, and they seem to have a lot of really good answers to peeling the DPS on the side of Welcome to the Jung on the goes. Ugh. This is a hard place to be for Gators back for sure. Definitely not a place that I would ever expect them to be found. Looking at I mean, Cubsy's on this roster, man. Calvish and Dave, some of the best rogue mage that North America has to offer.
You know, I will say this. This could be a test, right? Gators back, they can, like, you could have the headspace if you're Gators back of like, we're probably going to lose this series, but we'll have another chance in the finals. Maybe this is where we should start picking up some data. So, like, maybe this comp is okay, and then they can find, you know, instead of trying it in the finals, if they make it back there, they just try it now. If it's awful, then, you know, they can do something else. But I think this is just a data point right now. Big setup here on a Drake. I think it will be the Windwalker Monk that they go after in this matchup. He's really the only one, I think, that can die in stuns, unless Zhang Bahai really makes some mistakes. But so far, Drake didn't have to use anything. There's no trinkets, even though that was a pretty decent opener. I would have liked to see Calvish maybe smoke bomb that opener to really try to force something.
That was Zenith and Blades, man, and Drake kind of just shrugged that off. That was a lot committed to that go, and not a whole lot was able to be accomplished. Now the in-cap leg sweep out onto Drake. Big burst pressure onto him. That is the cocoon. Can they get through it? No, they're not going to push through it. They're going to just go ahead and run back and reset. And Zhang Bahai is pushing in to get aggressive. A double leg sweep does land. Dazed going to go ahead and port back as he sees the momentum shifting just briefly in Welcome to the Jung's offensive favor there, but the DRs seem to land, and now they're trying to get aggressive. Calvish dipping down to half health here as Drake is lighting him up. He's got to be careful without any sort of CC onto Cubsy. He seemed to be able to deal with that no problem through that throughput.
Just waiting
for Gators back's go. Yeah, is this the go? There's the kidney shot. Any CC to follow it up?
That's what I'm talking about.
Nope,
we see the Ring of Peace, the Dragon's Breath, and Drake's just going to be okay. So they try to stun him, but that's what I mean by Mage as well as a Monk is like the best classes at defending against these kind of stun lock combos.
Right.
And Drake doesn't have to use anything in that exchange. He gets gouged up. Another stun likely coming here. Big leg sweep. Drake could potentially fall. They need to respect it. He gets the karma off and ultimately will live. That was the mass invis. They shred through it. And now Drake's in a little bit of danger. So Drake still has his trinket. He'll have portal for his next stun lock. And if you're Welcome to the Jung, you're always just wondering, what is the combo? Calvish might just die. I was saying, you have to always think defensively. What are you going to do? But they're just thinking offensively. Calvish is just going to flop. And Welcome to the Jung. Smash Gators back. 3-0. And I mean, the last 7 games, they've won 7 in a row. This is looking deadly.
Gosh. Dude, Welcome to the Jungle. Solidifying their reign of dominance in the North American region. You love to see it. You do love to see it. But Gators back, dropping down. Some of those teams down there are no joke as well.
No joke, and they're unknowns also. I mean, I don't know how many reps Gators back has against either team, but it might be brutal down there. But we're taking a look at the final moments in game number 3 of Welcome to the Jung. 3-0, very solid series from them. Just incredible work from them. And Gators back, I don't know how they're feeling right after this series, Venriki, because you know they're hoping for that rematch, but they've got these 2 teams to get through.
Yeah, it is not going to be easy. But I think Gators back, I mean, yeah, I don't know. They're pretty good. I feel like they're kind of, there's like, it's almost like a 2-horse race right now in North America, where Welcome to the Jung is just the absolute most dominant. And then Gators back is, you know, slightly behind them, but still seem to be able to deal with the competition. That being said, they had a really close series, right? Like they almost lost. to the Death Knight Hunter team. So
That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
Yeah.
if they move forward, I felt like that was like a nightmare composition to deal with. It just seemed like so difficult and scary at every given moment. They just died without blocking. I don't even remember how many times. And to go down to a loss against Welcome to the Jung, to just have to fight through something like that again. I touched on this a little bit earlier, but every game does give a little bit of data one way or another. I'm not sure how much data they were able to walk away in that last matchup. It just seemed Windwalker Mage seemed to be able to deal with the Windwalker Rogue no problem. And whether or not they have the strategy to be able to take out Welcome to the Jung is to be seen, but if there is a team that is capable, it's absolutely this one. They have WizK on the bench. Don't forget, WizK is there. He might not be necessarily technically in meta. I've seen some of his tweets. He is not chilling right now, but we've seen him make magic happen.
What does that mean?
Yeah, you got to
He's
go to his
just-
Twitter and find out. Make sure to follow him on Twitch
okay.
as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
no
you know,
spoilers here.
they have the tools in their arsenal. They just got to go back to the drawing board, stay focused, and I have faith that they could pull something out. I mean, they still have that one more opportunity, but before they get that opportunity, they got to earn it here in the lower.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly do. So quick 3-0 from Welcome to the Jung. And speaking of earn it, we've got Shuffle Club, Mom, I'm on Stream, earning their place in the top 4 here from North America. I don't think if we spoke to either of these teams, they would have expected to get this far. I know that they kind of just, especially Shuffle Club, they're a guild team, like you've been saying, D Machine. Mom, I'm on Stream. I mean, the fact that that's their name, I feel like in and of itself tells me that they're very excited just to be here. But they're doing definitely more than I think we all expected of them, and it's been so fun to see their rise to the top and stay here alive for the top 4. And I could not be more excited for these two teams. I've certainly been rooting for them all along, and now we've got them facing off against each other down in the lower bracket. So we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we've got that elimination series. You can see it right here. Up next, Shuffle Club versus Mom, I'm on Stream, and the winner of this one moving on to face off against Gators back in the lower finals. Stick around. We'll be right back. We'll have that series for you. Welcome back, everyone. We're in the lower bracket. It is the Shuffle Club versus Mom I'm on Stream. Two teams, Venruki, that came into the tournament, into this weekend, the absolute underdogs, but they are making a crazy run for it in the lower bracket. But unfortunately, one team will be moving forward to face off against Gators Black. Gators back.
Who's it going to be? That is the question. I mean, it's a battle of the underdogs here. I would say that if you are Calvish and you are Gators back, you're probably pretty afraid of the Shuffle Club. So I feel like they're probably cheering for Mama on Stream right now. But you just never know. Mama on Stream, they really impressed me yesterday in their games. I feel like their Warrior Swim especially had phenomenal showing. So curious to see what they can do. But it should be an interesting one because these are compositions you normally don't see. Both teams not really running with that mage, which has been a very popular pick this season.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like since we have two teams, it seems like Super T's, both of them are kind of in their own lane in terms of meta. What do you want to see here from either side in terms of comp or play style?
I mean, Mom, I'm on Stream. I'm pretty sure they're going to be stuck on this Feral Warrior. It seems like that's going to be their main bread and butter. The Shuffle Club, though, they have Arc, and we've seen them on Ret Paladin every once in a while. So I think that a Ret Hunter might be something that they decide to lead off with compositionally. Here, I'm a little bit heartbroken because I want Shuffle Club to win this just because I think they are a serious threat for the mage teams that are remaining in the tournament. But I think they might struggle with this cleave composition that Mama on Stream has. They might not even get to have that opportunity.
They did send them to the lower bracket, to be fair. So I feel like they definitely have a shot. Mama on Stream, it's like you said, we're probably going to be seeing the Feral Warrior. Did you have a Shadow Priest? Do you think there's any chance we see a Shadow Priest, or is that just crazy?
WizK is just cringing right now at that question even being asked. I think there's probably a very low % chance we see a Shadow Priest. Shadow Priests are down bad across the whole game right now. Mythic Plus or PvP, they're down bad right now. It just seems like they don't have the same punch.
Yeah.
Shadow Priests are just... They're just waiting. They're waiting. Their time is coming. Their buffs. Coming. I'm sure they're waiting in the wings for their buffs, and they will have their time on top again. But right now, they're just lurking in the shadows. You know, it's midnight. It's the Void expansion. We need to see some shadow buffs come in here pretty soon. Mama on Stream getting a bit of percentage here, even despite Venruki's comments about how they already lost. So they already lost in the open bracket. Makes you think that Shuffle Club probably have an answer here. And I mean, Frosty K is also really good into double melee historically, so maybe they even just play the Frosty K back again here.
I hope they do. Big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan of the Frosty K. I feel like Frosty Ks have one of the most underrated. Well, it's not underrated. A lot of people don't even know about it. I think it's like one of the craziest PvP talents in existence, called Delirium, which is as a mage is something I especially hate. But it makes it so all your movement abilities have a super long cooldown. It increases it by 50%. So like Shimmer, for example, becomes a 45-second cooldown. And it's really annoying for a warrior to deal with as well, because your charge is all of a sudden such a long cooldown. And when you're trying to go after a hunter, that becomes a nightmare.
Yeah, and there's just so much that a Frosty K can do to get them even closer to you. You got Chains of Ice, you got the Death Grips, you got everything. So definitely scary running away from a DK. But let's see what the predictions are, Ven. Let's start with you.
I'm going Shuffle Club. I'm all aboard the Shuffle Club hype train right now. I think they're going to be going 3-0 in this one.
3-0. All right, Super T's. What about you?
That is confidence. 3-0.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like Swim was doing so good on Warrior yesterday. You know, just outdoing Laros. I feel like Zentheon was doing so good on Feral Druid. But maybe the matchup's too hard. I don't want to be... who do I... Like, I want Shuffle Club to go through, so I'm doing this for Shuffle Club. Okay? No. I'm going to say Mom on Stream wins 3-2. I'm doing this for Shuffle Club, though. Okay?
Why?
Because I have the Jim Cramer curse right now. So anything I say... Everything I say loses. So
I think you have to really believe,
because I want those hunter matches in the future. So I'm sorry, Mama on Stream. I have to do this.
Tricky. Okay. All right. See what Zico and D Machine predicted. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna go 3-1 for Shuffle Club.
There it is.
Looks like chat also thought Mom on Stream is the underdog, but I mean, I feel like with a series like this, Super T's, It's so tough. It's so tough to predict. I feel like we don't know yet. We're just not familiar. At least I don't feel like we're familiar enough with these teams yet. They continue to surprise us, is how I'm feeling.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was the biggest surprise. I mean, they took out some big names. They're taking games off some of the best teams in the region, and they're just coming straight off the ladder, making a team, kind of just playing for fun. So I'm excited to see them go head-to-head. I think that this is going to be a pretty explosive series regardless, and I think it'd be crazy to see Solo Shuffle Club make this lower bracket run, this like Cinderella story, just the only team in the tournament playing this off-meta composition and trying to find their own way through it. I think that would be really cool to see. We'll have to wait and see. They're going to have to earn that potential storyline.
Certainly are the only team representing the LATAM region as well. I know they've got a lot of fans in the chat from Brazil, so let's give these two teams our energy. The underdogs, they've made it this far, and now they are against each other in the lower bracket, and only one team can make it out alive of this series. It's Shuffle Club versus Mom. I'm on stream. Game number 1 starting now, Ben Ruthie.
All right, what compositions are we going to see? I would love to see the Frosty K, the explosiveness of it with that Hunter. Super fun. I think especially against these Cleave teams, you can get them grouped up. They're going with the Ret Paladin. Good call there from Supatees, the Ret Paladin with the Hunter. A decent answer here, and of course for Mom on stream, they're leading with the composition that we saw them run yesterday, and they were super good at it. I mean, these players play this comp about as well as you can. So I'm interested to see what they can do here in the opening stages of the match.
Double binding shot volley, Hammer of Justice, big stun combo from the Shuffle Club. It does look like they're targeting down the Warrior. However, Bubble Buddy is responding appropriately here, trading out that Shayloons, but charging into a Paralyze. We see Arc is the target. He's using Divine Protection to shield up and reduce incoming damage. They swap off that protection to the Hunter. Beal is disengaging and kiting away with Concussive Shot on the Warrior. Cyclone attempts. Zention lands that on the Hunter's True Shot. This is a high value Cyclone right there that negates a lot of burst damage. However, Rapid Fire Black Arrow combo can hit decently chunky. Not finding too many crits though, and Arc is in trouble. Tony Black trades out Life Cocoon and recovers. They trap up Bubble Buddy. Swim pre-Blade Storms to immune the stun. He sees his healer in crowd control, so Blade Storms, and that means he can't get Hammer Justice. He can't be put into any Ret Paladin shenanigans. I like that Blade Storm. Using it defensively in that position. Staggering out the damage. Yeah, I feel like Mama on stream is actually doing very well right now in the matchups. They're getting good Cyclones on the Hunter. We see momentum on the Ret Paladin throughout this. It doesn't look nearly as one-sided as I was anticipating based on your assessment about the open bracket.
Yeah, that's true, but we'll have to wait and see how it ends up playing out. Will the Forsaken trades out there for Tony Black. We got a Hammer of Justice onto Bubble Buddy into a Paralyze. Good damage here onto the Feral and the Warrior. Diminishing Return Trap. Good follow-up crowd control, but where is the damage to follow it up? Cyclone on the aim shot, and it looks like they're going after Arc, but he's just going to kite. Use the Bless of Freedom, try to just make some space and get away from this Warrior as well as the Feral Druid. They're definitely going to have to stun up Arc if they want to get pressure. Song of GG gets cast out. Big demolish here on Arc. Arc might have to use a Divine Shield, but no. Trinket and Life Cocoon, and I think it's a good trade. I'd much rather have that a Divine Shield in the late game and just get that Life Cocoon rolling on cooldown.
Swim takes a huge hit there from the Ret Paladin, and these Cyclones on Beal right now. Zention is just abusing him with these Cyclones, not letting him get any momentum for the team, which is important because they're attacking the Ret Paladin. So leaving the Marksman Hunter open is dangerous. They're trying to compensate by using Cyclone, but Volley is here. Rapid Fire. Zention Bear forms the Rapid Fire, and they're going to stun him with a Storm Bolt. Incap Roar, a little bit of overlap there between them, but they're going to fear the Hunter on the True Shot. They set up with a double leg sweep. Arc gets Sanctuaries. Tony turns it around with a leg sweep now of his own onto Bubble Buddy. Targeting down Swim, but he uses Revival and will recover in this position. They're evenly matched here in game number 1. Explosive Rapid Fire on Zention here, but looks like he will recover. Zention moving over to BL, looking for Cyclones. Gets rebuked by Arc. It seems like they're switching their attention to the Feral Druid. They've realized these Cyclones are slowing down their damage too much. They do need to allocate more resources to stopping them. A stun on Arc. Bubble Buddy and a stun at the same time. Tony Black is free healing though. He's paralyzing the opposing healer. Here's Zention charging across. Incap Cyclone. He gets shut down by a counter shot from BL. Tony comes out of the Paralyze. Arc is low but has wings up. Wants to be making some big moves here with this Avenging Wrath. Targeting down both players. Cleaving them down with a double Rapid Fire as well. I like what Swim did there. He's separated from Zention so he didn't get cleaved as hard from the Ret Paladin and the Marksmanship Hunter. He's got good spatial awareness there. Realizing he has the double melee. Typically, this type of comp is not that strong because you have to stand on top of each other, which means you get a lot of cleave damage. So Swim is actually moving away from Zentheon every once in a while to make sure some cleave damage is not going into him.
Yeah, Arc right now in a little bit of danger. He sees the freedom to try to get away. Lands a full hammer of justice on Zentheon. Big aim shot here from Beal. Zentheon takes some pressure. Big spear going to be dropping down from the side of Swim, just keeping them both grouped up. Mana in favor of Mamam on stream. If they can keep this up, they might be able to win a long game here in this match. I mean, we talked about it. Shuffle Club was the team that sent Mamam on stream to the lower bracket, but it seems like Mamam on stream, they're playing this out quite well. Beal, though, the big rapid fire, going to start getting out some burst damage on both of them, and anytime that happens, you really have to just go after Beal. You need disarm, you need stuns, you need cyclones, as that true shot aura is just so devastating.
They're doing a good job, though. They disarmed him, they stunned him, they feared him. That true shot, that glowing icon below BL's health, it's now over as it stops glowing. So they crowd controlled him during that damage increase phase, and now he's going to lose a lot of momentum. He's just aim shotting, building up some empowered arcane shots and waiting for his rapid fire. He kicks his cyclone. He gets stunned. Nice double stun, triple stun engagement there. That was beautiful by Mamam on stream. Really well coordinated. That's going to net them the Will of the Forsaken from Tony to break out of that Song of Chi-Ji. Bubble Buddy now in Hammer of Justice, but Zentheon's just a bear form. He's got Bark Skin up. He should be durable. Gets back into Cat. Looks for a Cyclone on BL. Removing the Hunter from the game once again. And just trying to get momentum on Arc. How much damage do they get out here? Just full bleeds. Maximum power. With the Warbreaker down as well. Zentheon's moving towards Tony to try and get a Cyclone, but he's met with a Binding Shot. He goes for a Maim Stun. Look at that. Triple crowd control again. It forces Arc to use Trinket. Sanctuary. Mamam on stream. They've done their homework in this matchup. They've been getting clean, repetitive setups with multi-target crowd control. And as long as their defense and control remains the same on BL, a little bit later into dampening, these setups are going to get more and more deadly.
Yeah, definitely Arc down to about half. Good pressure here from the side of Mamam on stream. Arc might have to use the Divine Shield. No, Life Cocoon will trade. They shred through it, but at the same time, whenever they're doing these setups onto the Rep Paladin, Beal is just completely left open. He gets stunned up there on some burst, but a Marksmanship Hunter can drop you really quickly. True Shot Aura is available right now, so he does have quite a bit of damage ready when he needs it. Arc using the freedom to just kite away, try to get away from the Pharaoh and the Warrior, but if he gets stunned up, could be in some danger. Good trap there on Bubble Buddy. Huge damage incoming from Beal. Still not using the True Shot Aura, and Swim is just in a lot of danger right now. Looks like Restore will trade here for Bubble Buddy. Good answer defensively. Tops off the team, and now Mamam on stream can continue to make a push.
Double stun lockdown. Zentheon moves in. Paralyze on the healer. No trinket. Could be Bubble. Bubble from Arc before the lay on hands. Zentheon gets low. Bubble Buddy trades Life Cocoon. Dampening is high. These absorption values are getting low. Paralyze on Bubble Buddy. It'll be a tight race here towards the finish line. BL in crowd control on his True Shot. Once again, just allocating everything on the Hunter during that window to limit his damage output. But he does connect to Rapid Fire, and even one Rapid Fire could be threatening as Zentheon has to trade his survival instincts. And that one Rapid Fire keeps his team in the game, but another stun.
Uh-oh.
Paralyzed.
Oh, no!
Hunter is open, but Zentheon is dying. The Hunter is open. They have to get control of the Hunter. They can't. He's getting absolutely destroyed by the Hunter. He's trying to get behind the pillar. He's in bear form with Frenzied. Bubble Buddy comes to his side with that AoE heal, and they manage to stay alive. And that's what I mean. This Hunter is threatening. They're leaving him open. He's getting a lot of aim shots. He's under no control, and another Rapid Fire flies through. Is Zentheon going to survive with the Barkskin? He ducks for cover. He escapes around the pillar here in bear form. And now Arc gets reflected on his Hammer of Justice, it looks like. Or maybe, yeah, it had to be a spell reflect there. That's going to be rough. He had no trinket. They wanted to make a big play with that. Tony does use the Life Cocoon. They cut through it. Arc has a couple of options here. You can use Lay on Hands or Blessing and Protection. You may need to consider it pretty soon, dampening almost at 40%. The damage from these compositions is quite high. Zentheon innervates to try and get a bit of an edge here because his healer is running lower on mana at this point, but this innervate should even them out. They trap the healer. Swim immediately uses Die by the Sword. Charges back, but they clone the Ret Paladin. He's trying to get to the Hunter, but those concussive shot snares making it tough to make his way over to that target, so he's going to go back onto the Ret Paladin. True Shot available in a couple of seconds. If BL can actually connect with this True Shot, Zentheon could very easily be erased from the game. However, if he doesn't, Arc is running limited on cooldowns. When's he going to pop the True Shot? He rapid fires. Double Black Arrow tap. Where's the True Shot? When's he committing it? He wants to do it right now. Here comes the Wailing Arrow. How much damage can he get out? He needs to disengage away from the crowd control, but Swim is there. They see the True Shot. They shut it down with a Fear. Life Cocoon on Swim should trade evenly. They're cycloning out as well. BL just can't connect any damage in this window.
Oh,
done their homework.
too.
They disarm him now as well. They rake stun with Paralyzed. Triple crowd control. Excellent setup from Mamam on stream. They understand this composition. They understand the matchup. But it's still a lot of damage, so Zentheon will retreat back behind the pillar in bear form while his healer is trapped. A wise decision. They may swap Warrior in the midfield. They swim ready for that swap. They get good pressure on Arc, even though it's his wings. Rapid fires are coming through. Black Arcs are coming through, but Arc is so greedy. He's so greedy, holding on to it, trying to kite, but he's pinned by the spear. He can't run. He's going to have to face his opponents as he trades lay on hands. And now he will be on forbearance, unable to use Blessing of Protection. And this deep and dampening, the pace of the game is just going to get faster and faster. His healer is paralyzed. He's stunned up. He walls. It might buy him a couple more seconds, but Demolish comes in, and Swim is critting, and Arc is the one swimming with the fishes. Mom, I'm on stream. Take game one. I would say decisively. That was like a clinic on how to deal with marksmanship hunters, how to deal with this composition, and Swim is absolutely killing it on the damage meter, just absolutely farming. He just comes off one solo shuffle rank 1 title, makes a team, comes into the tournament, and starts blasting. And he's got a point on the board. And I didn't want to be right with my prediction. I was trying to curse them, but they're even more powerful than my curse.
I don't think that's how it works. I think you have to really, you can't, if you're going to do that, you have to really be committed to the team. You know what I mean? Whatever you want, whatever your desire wants to win, that's the opposite's going to happen, But I will say, I feel like if I could throw any kind of criticism this game, I feel like Tony Black just did not do a good job as a Ring of Peace. They should be saving Ring of Peace for these spears. And then as soon as the spear comes down, you drop a Ring of Peace. Just script it, pretty much like that. There's plenty of times in the game where he wasn't crowd controlled. It was off cooldown. Like right now, the Ring of Peace just keeps you alive. If you're a Rep Paladin, the Warrior can't hit you at all. You're just sitting on that cooldown. There's no reason to in this position. Of course, he gets leg swept here, but before this, there's such a huge amount of opportunity, and that is just such a powerful defensive that allows Arc to get away.
I feel like BL should just go Beast Mastery.
I'd be fine with that.
I feel like just be way more momentum. I mean, there was moments, right? Like right here, where the marksman definitely showed its value, but I feel like he would just be doing so much overall damage if they tried to do this Rep Paladin as a BM Hunter. Leave on 2 targets, just really high sustain. I feel like Zentheon would be in bear form, just running for most of the game.
Yeah, I would like that too. I mean, if you're I don't know. If you're BL, I'm so annoyed for him. It's like he's waiting for these big power moments in the match where he can, light them up on that hunter, and he's just getting feared. And if he trinkets a fear, or he's getting stunned, and if he trinkets a stun, he gets feared. And that if he trinkets a fear, he's getting disarmed. So it's like, I don't know. I'd rather just have that 30-second cooldown, massive bleed. I feel like, I don't know if BL plays Beast Mastery. I feel like he probably can. Just have, and he's just getting feared. And if he trinkets a fear, or he's getting stunned, and if he trinkets a stun, he gets feared. And that if he trinkets a fear, he's getting disarmed. So it's like, I don't know. I'd rather just have that 30-second cooldown, massive bleed. I feel like, I don't know if BL plays Beast Mastery. I feel like he probably can. Just have a gut feeling about that one. But I think it could make this matchup a little bit easier for them, because I just feel like he's getting controlled on all his bursts, and outside of that, he's not really a big threat. Whereas if he's Beast Mastery, I think they're going to have to go after him pretty much the whole game.
Okay, over on Arena, really big map, trying to get space, trying to get this game into dampening. But I honestly feel like the Feral Warrior is better in dampening. They just have so much control for the marksman. This is why I like the marksman plus Frost DK, because if
me
you
too.
do that to the marksman, then the Frost DK is just going to be owning you.
I like
if
it.
you're the only one that's the target for disarm and for all this crowd control, then your team loses all of its momentum. So, but at the same time, if they beat them with this setup in the open bracket, it's like you think they want to run it again. But obviously, Mama on stream has practiced this matchup. They understand the situations that are dangerous, and they're just completely removing them from play. They're really well coordinated. They're locking in the same thing. I imagine this is going to be their composition for likely the entire tournament. I don't think Enzo on that Shadow Priest, unfortunately, is going to be
Poor Enzo.
too much help. We haven't seen Shadow Priest. I think Frofsy in Europe in the open bracket, and I think he's lost.
They played the Resto Shaman. That was actually fun to watch.
So yeah, they're very anti-meta. I don't know. Shuffle Club, they've got some big things to debate right now, because this is going to be it. If they lose this series, they're out. They don't get any more opportunities, and I legitimately think they can beat Gators back. And I think they could possibly beat Welcome to the Jung with the Frosty K setups that they have. So what are they going to do now? Do they go back to the bread and butter? Do they substitute out Arc? Or do they bring in the Beast Mastery Hunter? They have a lot of choices and a lot of decisions to make, and only 1 minute left to make that type of commitment.
Yeah, I want to see the Frosty K. I want to see just something different, either Beast Mastery or Frosty K, because I just think Mama on stream, I can easily see them losing the matchup if they don't control the Hunter as much as they did. So maybe that's the one thing that they learned from their upper bracket game where they lost is, okay, BL really punishing us. We need to make sure we control them and just fully respect the true shot, because that's really the only scary moment. Not the only scary, but it's pretty much the most scary moment in the match. And they're not doing it. They're not listening to us. Vigarista will be sitting on the bench, and they're going with the Red Hunter once again.
I do think DK is like a bit fragile in this type of setup, but at the same time, he can run the Deathstrike armor buffs. Maybe it's not as bad, but usually you wouldn't want to run a Frost or DK in general into a Feral or a Warrior. I mean, we saw that happen with MVQ and Pet Pick team. It can be a little bit scary and intimidating in that same regard, but I feel like the Mark just getting... Unless he's going to make some really insane outplay, like pre-turtling a crowd control maybe or something, like really reckless to try and anticipate something, or a feign death timing to prevent some crowd control. Or what they really need to do is they need to control the Warrior when he pops True Shot. So they need a stun on the Warrior when he True Shots, so he's not getting instantly Storm Bolted, and then the Warrior leaps and disarms him and fears him. If they can stop the Warrior from stopping the Hunter, that's
about like
see success.
An offensive bop or something like that. Or
I mean that could be good, right? You couldn't even use bop the whole game. Imagine an offensive bop in that game. Actually, they would have just killed them. I think.
Imagine offensive Sank. You can get him out of the.
Yeah, Sank the Hunter.
Sank the Hunter.
Sank the Hunter's fear and bop the Hunter. And when you're like maybe deeper in dampening, you want to win the game. You're right, actually. I think the
Sank for sure is worth committing. I think.
Yeah. Especially because they're using fear. Like, what are you gonna Sank otherwise on Tony here? It's just definitely Arc needs to be using Sanctuary on the True Shot. They need to enable the Hunter because he will just absolutely destroy them. If he's not CC'd as perfectly as he is, he will completely destroy them. So. I think there are some adjustments in play here they can make with just this composition, like you say, and let's see if they can do it.
I just want to say this. I think Mom on stream has the best logo of any team that I've ever seen. So I'm a big fan of that one. Whoever came up with that, I like it a lot. It's perfect.
We're on Arena, 10 seconds away. Can the Shuffle Club make their adjustments, or is Mom on stream going to have this insane Dark Horse lower bracket run straight off the ladder as Warrior Feral Druid? It's Gators back, waiting in that lower semifinals for the victor of this series. Flares are down, trying to find the Feral. They run right next to him. They actually pull him out of stealth. That's a great start. They slow down the initial rake. Zention is forced to incarn, although maybe it's not too bad. Demolish comes through. He leaps away from the True Shot. He's just out of line of sight. He's like, I'm out of there. I see True Shot. I run away. It wasn't even True Shot, actually. It was just the first rapid fire. Here's the Storm Bolt. They pressure on Zention. Fear Bastion is down. And they've got this big map so the Hunter can stand as far away from crowd control as possible. They charge over to him.
Oh my gosh, it's so annoying.
Instant Cyclone. True Shot's just instantly crowd controlled. They just know exactly when he's activated that button. They Cyclone him again and disarm him. And he's choosing to sit all of it. And I mean, that time they couldn't use Sanctuary, right? It wasn't a fear. And now they Cyclone the Ret Paladin. Zention gets through the interrupt. True Shot's over. But they still want to go Ret Paladin, it seems.
That's so sad. I mean, you just go... As long as you control the Hunter on the True Shot, he's not really that big of a threat, right? Like, that's the scary moment in the match. So I like the fact that they're going after the Hunter. If you're chasing a marksmanship Hunter who's got Blessing of Freedom and his 80% snare on concussive shot, like, that's a very difficult thing to actually connect to.
The port? I swear he just pre-trapped the port. I don't know if we can clip that and get that on a replay. The crowd control on Bubble Buddy right there, because that was actually kind of insane, I think. He like anticipated him porting and threw the trap back on his port. I'm pretty sure, and then they got a song. It's unfortunate they didn't get any pressure with it because it was really cool. Double stun, crowd control engagement. Once again, Arc is just getting blasted. Voidstone Barrier going to activate for him. Zention's trying to fake interrupts. He fakes an interrupt. He cyclones the healer. Arc is going to be in more trouble. Rake stunned by the Incarnation. Zention trinkets. Demolish comes in as well. True Shot's coming up in 14 seconds. And this is where they have to make their choice. Like, when are they going to use that aggressive Blessing of Protection? Because I think they have to. But I think you want to wait. Probably at least like 4 minutes. You want to make a commitment either when the Mistweaver has no trinket or something like that, or they're really far out in the open, dampening's high, and you know they can't recover, because you're only going to get that one Blessing of Protection window. Volley Rapid Fire pulls Life Cocoon. That's done. They pressure on Swim, but now he's stunned on True Shot, and he's disarmed on True Shot, and when is he going to trinket? If he trinkets, he's getting feared, for sure. They need to sank this.
Sank him!
Sank him, please. His True Shot's right there.
Oh,
no sank.
If I was Spiel, I'd be so sad. I guess I want to save it. I mean, Tony Black did commit his trinket there, but at least having those as answers I feel like that's got to be a part of their like strategy, at least as dampening gets higher. I mean, maybe right now it's like we don't want to overcommit. Bubble Buddy might be able to keep them alive, but as dampening gets higher and higher, we really need to see like a commitment. Beal, I think he could have already had a trinket back at this point. You know, like I feel like he's playing a little bit too safe in this situation, and they just don't have any pressure because of it.
I kind of wonder maybe if he needs to change his hero talent build too. If maybe the Sentinel would be more, but I feel like Dark Ranger's so much on the rapid fires. Nice swap on the healer. Get some decent burst, but not enough to win. And that's the problem. As soon as that Marksmanship Hunter runs out of damage, it completely stops. So even if you're at 2% health, it goes to 0, and then they can recover at that point. They need the perfect amount of damage. Paralyze on healer. Trying to set up for a song. Not able to get it, it looks like. Tony's able to avoid it. Rapid fire incoming on Feral Druid. We've got Incarn. Arc is low. If he has to trade Bubble this early, it's going to be devastating. He's managing to kite with Freedom and Pony. He blinds, but it looks like it was on DR. They do at least trap off of the blind. However, they're stacked up, so they can't do like a full damage rotation, or if that happens, they're going to break the freezing trap. Arc is now pinned by the spear. Zenthion's moving in for crowd control. Tap Roar Cyclone. They did it before his True Shot. He needs to trinket this disarm. Because he's on pop True Shot right now and trinket the disarm and get sanked on the fear.
Come on.
Resurrects his pet. Oh no, Arc has to bubble. Oh, nice.
Oh no.
Behind the pillar. He still has True Shot. He's still on DR. He could get a massive crit right now. He's popping Rapid Fire. He's likely going to True Shot and then Wailing Arrow in a second. He's too close. He's going for aim shots on Warrior, but just doesn't do anything to the plate target. On the line of sight. I feel like he's being too patient. They actually just put him on DR. They used a lot of crowd control. He's waiting for this window to True Shot. Or maybe the window is you never press it. I don't know if that's going to be some
Here it
weird
is.
gimmick.
No? Does he need press it? Oh, he presses it. He gets Storm Bolted. Bubble Buddy hops on the pillar. He's Cyclone. No. Trinket. I need to trinket
cloned.
something. But like,
He's going to get disarmed.
how many trinkets could he have used this game? Like, this could have been his third trinket or something like that, you know? Like, I don't know why he's playing so patiently. Maybe he's worried about dying, but I don't think that's really a thing. Like, this is your moment to get aggressive, and he's just sitting literally everything. I think it's really costing the offense of Shuffle Club.
I think the lack of Sanctuary also. Like, Arc hasn't pressed it either. Seems like the whole game. Like, they got to get this Hunter out of more crowd control. He's just sitting so much. That's their window to win, and Mama on stream, they know that. They've studied the matchup. Stun into Cyclone, take the Hunter out of the game, swap back on the Ret Paladin, get momentum, and even with this large map where BL gets more distance and space to try and get abilities off, it's just not enough. He's moving towards Bubble Buddy for a trap. Zenzion tried to eat it, but he wasn't able to. But if they're stacked up, they can't really do full damage. That Wake of Ashes, it cleaves, it breaks the trap. So maybe they have to go Mistweaver. They're trying right now, but Arc is pinned. Hammer of Justice. Is he in range for Port? Zenzion's getting cleaved. This is great damage. Honestly, going Mistweaver and stacking 3 of them could be a way to pull this back.
Yeah, you get a lot of cleave pressure that way. Maybe catch Bubble Buddy off guard. Full paralyze on Tony right now. He trades out the Cocoon. Arc might just die. Needs to be very careful. Using the Sanctuary there onto Tony. Does, of course, have the Blessing of Protection if he needs it. He's got the Lay on Hands, but wants to be as greedy as possible. Those cooldowns, they have a really long cooldown, so you want to make sure you're using it at the right time, not using it too early, as they're very important saves later on in dampening.
On the healer, they're swapping healer. Here's the True Shot. In cap.
Disarm. In cap.
Cyclone. Trinket. Trinket that.
Come on, man.
At some point, you will have to trinket and bop aggressive.
He trinkets a Storm Bolt. Feared.
I guess what he's thinking is, like, if he's just going to get CC'd on his trinket, now he's just a liability, right? Like, they could swap him and, like, stun one-shot him now. Whereas if he doesn't trinket that, you don't have that option. Like, his trinket almost seems pointless. Like, if he's just going to get CC'd again, it leaves him open later. They get a silence on the healer. They go on Warrior. They get Life Cocoon. It's kind of the same moment we saw in Game 1 where dampening is getting a bit high and BL's starting to create pressure with just the regular rapid fires. But now he's getting cloned. Oh no. Song out of the Storm Bolt. Arc is hit by it as well. It takes the bleeds off. So smart for him to run into that and get hit by it to remove bleeds. They're trying to reload. Oh my god, he's getting crit so hard. He lay on hands and Life Cocoon. He Life Cocooned the wrong target. Tony panicked really hard right there. He trinket Life Cocooned himself. You can tell they're on edge. I feel like they're kind of tilting. They're losing their momentum here. And Mama on stream, they just have a clear game plan. They're decisive, and they keep making conservative plays over and over, repeated. And I think they're likely going to be able to do this. Double binding shot, aim shots, not enough damage. Arc stunned. His bubble does come up in 5 seconds, 4 seconds. He's in a wall. That should buy him time. Volley down. He's disarmed. It's before True Shot. If there was ever a time
want to see Bop on the next true shot, I
Yeah,
swear.
but they still haven't got Cocoon.
Yeah.
They get Cocoon, maybe. Like, they have to get something. They're just getting no cooldown. Stab
Whoa.
of the sword, like, pull something here. They
Aim
stun
shot.
healer. Swapping healer. True shot. He feigned death the clone. He's stunned.
Stun.
Into
No,
a
clone,
cycle. And
no!
he has no trinket.
Oh,
very sad
man.
right now.
I like, it's actually heartbreaking just watching someone getting crowd controlled on all their damage. Like, you get stunned, feared, clone, disarmed. Arc might just die, has a divine shield, but I feel like Mom on stream, the biggest W for them in this match is just controlling Beal. They're doing such a good job of it, and this Hunter is just, he's miserable. And I feel like that's why I kind of want to see Beastmaster. I mean, maybe we could see kind of a one-hit wonder here if Beal's able to take him down. Swim uses Dive of the Sword. Okay, some pressure starting to develop at 42% dampening. Things are getting a little bit spicier here for the Shuffle Club, but Arc has no cooldowns, using the Divine Protection, could just outright die. Here comes the Life Cocoon, but they shred through it almost instantly. Beal trying to create some pressure for his team, but he gets disarmed, and he's going to have another disarm for that true shot in 45 seconds. Such a nightmare for this Hunter.
Ooh, Zentheon actually got hit really hard right there. He had to use Survival Instincts. They're not still out of this. They're forcing cooldowns. They still have that Blessing of Protection, but I think they're going to have to use it to survive. Hammer Justice on the healer. They're swapping on Bubble Buddy. Big Black Arrow flying through there from BL. Them charging in on Arc, looking to force that Blessing of Protection. They know they've got them against the ropes. No mana. Triple crowd control. Love the setup here from Mom. I'm on stream, and that's a bop. They might be, shattering throw.
Shatter.
They don't stop it. He's shattered. They cut through the absorbs, and Arc is in
Avatar.
trouble. He's running. He's got freedom. He's trying to counter pressure, but they're all feared. He sanctuaries the fear. There's no fear for Biel. He has Trinket. There's no fear, and he has Trinket. He's got to connect something right now. There's no fear. This is
Here
his
we
chance.
go.
He's popping rapid fire. Zentheon jumps in. He's in cap. They have to stop the clone. Stop the clone or trinket it right away. Trinket the clone right away. He's not trinketing. He's not trinketing. He's losing. He's losing the window. It's going to be another rapid fire Stormbolt. Trinket. He trinkets. He's trying to win the game right now. His healer's completely stunned with no trinket. I think it's game over. A triple blinding light. It stalls the game. Life Cocoon is barely a powered shield at this point. They're breaking through it, but BL is disarmed. He can't get any pressure. And I think Arc is likely to fall at this point. A rapid fire around the corner. Needs some big hits right now. Life Cocoon is going to stabilize. BL is getting cycloned by an in-cap roar. Arc is still in trouble. He stuns the healer, but his Hunter can't really support. He's trying to. Can Arc stay alive here? He's freedom in. He gets
That's
stunned on his
it.
freedom,
No
and
way.
Swim is there, dunking him beneath the waves. And Shuffle Club now face match point, down 2 points in the series. And if that game didn't discourage BL enough to switch, I don't know what is going to. I just don't know what is going to. Yeah, I feel like he's going to have to switch.
Zentheon is very good at this. Like, when I play against him in solo shuffle, he's actually super annoying. And whenever I try to get damage off on like my Arcane Surge or something like that, he's really good at just noticing that immediately and switching to a defensive mode, you know, getting disorienting roars, getting cyclones, and Beal felt it that game. I mean, yeah, that's a nightmare situation. If you're Beal, you have to play something a little bit less scripted, because I feel like Mom on stream, they know the script at this point. They know exactly what they're doing, and I'm getting the feeling that if Shuffle Club doesn't make a change, it's going to be a 3-0 for Mom on stream.
They got to do something right now. They got to do something big. This is just, it looks too slow. It just looks too slow. It looks too obvious. What are we looking at right now? What is this big zoom in on the trap? Oh, yeah. Wait, that was sick. That was actually sick. That needs to be in a BL highlight reel right there. You know how many times he's tried to land a trap on a monk board? Just play it again. Just loop that over and over in between the game. Just that one moment. It'll make BL feel better.
This is one moment of joy in the game.
It's one cool moment of the whole game, where otherwise he was just crowd controlled like an NPC, just like a boss mechanic, just not letting it go off the whole time. Like, that was definitely the cool moment of the game there for BL. He just like riddicked him. He like anticipated him moving backwards behind him, so the trap looked like it was going forward, but it was actually going backwards, and then Buddy poured it onto. This is the coolest moment. He's gonna throw a trap, and he knows he's gonna double port, so he throws it behind. I swear that's so sick. I swear that's so sick. But then they just don't do enough damage to be able to win off that. That was the best play of the game. That should be like a play of the game moment if it's making a top 5 list, even though they lost and had like next to no pressure for most of the game. Like, that was the sickest. Like, you know how many times hunters are trying to trap and they just can't trap? Like, that was actually insane. And monks can double port, so not only like you stun trap, they port away, and then you chase them and then they port again. So like, the chance that you land the trap is just so low in this type of matchup. I kind of want to see them go Frost DK Ret Paladin and just like run the Mistweaver down too.
I don't know what I want to see.
Leave. I don't want to see marks anymore, man. This is just 10 minutes of
I wouldn't
shots
mind.
up. Time to CC the hunter.
Well, that's why I like the Frosty K. You were talking about it. Like, when you bring in a Frosty K, you actually will just die if you don't control them, right? Like, then it's a really awkward situation where you have to control both the hunter and the Frosty K. They have such a lethal amount of pressure. That's what I would like to see. It's a little bit more risky, a little bit more dangerous, but the small map makes me think that's what we're getting. I think we are getting a cleave. Maybe Frosty K Ret. That's possible, but I want to see the hunter. I want to see the one-hit combo, grip them together, blinding sleet, dragon comes in, rapid fire with the volley, and everyone just gets absolutely toasted. Is that too much to ask for? I don't know.
Small map. I think they're gonna melee cleave. What? Some type of Mistweaver slaying melee Frosty K thing? Like what? Double Frosty K? I think Arc is also a DK.
Double Frosty K.
He is. I swear.
I actually want to see double Frosty K.
I think he can play it. If they can actually play double Frosty K, what is the cooldown of charge? Is Delirium stack?
I don't think so. No.
Imagine
But still, you have a go so often. You have go so often.
One DK go and then another DK go. Okay, they're going back to the mains. Arc is being tabled for now.
I feel like, you know, sometimes you're a little bit crazy with this stuff, but double Frosty K, you know, that sounds like something I might be interested in. You know, I do want to see that if they can pull it off. Yeah, how often?
Double DK.
Yeah, how often do teams have 2 DKs? Right, like not very often. Arc, Vigarista, like that's what I want to see.
I mean, they're just going back to main comp. The Red Paladin just looks too slow. There's not enough momentum, not enough pressure. Hopefully the death grips will be nice as well for pulling them away from the hunter so that you can actually get a rapid fire off during his true shot of the warrior charges and keep chains of ice on them. The only thing though is I really want Vigorista to play the armor talent on his death strike. I think it's like almost entirely physical damage here, so if he doesn't have that, I feel like he's going to be a significant liability in the matchup. But he's coming off the bench. He's coming off the bench cold. His team did so well with him yesterday.
Ice cold, though.
Yeah, okay. So it's a buff for him. It's a buff for him to come into the battle cold on a Frosty K. Shuffle Club, let's see what you can do, man. This is the comp that earned you a lot of fans. That Ret Paladin comp just not able to do it. Or Mama on stream. I mean, they've done their homework. I feel like they look like a really well-polished machine. They got strategies, and I mean, maybe they beat Gators back. I just don't even know really what to expect from them at this point because they just look really clean, solid, consistent. That's the type of plays that you need at this level of play in the AWC.
I am excited to see this one. It's a small map. It's a Frosty K. I'm a huge fan. Let's see what they can do. And we mentioned it, right? Like, Beal is basically getting bullied. Yeah, we'll get into a game fast, but Beal's basically being bullied here by Swim. You know, he's literally drowning him with crowd control. Unfortunately, you know, he's getting feared, he's getting stunned, he's getting disarmed. The nice thing about the Frosty K, and this is something you've highlighted a lot, is you have 2 threats. Because if you don't disarm the Frosty K, you're dead. So that means the hunter can finally play the game a little bit. So what Mom on stream is going to have to do is navigate that. So likely what we'll see is Zentheon maybe getting crowd control on the hunter, and the warrior Swim, you know, getting crowd control on the DK and trying to control both targets. Because outside of their go, Mama on stream will pull way ahead. Like the Frost at that is only really a threat during that Pillar of Frost window, and outside of that, he's just getting beat up and trying to run away.
Elite Cataclysm set, Furious Gladiator Tabard, and the Ashbringer. This is definitely a good set for a warrior. This is a strong set for a warrior right here. Swim is.
Wish I had that.
He's swimming upstream, you know, as a new player in the AWC. But I feel like he's just done his homework. He's got his basics. He's got his fundamentals. He's consistent, and that alone is driving his success right now for both himself and his team. He is ready to go. He's ready to serve Zentheon on that Feral Druid, upcoming for a while on the ladder, and now getting his opportunity here in AWC Cup number 2 as the Feral Warrior. Very next to nobody's playing. I think F tier adopted it a little bit, but one of the only teams to do it. Really good in-cap roars, really good cyclones, good incarn windows, just punishing any sort of opportunity. Great late game with the innervates as well. Really well-rounded player. They've got a solid comp. They've obviously put in the reps on it. They understand different matchups, and that's something that can be nice about being like a one trick, is that you understand the core matchups with so many things better than if you're just like playing 3 specs and 3 comps and you don't know 100% what a matchup looks like. it can be an advantage of some advantage to being a one trick.
Oh yeah, definitely become a master at those specializations, and it also you've seen the situations so many times that you're going to be able to navigate them a lot easier than someone who's newer to the specialization. But the downside is if somebody does figure out an answer for this composition, I think they're in a world of trouble. So we'll see what they can do. Zentheon looking good. You got Bubble Buddy too. He's really impressed me. You know, a Paladin main, as you would expect from Bubble Buddy, but with how powerful Life Cocoon is, I mean, his name double dips quite nicely for the Mistweaver Monk, you know? Like, this could be a Mistweaver main as well, and he's been playing like it. Like, he's been playing phenomenally. It looks like he is actually playing a very similar build to what we saw yesterday from him. We're just going for that really mana-efficient build, even trading out some of the potency of his Life Cocoon to just get more mana-tea from it, and it's why these Mistweaver Monks are just essentially trading out that Life Cocoon as fast as humanly possible, because it gives you a lot of mana-tea, which is going to give you a lot of longevity in the match.
Arrow or something with this.
I love that set.
He's got going on with the fire wings from the Firelands. As a dragon fight, you can influence on that. Fire coming through from that. And the Emerald Dream. So, his pants don't look like they fit too much. He loves the off. He doesn't have a belt, so we can't say he's got the wrong belt, at least. Game about to start here. Obviously, some technical issue. Maybe didn't log on the right Death Knight. Like a lot of these characters, Death Knights, different characters. You know, he probably wants to be a dwarf for the Feral. No, still gonna be running it in here as Orc. All right. The game is set up. Hopefully, there's no technical difficulties here right now for either side, because the series could heat up a lot. The Shuffle Club tag in Vigorista. They need to come back. They need 3 wins in a row, even despite beating Mamam on stream. Off stream in the open bracket, on stream it doesn't look like they're having too much of a chance, and these gates are about to open. There is no going back.
Here we go. What are they going to be able to do? Vigorista, we want to see him on that Frost Death Knight, getting everybody clumped up into the blender, the frozen blender, where he can land a Strangulate on the healer, and that's when they can really get aggressive. But outside of that window is when he's going to be a little bit afraid, and you can see Zentheon being a little bit cautious here, waiting to potentially open. He's just in stealth. He finds Beal, opens on him, and for Vigorista, it's going to be all about getting the double blinding sleet. Let's see if he can set that up.
Zentheon just retreating away, trying not to stack up. Jumps in when he has a stun. He stuns the entire team by himself. He does get peeled away by the Hunter here.
Oh, no.
Blinding sleet. They only have the Feral. This is what I mean by swim. He doesn't stack up. He peeled away from there, so he didn't get cleaved. Still just trying to isolate the Feral. Hopping up through Barkskin. A couple rapid fires. He line of sights in bear form. He's playing a PvP talent that makes his bear form even more durable as well. So they might have to go Warrior in this type of matchup, but they have way more pressure in the initial stages of this match than they ever did with the Red Paladin.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, and I think Swim did a great job peeling there. He got the disarm onto Vigorista, and as well as the stun onto Beal. So really using that control to slow down the offense. And if Shuffle Club cannot find these double setups, here comes a trap. He grips him into a trap, which is kind of nice, but there's just no damage to really follow it up. Swim, once again, like you said, he's not stacking, which makes it really awkward for the Frost Death Knight. You want to get multiple team members involved. Zentheon now going for a clone. He gets interrupted, just into bear. Now looking for another clone. Beal, though, looking like he wants to pop off, but Zentheon just going to be pre-kiting in bear form, looking to survive.
Yeah, he's just not stacking, line of sighting, avoiding BL during these windows of volley. They understand the matchup, but they are stacked. They're getting cleaved a bit here from Vigorista. They have the Dragon coming up and cooldown soon. They have the True Shot as well pretty soon here. Double in-cap roar. They get a Cyclone. They're trying to get aggressive. They stun Hunter. I think they're still going Death Knight, but they're double blinded. Nice mind freeze. Vigorista just shuts down everything on that single-handedly. Now he's getting ready to go. Get that Dragon combo. Got Breath of Cindergosa. He's ready to start ramping and spend some runic power. You can see Bubble Buddy getting concussive shot. Yale's trying to land a trap. Silences him. Able to be removed, though, by Zentheon, so the silence doesn't get too much value. They grip, but it doesn't land. They're going to just go, but BL is stunned. They can't go. Vigorista is moving towards the Mistweaver Monk, but BL is getting left behind. Bubble Buddy's just line of sighting. They're struggling to get them to stack because they're playing so strategically. They finally get a double stun. They're going Mistweaver. They're throwing caution to the wind to try and run him over, but Diffuse Magic reverses the Strangulate, and he will more than easily survive. The Cyclones and the Disarms are controlling the True Shot, the double Shockwave. This is just a clinic on how to shut a Hunter down right now from Mamam on stream. They do connect some hits on Zentheon. They force his Barkskin, but BL is falling behind. It's match point. Nobody goes for Conduit for the kill. BL, does he turtle? Tony trinkets.
Ooh.
BL turtles. Vigorista is still low. This is a huge advantage for Mama on stream. They still have all 3 medallions. If you're the Shuffle Club right now, you're shaken. You're facing elimination.
Yeah, this is not looking good. They just cannot find the setups. Of course, it does look like Bubble Buddy, he still has the Restore. He still has the Trinket. I feel like he's probably not going to go down. Vigorista is going to be going for the stun, but it doesn't connect onto really anyone there. Has that Pillar of Frost available, getting some pressure here onto Swim, but an immediate life cocoon, and now Bubble Buddy feeling confident to push. Beautifully done there. Celestial Conduit there by Tony Black will avoid some of that crowd control. They're going after Bubble Buddy. They get his Trinket. I love this. Getting big pressure onto the Mystery Monk, and Bubble Buddy panics. He trinkets, he uses Restoral, and he will have 4 Brew for the next Strangulate, but they might be able to take him down in just a stun lock combo, and all of a sudden there's an opening, but I don't know if Beal's going to be able to survive. Down to 10% health and looking like he will get dropped. Life Cocoon comes in. They just shred through it immediately. The damage is just so high from Mum on stream. God. The fear comes in. Beal somehow, some way is looking like he might be able to live, but Tony gets paralyzed.
Pained?
Beal, how is he living? Double Stun comes in. They're trying to reverse the pressure, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Beal just can't get away and ultimately will fall. But maybe a cross kill. Looking unlikely. Swim with Die by the Sword. The Mom on stream. They lost in the upper bracket, the Shuffle Club, but they came back with a vengeance. A clean 3-0.
Mom, I'm on stream. Broke my curse. They broke my curse. They looked so good. They knew this matchup so well. This was so well done by them. They didn't get cheesed whatsoever by the combos of the Marksman or the Frost DK. They positioned really well. It wasn't just a full Zugfest where they're stacked up the whole game dying. They understood when they needed to be split, when they needed to run. They were on point. And I feel like that's important. Even though they might only have this one comp, a little bit unorthodox, or at least not standard within the meta of AWC, if they play consistent like this and they're synergized like this, maybe they can take out Gators back. Maybe we can see a new team in that top 2 position.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, this is just a really impressive performance by them. They just they're handling the pressure, right? Like, this is a really scary composition to play against, and they played it well with their positioning. They diffused all these scary situations and just made it almost impossible for Shuffle Club to get anything going. And I don't know, the sky's the limit. I feel like I wanna cheer for Mom on stream, because not only are they kind of newcomers to the scene, been really impressed with Swim, and they're also playing a unique composition, but they definitely have some tough opponents left in the tournament.
Certainly do have some tough opponents left, but they're going to still be on stream. We're seeing just the final moments here of a Shuffle Club as they unfortunately fall 0-3. Did anybody have a 3-0 predicted on this series? I forget.
I don't know.
3-1s, I think, but I don't know. Either way, I mean, what an incredible performance from Mom I'm on stream. You guys kind of spoke about it a little bit, but I feel like the fact that this is, I mean, Super T's, you were speaking to how perfectly they played this series, how prepared they seemed, but I feel like adding the fact that
good, even under the pressure of that, even under the spotlight, doing a great job. I feel like Swim is doing insane on this warrior. Top damage, not leaving any gaps, just immediate shutdowns, just clean consistency and crowd control denial. Just phenomenal warrior play right here, just coming straight from the ladder and having a great debut with the team here with this Feral Warrior. And, you know, maybe Shadow Priest gets buffed, and then maybe Enzo can come in. Maybe they'll have a little bit of variety for Cup number 3. We'll have to kind of wait and see. But right now, the main target is Gators back. What are they going to do? How are they going to manage to deal with them with the one composition that they seemingly have, this Feral and Warrior? Can they beat Rogue Mage? Can they?
Yeah, that is definitely the big question. They're going to be moving into the lower finals. The winner of that series moves on to Welcome to the Jung. So they may have beat the Shuffle Club, a team that's been doing tremendously well this weekend, but they've got 2 even more difficult teams this weekend to face off against. We can see the predictions right now. So yeah, nobody expected this team to win. I didn't realize we were overwhelmingly on the side of Shuffle Club. So looks like, I guess Super T is right. I forgot you broke your curse. You broke your curse, but you were doing like some mind games.
Yeah, that was
you've been freed.
That was a bit sketchy, Super T's. But I feel like your curse isn't authentic unless you truly believe the prediction. So what you just did there, that didn't count, I think.
I sort of believed it, okay? I was like, Feral DK, like, or Feral Warrior in a DK, like, maybe that could be.
And it was.
Maybe. Here we gotta look at the standings right now. If they don't have a star next
my
to their
God.
name, that means they're no longer in the series. And Mom on stream, they're just
One
shooting
more
up
win.
to the top. Yeah, they are so close. Currently tied with two
Well-
other teams, but those two teams aren't in it anymore, Ben.
Well, what I was going to say is, like, in NA, it's very interesting because everyone is so close on points. I think, I mean, unless Mamam on stream has an amazing run, I think the likely thing is they probably lose. Not to count them out, but it's possible. Maybe they do it. Maybe they prove me wrong. But, like, if Gators back and Welcome to the Jung make it to the finals again, they're soaking up all the points. Like, they're just sponging them up. Like, they're guaranteed first and second probably. And then it's just going to be a crazy cup number 3 where, like, pretty much any team could sneak into that third place position with a good cup performance.
Certainly is possible. We'll keep everybody updated in terms of the standings for this North American region because it is definitely looking to be very interesting. But we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got another series up next, and I am so excited. We've got Gators back versus Mom I'm on stream in just a bit after this break. We'll be right back.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, Mom, I'm on stream. Moving forward in the bracket, now they're against Gators back. This is a team that we know so well. They are Arena veterans. They are AWC veterans. We've seen them time and time again. Versus Mom, I'm on stream, the relatively unknown team that has clawed their way through the lower bracket Super Ts with a tremendous series that we just saw them play against Shuffle Club. Can they take on Gators back, though?
I don't know. This seems like a Warrior's worst nightmare. A mage and a rogue right now, but at the same time, they're so good as a team. They're so good at shutting down setups. They have good momentum. They're good at getting things going. So if there was a team to do it, I think it would be this team.
Absolutely. And I mean, Super T's, I'm just going to ask you this again, since you were here for the last series, Mom, I'm on stream, and you were talking so much to like just how prepared they seemed for that last series. Do you feel like they're just as prepared for this one, Gators back? I mean, do you think that they expected it to make it to actually face off against this team?
I mean, I think so. After watching that series, they're obviously very confident in that series. They knew every moment that could end the game, and they totally shut it down. They left no openings for the Shuffle Club. So I think they came in here pretty confident, and even from Saturday, they were looking very strong against F tier. I mean, I don't think anyone was really predicting F tier to lose in kind of this Cleave mirror matchup situation for them. But at the same time, you know, F tier's been struggling with a lot of these types of teams as well from Gators back, these types of comps. So Mom on stream, probably going to be the same struggle. But Swim is different. Swim is built different, okay?
He definitely is. All right, well, Zico, if we do see that Feral Warrior once again from Mom, I'm on stream, how do you feel like Gators back is going to be responding?
Oof, I think they have a couple of options. Maybe we'll see the Rogue Mage from Gators back. A little Outlaw Rogue action coming in. Frost Mage. Could be a decent, all-arounder against Mom on stream. And for Mom on stream, I mean, they are one game away from being Mom, I'm in the finals, you know? So for them, I think they have a
top
good,
three.
Yeah, they have a really good showing so far. They have a lot of momentum. They should be proud and happy with how far they've gone. And sometimes that momentum is what it takes, to carry you even further. So they got everything kind of going in their favor in that regard.
Yeah, they certainly do. Going to be riding that momentum throughout this series. I mean, if they can beat this team and get into the grand finals, I feel like it takes them from being this unknown team, the underdogs, to really solidifying themselves in the AWC as a very strong North American team. We were looking at the standings before we headed into break, and they've really got a chance to shake things up here in the NA bracket. Looks like 42% on the side of Mom, I'm on stream. Whoa, 34% jumped down.
Someone made a big commitment
now
right
with
there.
Gators back. Yeah, that's a lot of points that somebody put on Mom, I'm on stream. So I can only hope that they are as confident as chat seems to think they are in Mom, I'm on stream taking this one. But I'm excited for the series. I can't wait to see what Mom, I'm on stream does for Gators back in this elimination series. Let's talk about predictions then. I hate to do it to us because I feel like this one's going to be a little difficult, Zico, but you first.
Wait, 1 second. I'm putting some points right now. There's a lot of points to earn here.
Yeah, we'll wait. No worries.
I don't have any points left. I literally have 250 points left. I don't even think it's worth betting anymore for me. Like,
total?
All right.
yeah, I have 250 points left on channel points left. I went in on a couple of bets today, and I have nothing left.
You get more just from like clicking the little bonus thing every once in a while, I think.
It's a bonus thing.
Yeah, you click it and it gives you more points. I don't know what it's called. It's like a
XP bonus.
Yeah, click to claim a bonus. I just got
Rested
50,
XP
okay, I got
on
50
the Twitch
points.
channel. What?
Yeah, pretty much. Just follow the arrow, man. Yeah. All right, quick. Let's do predictions. Zico.
It's a 3-0 for the Gators. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry.
Oh no, Super T's.
You know what? I'm going 3-0. Mom, I'm stream wins.
Wow.
Ooh.
I think the Gators back look rusty. I think they look rusty.
I'm feeling even better about my prediction now. Super T's is on their side.
Okay.
He broke his curse though. He's been decursed. He's been cleansed of his sins, of his
prophecies
past
are no more.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have no idea. I think I'm gonna do 3-1 Gators back. It's been really fun seeing Mom, I'm on stream make it this far, but I have to feel like this is gonna be the end. However, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong, but let's see what they've got in store. Game number 1. It's another elimination series. It's the lower finals, winner of this one, moving on to the grand finals. This is a big deal, no matter which side you're on.
not let me down. Mom, I'm on stream. I've been watching your plays, but it is still Rogue Mage. Nice Blade Storm on the sap to immune stun. And then Dazed gets stunned. This is a great start, but they need to deal with Ray of Frost. And Calvish is in the back line. There's that Ray, that blue line channeled through on Zention. He bear formed the kidney shot. This is a great start. They know exactly, they're anticipating everything. Now they're getting on the mage. They survived the opener. They survived the sap. They're getting aggressive. They've done their homework here so far in the initial stages of this match. It's just all about uptime. Can Swim actually connect? He's leaping in with a Stormbolt on the blink. Getting a couple of cleave hits in here on him. Crushing through the shield, but a gouge. Pre-die by the sword. Anticipating crowd control there. They swap on Zention. He's back in bear. They activate Life Cocoon. They know all of their setups. They've blocked blink. Getting a couple of cleave hits in here on him. Crushing through the shield, but a gouge. Pre-die by the sword. Anticipating crowd control there. They swap on Zention. He's back in bear. They activate Life Cocoon. They know all of their setups. They've blocked every cooldown. They survived the Adrenaline Rush. They survived both Rays of Frost. This is a great start for Mom I'm on stream.
Yeah, and they're doing a nice offensive push now onto Daze. They get the Life Cocoon there on 2 days as well, and that's probably going to be the game plan here for Mom I'm on stream. Catch Dazed in a stun and crush him with a Demolish, but we'll see if they can actually do that. It's easier said than done. In between those stun goes, they're going to go after Calvish, try to limit his damage a little bit, but Calvish being very slippery right now on that Dark Iron Dwarf Mage. Nice fake cast there from Calvish, but even if you fake cast with the Ray of Frost, it's not, I mean, you have to interrupt it still, so it's not, you know, the best ability to use to fake cast, but still better than getting kicked there. So Calvish going to get a little bit of value, but not too much. Zention, though, in the meantime, taking a lot of damage here. Cubsy in a stun, crackling Jade Lightning connected there onto Zention. It's going to activate their damage a little bit. They casts a kick, gets the precog, but still not feeling too good. And Calvish just dragging these melees away from their healer, opening them up to crowd control.
Swapping back on Rogue here, possibly. Cubsy gets intercepted by a double in-cap roar. These in-cap roars from Zention have been so clutch, but now they turn it around with the leg sweep. He kicks Cubsy here as well. Great shutdown from Zention, but the Ring of Frost lands regardless. Swim is disarmed. Zention's getting low. Ray of Frost not available, though. If they're tracking that window, they'll know when they're safe to push. That Ray of Frost is the most threatening moment of the game against the Frost Mage. So they're trying to make their push now during the downtime. There's no Adrenaline Rush, but there is a Smoke Bomb. They've saved their medallions, though, for that moment. He fakes another kick. Zention's faking so many interrupts. He gets a Cyclone out here on the Rogue. Swim finally out of crowd control, charging in on Calvish just to be blinked away from. He leaps back on Calvish. Calvish going for a Glacial Spike, trying to fake an interrupt. Swim gets gouged on Battle Stance. It's a great punish, stunning him in battle here. Glacial Spike just bounces off, though. Bubble Buddy healing easily. We see Cubsy moving in on the far side of the map, but Calvish is dying while he's pushing. He has to trade Life Cocoon just to get a song off, and with that song, they're not even getting momentum. Ray, they're fine. They survived the Ray. I feel like they're looking very durable, maneuverable. They're working their way through cooldowns. They're catching Cubsy off guard occasionally. A leg sweep. Bubble Buddy looks ready in the back line, picking him up. Calvish is just chucking out Ice Lances, trying to make sure his Water Elemental's kiting. Great cleave right now from Dazed here. He's going to have Adrenaline Rush, actually. He can keep ramping from this. He goes for the blind. He pops Adrenaline Rush into a full fear. And they shut Dazed down just like they were shutting down the Hunter in that last matchup. With that fear, it opens up Zention to Cyclone the healer. Blade Storm to immune Kidney Shot, realizing that he's the target here, but they totally shut that down. They swung all that momentum back to their side. They stun Cubsy. Zention not looking for a Cyclone just yet. He's actually taking a lot of damage. Is he going to survive? It's his Incarn. He wants to get aggressive, but he's stuck in Bear. He gets back to the Mage. He's shapeshifting a lot. Tiger's Fury trying to get big bleeds back into Bear. He just bleeds up and then Bear form. Bleed up, Bear form. And then let the Warrior do the work here. Counterspell. Nice stun. Dazed is locked down. No trinket. Cubsy's going to Life Cocoon. Bubble Buddy's taking time to sip on some tea to get some mana back. His mana's not spectacular for him right now, which could be an issue later in the game.
It definitely will be an issue. Let's see, though. That was a big push onto Daze, but Daze holding onto the trinket. Cubsy also holding onto the trinket. So no offensive openings right now for Mama on stream, and Zention is going to have to get Life Cocoon there as well. Now they're swapping to the Warrior. Big damage onto Swim. And Swim is going to get topped as well. Bubble Buddy, though, burning through a lot of mana. And Swim might just sink right now with the damage that he is taking. Big Orb just cleaving them down right now on the side of the Gators. Doing so much pressure. He might just die still. Huge kick, though, onto Calvish there by Zention. Swim would have just sank right there if they didn't actually manage to land that. So really, really good disruption from Zention. And still, though, not feeling too confident. Cubsy going for a full sleep onto Bubble Buddy. Swim is going to manage to leap away from the action for a second, buying himself some time. while that CC is fading. But meanwhile, Zention is taking so much damage from Calvish. Calvish is just perfect positioning, staying on the opposite side of the map, away from all the kicks, and he is just recasting 40,000 DPS right now. But Daze getting stunned. Big damage onto Daze. He's going to trinket out and make the trade, but it's overlapped with Cubsy's trinket. This could be an opening, Sid.
Yeah, the Rogue is a viable target. Evasion is now popped as well. Zention in bear form. Pop some cooldowns maybe and just go for the win. Pins Calvish down with the spear. He actually used a blink there. They might be able to cleave 2 targets. Daze has got a blind with no trinkets. Zention's in trouble. Just trade. Why is he so greedy? He's got survival instincts. He's so low right now. He manages to get away with the greed with a triple fear from Swim, and it is sink or swim right now. Can they get the crowd control on Cubsy to close out this game? They can't. That stun on Daze just does nothing. Cubsy conduits to recover. Zention's anticipating damage. He's going into bear form with that polymorph, stacking on the monk to break it. They intervene back as well to try and AoE that polymorph. It's not enough, though. Kidney shot, triple stun, Swim trinkets. What can he do? He demolishes to immune the restun. He's trying to get momentum, but he's stunned again. Smoke bomb, no trinkets, stuck. D-stance, but touch of death from Cubsy at any moment could take him down. Double in-cap roar. Zention saves the day once again. Bubble Buddy recovers. They've got almost nothing left at this point on the side of Mama on stream. Can they manage to find the burst? Daze still no trinket. They need a stun on Cubsy and a stun on Dazed, and they have to absolutely destroy him in that moment in time. Can they set it up? They're focusing Mage. I think that's a mistake. They have Dazed so low. Zention looking for a Cyclone. He's trying to fake interrupts. He needs to get this crowd control. Cubsy has Life Cocoon again. Swim is just getting crowd control. He's disarmed into a kidney shot. Bubble Buddy is absolutely tapped out on mana. Bubble Buddy goes in for the win. He's got nothing left, and he's pushing. He gets the in cap. He gets the leg sweep. Dazed cloaks, but it doesn't do anything to physical damage. They're so close to killing Dazed. Not enough. They are denied, and now Calvish is insurmountable amount of damage right now. 40,000 DPS sustained onto 2 players. Bubble Buddy doing what he can. Manages to hold them for some amount of time here. Dazed is trying to cleave. Double leg sweep. Double ring. Great crowd control. Calvish can maybe push in for a polymorph. He's pushing towards Bubble Buddy. Another Manatee. Bubble Buddy's got a little bit more mana squeezed here. Is he going to be able to stay alive, keep his team going? They're trying to get back onto Daze, but he's got his medallion in 3 more seconds. Ray of Frost, disarm. He can't die by the sword even if he had it. But Bubble Buddy's just healing him. He kept him alive. They stun Dazed, but Calvish is free casting. Can they recover? Celestial Conduit. Dampening is so high. Everybody is dying. Life Cocoon trades out here. And Mama on stream need the biggest crits imaginable to pull this back. They're going for it. Demolish. Dazed blocks it with evasion. Dodging those crits. Swim leaps over to the mage. Trying to get pressure. Taunts the water elemental. Goes into D-stance. Fears up the team. Maybe they can chop him up with no evasion. They spear the mage. Are they going to swap back? Stun on Cubsy. Trying to pull off a win. Insurmountable odds. Completely denied on the damage. Paralyzing the trinket, but the cocoon connects. If they can stop the Ray, he charge pummels the Ray. They just need to survive this kidney shot. Life Cocoon came off cooldown. Does he have the mana to press it? He has it right now. He's Manatee. No!
Oh.
So close to getting the mana, but not close enough. And Gator's back. They're chomping. I mean, the river is their, native environment against Swim here. Swimming with the Gators. It's going to be risky. It's going to be tough. Calvish is up 20 million damage, like the entire lobby combined. I mean, he was built to do this matchup. I feel like Mama on stream though, it wasn't completely one-sided. They had their moments. I think on smaller maps that they can likely do pretty good with this.
Yeah, would you rather be swimming with the fishes or swimming with the gators? I guess it's kind of same end result here. Unfortunately for Swim, does manage to or does fall to the damage from the gators. It's just overwhelming amounts coming in here towards the end. And despite the Bubble Buddy trying to drink a little bit of tea there to get enough for the Life Cocoon, it was not looking too good for them. Yeah, just too much pressure. Calvish on the mage just cleaving. And I really like the strategy from the Gators. Just keep Calvish open. That's just the strategy. Just let Calvish run away to the opposite side of the map and just do as much damage as humanly possible. Just cleave them up. And Cubsy always adding in the crackling Jade Lightning on these kidney shots, just adding a little bit of extra pressure for his team. And yeah, eventually Bubble Buddy is going to run out of mana, and they're going to win that way with just pressure or with an interrupt or just on mana. Actually, we've talked a lot about Swim and we've talked a lot about the Gators. Here's a question for you, Sid. If Bubble Buddy drinks mana tea, what kind of tea is it?
I feel like he probably doesn't sleep well at night, being crowd controlled a lot. So it's what is the tea that you drink that helps you sleep? I can't remember the name of it now.
Chamomile.
Chamomile tea? I don't think it's chamomile tea. What's the tea that gives you energy? He's gotta be pumped.
Yeah, green tea.
Matcha.
Green tea? Matcha? You think he drinks matcha?
I think he drinks boba tea because it, you know, bubbles.
Oh, because of the bubble. Boba tea. Alright, he can't keep his mana going there. The cleave damage from Calvish is too much. You can see all those spikes of purple just dominating over the length of the entire match, eventually leading to the downfall of Swim. Hopefully he brought a life vest, because now things are going to get interesting. They've got their map advantage, the hook point. They're probably going to be locking in the same thing. It's going to give them a bit of an edge towards getting to the mage. It's a weird balance where, like, I feel like if you're tunneling only the mage, it's bad. But I also feel like if you're only tunneling the rogue, it's also bad. Like, you've got to, like, as soon as Cubsy knows rogue is the only target, it becomes really easy to rotate defensively. But if you're just chasing the mage and never able to hit him, then you're doing nothing and it's easy to heal. So it's a very tough thing for Mama on stream to be able to get pressure on the right target at the right time.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, especially on that map, right? There's so much space for the mage to kind of run around. But I like the comp that Mama stream plays. I like it the most when they're tunneling the mage, but they're using off stuns on the rogue and doing like little demolish swaps. I feel like that shuts down the mage a lot, and also it gives them a little bit of kill pressure on somebody else. So I think that could work, but I don't know how easy it is, especially on larger maps, to actually keep up with Calvish. Because we saw like they were trying to do that at the beginning of last game, and Calvish was just dragging them behind the pillar on the opposite side of Cambodia, and they weren't really able to connect with anything.
All right, here we go. Gators back. Calvish having a field day on that Frost Mage right now. Mama on stream need to figure out what they're going to do, how they're going to navigate these seas, come back, tie this up 1-1. They've fought so hard to get to this point, and if they can win this series, they'll be in the top 3. They'll take the Dire Wolves position on the standing. So Mama on stream have a lot to play for right now. Can they manage to do it? Gators back just doing tremendous amounts of damage, just cleaving multiple targets. It's the ultimate cleave counter with an Outlaw and a Frost Mage. And Mama on stream swim upstream and actually do this. The game has started. Daze is moving in. Zenthion's moving in. Frost Nova instantly swims just on target. Zention gets popped out of stealth. That gives Daze the advantage. He's going to open up with a kidney shot. Triple crowd control from Gators back right now. Polymorph secured, and Swim might just...
Whoa! What?
He's good. Replay, 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 replay.
I'm just getting comfortable.
Get the lifeguard. He needs CPR. We need resuscitation. Resuscitation immediately. This is.
I literally just sat down, started getting comfortable in my chair, and then like we just got off of like a 50% dampener game 1, and now I'm like, okay, it's gonna be aggression here from Baba on stream, and they literally just die in the opener. What happened here? Dragon's Breath into a full sheep, full Ray of Frost, uninterrupted, and Bubble Buddy trinkets. Use the renewal, but I don't know. It's just too late. You have to walk around the corner to heal him or to life cocoon him. So he used a global to try to save him until he gets that global. Does the renewal even go off here? Let me see. Nah, it's even too late. Like it doesn't even go off. That's brutal.
Does the Ray get canceled like mid cast if you revival mid cast?
Yeah, I want to say so.
I think it would. So I mean,
yep.
It's what are they expecting? Like Swim could trinket dab with the sword, trinket fear 2, maybe something. Like nobody responded. It was like the perfect setup. Zention got pulled out of stealth. It's worst case scenario, and then there was no trinket committed. I don't think they expected to get popped out here by an Ice Lance. I think it might have even just been a cleaving Ice Lance that pulled him out of stealth. He was not expecting that at all. And as soon as he was pulled out of stealth, he's paralyzed, double stun, and then they just weren't able to make the appropriate response. And this is the Gators back, chomping down, punishing this composition. And Mama on stream, now you're down 2 points. Like, that was so fast. Some of these games, 15 minutes. Sometimes they're 15 seconds. It's the first Ray of Frost that ends the game here. Can they manage to do it as the underdogs? Otherwise, we got a 3-way tie, I think, for 4th at the moment. And Direwolves actually hold their 3rd place position if they lose here, I think, with 92 points, which they're pretty happy about, I would imagine, not making top 8 and somehow holding on to that position for the 3rd cup, given that there's a significant amount of changes coming through. But this is so tough. Frostmage Outlaw Rogue are just built to cleave targets. And if you're playing a Pharaoh and a Warrior, you're stacked up, you get cleaved, you get crowd controlled, and you get blasted by the Ray of Frost here. Cubsy doing insane amounts of damage, absolutely destroying him. We're going to Dalaran Sewers, so likely not going to make any changes here in composition. They're just going to have to adapt their strategies, be prepared for that type of situation where everything goes wrong. And what do you do when everything goes wrong?
That's a good question. You go to Dalaran Sewers. But I'm not sure here. Like, I feel like Mom, I'm on stream. They didn't even get to experience kind of the small map. They didn't even get to try what they were set out to do. They just immediately fell over there. So they just have to walk that off. But it's so tough now because if you lose this game, you are out. And yeah, Alvish feeling good about himself right now after that performance. Got himself a DB sheep. And yeah, now he's locked in here on the Dwarf Mage. He's got the Cubsy staff.
You were saying it's because Cubsy trained him in the art of Mage, right?
Yeah. I mean, he
passed down his knowledge.
It's a relic. It's a relic in their team. Like, somebody has to have that staff. There has to be a mage that plays with that staff. I'm sure Cubsy's trying to convince him to play Tauren as well, but he just hasn't won that battle yet.
That's the final evolution of Gator's back. Convincing Calvish to go on the Tauren Mage here. They're having a phenomenal series so far, but to be fair, I think their comp is built at a very significant edge. So Mama on stream is going to have to play beyond perfect, I think, if they want to win this. They need to win 3 games in a row. They're still probably pretty happy with their performance overall, but I feel like they want this. They want this. They choke a little bit there. They didn't expect getting popped out of stealth, and they couldn't compensate in time. Now that they've seen that outcome, they're likely going to be anticipating that a lot better than we just saw. Dalaran Sewers, another small map. I think it's a good decision here from the cleave. Pretty standard pick. I do wonder if they take any risks, like maybe going Cubsy more. I just feel like Mistweavers can't die unless they die like 100-0. It's just the port in the stun, and now they can remove silence with Fort Brew. It just feels like they're not that great of a target.
Yeah. The other thing is also, now that you died without using cooldowns, we've seen this happen a lot. Some mages, you know, they will die without using Ice Block, and then immediately the next time they're low, they will just press it super early. Because they don't want that to happen again, and then they'll overlap with their healers. And I think that is a big trap now for Mom. I'm on stream. You have so much pressure against you. You're on a last potential, you know, last game of the tournament here. You need to reverse sweep the reigning champs in the Gators, and you need to do it coming back off of a one-shot where you can't overlap anything. You can't make any mistakes, or you will be knocked out. Swim going after Cubsy a little bit, so maybe they heard you there, Sid. Going after the healer for a second, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the target of choice. Here's the Frozen Orb onto Swim. Alvish loading up a little bit of damage here, and Swim's just going to charge out of that. It's pretty obvious what both teams wants to do here. They want to commit to the Rogue. Oh, the Rogue and the Pharaoh find each other. Zention gets a snipe there onto Dazed. Big stun into stun combo, but at the same time, Swim going after Calvish. It looks like Calvish also pre-blinked the spear on the other side and has got himself a poly onto Bubble Buddy. So Calvish once again just running circles around this team.
Unfortunately, Daze is playing Dwarf, so he just removed all those Incarn bleeds with the snapshot on the Tiger's Fury. Everything's working against them right now as far as compositions. They have to fight a Dwarf Mage and a Dwarf Rogue, so maybe going Mistweaver is their only option just to not get that bleed reset. They're trying to get on the Mage right now. They're getting some okay uptime, but Swim is dying while trying to maintain that uptime. He stuns Rogue with a stun on Cubsy. Zention looking for a Cyclone. Nice pummel on Calvish. They get the in-cap roar. Maybe he gets a block by himself. Swim is owning. He blade storms and gets the block. That was the best setup that we've seen so far, I think, in the series from them. But now they're on the back foot with crowd control engaging from Gator's back. Polymorph on Bubble Buddy. Swim recovering. Zention the target now. He interrupts the poly with pummel. Ring of Frost gets feared. Dazed goes for blind. And it looks like it's going to be into a song now on Swim. Zention pops Spark Skin. Trying to stay on target here. They needed to get that type of setup again where they get a stun on Cubsy into a Cyclone. They go for stun right now. Swim is disarmed, though. He's not going to get any pressure. He's looking to fake and interrupt. He knocks him off the side. Oh, no, the Typhoon didn't work. He didn't go off the side there. Zention's got to be careful. He's chasing the Mage. He interrupts Frost, but now Ray of Frost could be channeled. He's trying to find a Polymorph. He gets Vortexed on his Blink. Nice Vortex. They stack him up. No leg sweep, though. Bubble Buddy, big swap on the Mistweaver. Is he ready on match point? Intervene comes back from Swim. They deny the Ray. They Cyclone the Rogue. Great disruption. Incarn now popped, ramping up the damage on Calvish, but he can use Stone Form here and remove bleeds if he needs to. They're going to Life Cocoon instead and Stone Form at the same time, so Calvish gets a complete reset. He's going for a Glacial, gets kicked, going for a Polymorph. Bubble Buddy line of sights it. Calvish is getting smacked around, trying to blink back to his healer. Incap Aurora on his healer, goes for a Cyclone, gets kicked by Dazed. Swim leaps into the mage. Calvish fakes his kick. Ray comes up in one. He might precog Ray here. He's just going for it. He gets kicked by the Skull Bash, though. Precognition not lasting long enough, and his healer's in a stun. Best game so far from Mama on stream. Calvish is trying to answer aggression with aggression by finding a Polymorph, developing momentum on the Feral Druid, but he's just going to Barkskin. Double Song from Cubsy. Good value there. Zentheon fakes an interrupt. I think they overlap the kick and the counterspell, and that means that Bubble Buddy can free cast right now. He's going to be able to heal the whole team back to full. Oh, Cubsy's coming in. Double leg sweep. Calvish gets away, sneaking off to the left. Bubble Buddy in crowd control. Zentheon low. Cubsy in an in-cap. Can they get the clone? Doesn't look like they can. Kidney shot now on the healer's trinket. Swim may need to use Dab of the Sword, but he gets a double fear. Can they push for the block? Barrier comes up. They pin the mage with the spear, but he's able to get away. Swim goes for the Demolish, but Life Cocoon absorbs it. Zentheon's still getting cleaved. Bubble Buddy's mana it's just the main issue. He got some Mana Tea. He's actually back on even footing. Ring of Frost defensively. Calvish still taking some hits. No Stone Form to remove bleeds for some time. Might have to D-stance up here. It's a full blind. Zentheon Bear forms. Nice Typhoon. Blasting the Rogue off the side. He grapples back up, and now he can't grapple to the healer. The Typhoon gets a bit of value there. But Ray of Frost, not available actually for 28 seconds. They have a window here.
Yeah, they just used the Ray of Frost right there, and now they're pinning down Calvish here and Cubsy. They got the entire team pinned down there for a moment, but Calvish looking like he's going to be completely fine here. Nice alter time. He's going to have another blink here, going out for the Glacial Spike. Big damage into a resheep there as well. Huge pressure onto Swim. How is he going to respond? He's in touch of Death Rage. Can they connect it? Cubsy is moving forward. He's looking for the smoke bomb, but it's not going to be enough. They will be able to survive there with the Life Cocoon. And now Cubsy could get a Cyclone. Nice kick there from Dazed.
Demolish.
The situation, but Demolish gets gouged as well. Dazed is playing a phenomenal game right now, disrupting the CC and the damage in one push. And now Calvish, as a result, doesn't need to use anything, just the Life Cocoon. That was a very short blink there by Calvish. Just blinked into the pillar by accident, but he's going to be able to have another one here soon with all the time. But here comes the Ray of Frost. Big damage. At the same time, Bubble Buddy forced to make a trade there with the Wood of Forsaken on the Song of CG. But still, Swim not feeling confident here. 50% HP. Bubble Buddy, how are you going to deal with this? He's trying to fake cast maybe the interrupt there of Calvish. Not managing to find it just yet. Still Swim dropping very, very low. Obviously, meanwhile, just having free reign here with the heals. Calvish looking for the Ring of Frost defensively onto Zentheon. There's the Dragon's Breath. He's going for the sheep. Can he find it? He gets it around the corner. And that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Swim is getting flushed here on Dalaran Sewers. Mom, I'm on stream. Will be knocked out of the tournament. The Gators will advance to the grand finals to get their rematch against Welcome to the Jung.
Never try to swim with the Gators. It's a bad idea. I've seen it on National Geographic. Not a good plan. Gators back. Take it 3-0 with confidence. They're looking for that rematch, but they got dominated last time. So hopefully they've polished up something in response because they got desperate. They were switching in some really weird picks towards the end of that series with the Windwalker and the Subtlety Rogue, but they've obviously got these melee cleaves under control. They're not going to let any sort of shenanigans like this run them over or catch them off guard. More than prepared. Easy wins for them, 3-0, and they're ready for their rematch against Welcome to the Jung. Is Welcome to the Jung going to continue their reign of terror and maintain their dominance in North America? Because we saw Echo dethroned previously here in Europe. So I want to believe that the Dark Horse, the underdog, might be able to pull it off, might be able to take the considered best team in the region toe to toe. So I feel so bad for Swim. He's just doing whatever he can at this moment. This heroic shockwave to stop the touch of death before he gets the Life Cocoon off. He's battling it out to try and get to his healer here, but they're just all locked down in crowd control. The pre-Ring of Frost, so Zentheon can't get there to stop the sheep, and then the Ray, he knows everyone can't stop him. Fully channeled through. He tries in the ring there, stops him from charging to pummel it. Like, he's got no way to move in that matchup. So very unfortunate for Mom I'm on stream, but a great performance regardless. Like, they have the one comp, they made it to top 3, so moving into the final cup, I think they've got solid footings for probably securing at least a gauntlet position.
Yeah, I agree. Shuffle Club as well, I feel like, has kind of solidified their space in AWC. It's really been a day of upsets, a day for a weekend, really, for underdogs as well. Unfortunately, none left, though, here in North America. As Sid already covered, Gators back, moving on up to Welcome to the Jung. They've got their rematch. They've got they're seeking revenge as well, Zico. And I do wonder if they're going to be riding some momentum also from this series, that win. And Welcome to the Jung, they've just been kind of waiting for this rematch. And I just wonder kind of where their headspace is going to be at on either side, given the freshness of that win.
I mean, the Gators have some options now. Last time they faced Welcome to the Jung, they got beaten pretty hard. But now they've at least gotten a chance to kind of feel it out, feel the matchup, see the comps, and had some time to come up with an answer. So maybe they can ride that momentum and come up with an answer. But Welcome to the Jung right now, to me, is looking like the team to beat in North America. Like, they lost last season to the Gators, but they were really, really strong in the early and mid-season. And this year looks no different.
Yeah, it certainly is. But hey, I mean, we had an upset in the EU region. Echo didn't end up winning that one. It was Streamer Zone GG, so perhaps we do get another underdog story. Of no means to discredit Gators back at all. Obviously, they are an incredible team, but we will have to see if they can beat the overwhelming power of Welcome to the Jung and the consistency that they're already finding in North America. So let us know in chat what you think is going to happen here in this grand finals for North America Cup number 2. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a break. We're going to let these teams kind of catch their breath a little bit before we head into the last series of the day for North America. We will be right back after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the grand finals of North America Cup number 2. So much riding on the line as well for both of these teams. Welcome to the JUNG versus Gators back here in North America. Gators back kind of had a bit of a longer day. Team Machine, then welcome to the JUNG. They had to claw their way out of that lower bracket. It's been kind of interesting seeing how the lower bracket played out, but they're here now, and they're going to be up against Welcome to the JUNG.
Yeah, I mean, a convincing performance against Mamam on stream, but the question is, can they take down Welcome to the Jungle? And we've been talking about it, Ben. We've been mentioning it. Like, getting that data, getting the information against your opponent is crucial. It's important. It's to be able to adapt and overcome. But man, they got an entire semifinals and grand finals of Cup number 1. They got a semifinals of Cup number 2, and they just cannot seem to find an answer against the Windwalker Mage. I think that this is Welcome to the Jung's tournament to win. Gators back need to do something crazy. They need to pull out stuff. They need to take a risk, or it is just going to be a repeat of Cup number 1. Is honestly a little bit of a precursor to my prediction, if I'm being so for real.
Okay, we can get some
brave prediction.
All right, well,
very brave. Chan would be proud.
He would. But given that this is a rematch, Ven, I mean, what would you like to see from either side kind of capitalize on some of the, the data that they've gathered from previous times and playing against each other?
I want to see Gators back just play the matchup with confidence. At this point, I feel like Welcome to the JUNG is a little bit in their head. I think this game plan of bringing in the Frostfire Mage, Fire Mage, as well as the Outlaw Rogue, going after Drake a lot, there was a lot of close calls. And honestly, I mean, look at Drake barely surviving right there.
Yeah, that was wild.
It feels like this is the best Gators back has looked, and I don't like that they lose confidence. It's like they had a game plan. They think that's the best matchup, and a couple of games don't go their way, and they jump ship. Like, it's not impossible that they come back in the series, but going to something like this, I mean, they should know better. This is just not real. You know what I mean? It's like playing the double outlaw. It's not going to work. You need to stick with your mains. You had a game plan. I just want to see them play with more confidence the way we know they can, and I feel like they'll have a much better shot.
Yeah, and D-Machine, I feel like I'm surprised that we're talking about, in the context of confidence, a team like Gators back. It feels like there's already so much, top 8 tournament ladder, like, experience in a team like this.
Cubsy.
And exactly, it's Cubsy. And he called himself an old man, I think, didn't he? Like,
he's also like the calmest
experienced.
man you'll ever meet. If you ever get a chance to see this guy at a convention or at a tournament, he is calm, cool, and collected as a cucumber. But Coach Rookie has spoken, and I think Gators back need to listen. That is good advice from another land veteran coming over from this guy. You gotta stick to your guns. You gotta stick to the comp that you got the reps in. But well, with that being said, it was close. It was close, but it still was a 3-0 for Welcome to the Jungle. Can they claw their way back? Absolutely could. They absolutely could. And I'm looking at WizK, I'm looking at Cubsy to be kind of the rock of those rosters, to be able to help Dazed and Calvish keep their calm, keep their mental, because that is the name of the game. You know, when it comes to these tournaments, it's really difficult to articulate like the type of gravity and the stress and the overthinking that is just so easily able to happen in these high pressure situations. You think that, you know, in Solo Shuffle, I'm sure anyone who has queued Solo Shuffle, especially the healers, frustration is like part of the game. It's like a separate skill. You got your key bindings, you got your awareness, and then you got your mental. It's like it's its own pillar of importance, and Gators back is truly enduring a test of that mental right now.
Certainly are, and this is going to be the ultimate test once again, going on up against Welcome to the Jung, one of the most consistent teams we've ever seen in North America. So we'll see if they are up to the challenge, if they're going to ride the momentum from that last win that they got into the grand finals here. But let's talk about predictions. Seems like Welcome to the Jung is chat's favorite, but Ben, what is yours?
I mean, it's a pretty obvious pick, but what I think is Gators back just needs that moment like Neo in the Matrix where like he's starting to believe, you know, like they just need a win. If they get one win, they'll have a lot more confidence, and I think they could do it. So I'm gonna go crazy here. I think Gators back is gonna battle it back here. I hope they don't run some weird cleave. I just want them to play this rogue mage the entire way through, and I think they have a shot if they do that. I'm going 4-2 for Gators back.
4-2 Gators back. All right, D Machine. What about you?
I think it is going to be a 4-0 for Welcome to the Jung. I think Welcome to the Jung are the new North American Titans.
Oh my gosh. Just do it,
I
Aya.
am not alone.
Just do it, Aya. It's okay.
Rip the Band-Aid off. I didn't even say anything. I was going to give them at least a couple games. I think I'm going to go 4-2 in favor of Welcome to the Jung. I'm not that evil. But I do unfortunately think that Welcome to the Jung is going to win. And when I say unfortunately, I say, you know, I like seeing different teams switch it up and win. Welcome to the Jung. We've been here before. You know, it could be Gators' back turn. You never know. But all right, they're definitely the underdog. They've got a lot going on, I'm sure, with just, you know, behind the scenes, considering how long they've been playing today. So hopefully they'll just shake it off and they don't let it get ahead of them, because this is a long series. This is a long series. They play back-to-back series, so this is really the proving grounds for this team. Can they do it? That is the question, where it looks like we're going to be starting off soon here. Best of 7 in the grand finals for North America Cup number 2. Can they do it? Can Gators back overthrow the odds in the face of Welcome to the Jung? Game number 1 starting now, Ben.
All right, here we go. What are they going to play? And it will be a straight up mirror match. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I don't know. Dazed, I think he's got some big shoes to fill here going head to head with Drake. Because like when I look at Nick and Calvish, I mean, Nick, honestly, we don't give Nick enough praise on Mage. He is so insanely good at Mage. He's very consistent as well, both offensively and defensively. But I think it's a relatively even match with Calvish. And then, of course, Dazed versus Drake. Drake is like one of the GOATs of NA on Windwalker Monk. I have to give a slight edge here to Drake. And then in terms of healers, it's pretty even. So I feel like Dazed is going to have to step up in a big way here.
I have faith. He can do it. This is the Bustion. Both teams popping it right away. Calvish pops that alter time, and he comes back immediately. Still no cocoons committed from either of these monks trying to greed out this opener. Calvish is going to take a huge chunk of pressure. Both cocoons now being committed out of nowhere, and the respect is finally there. But Calvish is a cocoon just gets completely chopped through. Nick on the run to follow it up as well. And it looks like he's not. Daze is going to be able to connect with a huge piece of damage onto Nick. He's not over just yet. The double leg sweep on the Zheng Bahai and Drake. No follow-up CC, however, but Nick is in trouble. He could easily get cauterized to proc with the amount of pressure that we're seeing so far, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it is an explosive matchup. Calvish gets caught. He's interrupted, but Nick also getting bursted down. This is not over yet. Calvish, of course, got a life cocoon, but that's not really much in this matchup. It's such a short cooldown. You can see Cubsy already has the next one available. So no harm, no foul. Evened out on cooldowns. Nick now taking a huge hit of damage as Dazed is looking to connect. Big damage from Calvish. Can they get the cauterize? Invisibility comes in from Nick, followed up by the Shadow Meld. So just spamming out those invisibilities, but still just getting shredded. 3 ring apiece. I've never even seen that before. 3 ring apiece just lapped on top of each other there. Calvish now getting hit huge as that life cocoon from Cubsy got shredded through, and it's just a mage race once again.
Both Zeniths are still going, and there's Cauterize for Calvish. Huge button out of the way on the side. Oh, but at the same time, Nick has got to be careful. He's going to pull back here, catch some big heals, get right back into the middle. But Dazed is doing a good job with the offensive pressure. Both of these teams feel neck and neck here in game number 1. And maybe Gators back has finally figured out the answer. Perhaps the double Dragon's Breath onto Dazed and Cubsy. Welcome to the Jung. Have control of the game so far. Into the double leg sweep. Cubsy's mana is becoming a problem. We're going to have to see what that Manatee does for him, but the full polymorph does end up landing, causing a trinket, Benruki? That's a big button to commit from Cubsy.
Yeah, definitely. But Nick is getting low. Can they get the cauterize? They need the cauterize. Nick just won't die. They can't force the proc. Drake's getting low. Nick's getting low. Zhang Bahai in a paralyze.
There it is.
And
And
Nick
he's dead
dies
anyway.
pre-block. Let's go. Gators back. They find that win condition. And Nick greeds it out in a big way. Cubsy playing super aggressive there. You love to see it. Getting the diminishing return paralyze. And that is the moment I'm talking about. This is the confidence boost that Gators back need. They finally make the, welcome to the Jung bleed a little bit here.
Baby, we got ourselves a grand finals. Gatorback shows life. Finally, we knew this team is capable. We knew that they have the ability to take it the distance against a team like Welcome to the Jungle. We just needed them to find, maybe Welcome to the Jungle just needed to beat them down so badly that they needed to go out of their comfort zone a little bit, because that was quite an explosive game number one. Lots of opportunities. Dazed's damage looked very solid throughout this matchup. Both Nick and Calvish did a fantastic job at rotating and keeping themselves alive there. It is no easy feat for a mage like this to stay cool, calm, and collected with the amount of damage that these two wizards were taking.
Yeah, and I mean, is this the moment similar to like Echo versus BORGIR King, where Gators back, they kind of just lock in the mirror and they're able to get, the W? Is Daze taking notes from Waz here, finding these big explosive moments on a Nick, just taking him down. I love that Cubsy's just in there, getting aggressive.
Is that a touch of death at the end? I don't really even know.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't know if it was a touch of death, but it was definitely a rushing wind kick, and he exploded. He got rushing wind kicked by both monks, I think, and his health just evaporated. He didn't even tell that his cauterize went off. And that's the thing about this matchup, is it is extremely volatile. It's very explosive. And even though you can do a good job kiting the Windwalker monk, when he finally gets uptime, I mean, you're just dead. So.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it in the past too, where like, oh, he had cauterized, he didn't have to block or something, and that's exactly why a lot of times these mages just opt to just press block. Maybe like save the cauterize at the very end for the maybe a hero play, but it's just not nearly as reliable as that block. I'm curious.
Look at that kick from Dazed. Oh my gosh.
I didn't even notice. What was it?
Well, I mean, it's right there. It's 161,000 rushing win.
1,000.
Look at his health. Do you see the little blimp where he like healed up from cauterize and then just immediately got one shot?
Whoomp. Crazy. Yep. Windwalker monks, they seem like they're doing pretty good. Damn. I'm excited to queue up after this.
For sure, rushing wind kicks. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm not sure about that. I need to check the patch notes. We'll see what happens.
We shall see what happens indeed. I do know at the very least Mistweaver throughput's not going to be the same it wasn't before, and I'm just imagining all these like big burst these
without
big
life
burst
cocoon.
windows. Yeah, no life cocoon in the arena and all the same burst that's going on. I'm actually really excited for Cup number 3, but we're in the grand finals of Cup number 2, and Gators back is on fire so far after a game number 1 performance taking down Nick. The gods do bleed, it would appear, in combustion from Calvish right away. Gators back want to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive. Calvish not messing around. We'll use the altar time into a Blazing Bear, trying to kite away. Double stun onto Dazed and Cubsy. Drake's all over him right now. Calvish is pinned. He blinks out of the Ring of Peace, gets the double Dragon's Breath, and will survive. Buys enough time. And at the same time, Nick is just exploding again. And the thing is, when you die pre-block like that, do you play overly cautious?
Right.
Do you ice block when maybe you don't need to? Some scary times here potentially for Nick, and they might have caused a panic for Welcome to the Jungle. We'll have to see how this one plays out.
Look at all these barriers just getting deleted off of this poor mage. Daze now reconnecting, kicking Nick to follow it up. This is Zenith from Drake, however, so Calvish is on the run as well. He's pulling act behind the pillar. Cubsy not caught in any CC just yet. Same with Zhang Bahai. I'm just waiting. There's a huge double leg sweep from Daze. Nick is in trouble.
Block.
Caught and block. No cocoon. All of a sudden, Gators back has a win condition very serious in front of them right now, but Calvish has got to be careful. He got chunked down. Huge amounts of damage. This is the combustion for Calvish. It gets peeled with that incapacitate. He's got to be careful not to have to be forced defensive himself with the combustion combustion being committed out from Nick to follow it up. Both teams just going blow for blow right here. Nick has got to be careful. No cocoon for 29 seconds. No ice block available. He needs the momentum in his favor, and he's pushing in, pulling back at the same time. Cauterize is procced for Calvish, and now all of a sudden it's evened up. He comes out of block early. He wants to continue to get aggressive. Nick is in trouble. He could easily get touch of death here. He's so low, and they do it. Gators back is up 2-0, Venruki.
Oh my gosh, they're doing it. They just needed that moment. Like I said, they just had to win that one game to get their confidence back in this matchup, and they played it confidently. I love the aggression coming in from Cubsy. Calvish, you know, he got his cauterized proc, he went to the ice block, and he realized it was still a moment to potentially win the game, so he immediately gets out of that. He continues to push there onto Nick, but Daze is doing a great job, super bursty on that Windwalker Monk, and really making Nick sweat in these games.
You know what else Gators back is doing? They're humbling the entire caster desk but you. Everyone counted these guys out. Everyone was saying, nope, you know, they don't have the answer. Now, Welcome to the Jung, they got this. Oh, they want to mirror them in the composition that Welcome to the Jung has been so dominant in? Yeah, that's going to go well for them, and it is. It is going well for them. No one should have ever counted these guys out, and we are kind of paying the Pied Piper right now as our predictions just kind of go completely down the toilet. This was still so close here. Seeing these mages have to like make the decisions in real time of like, do I have to get aggressive right here? Am I letting the win condition go? Do I have to pull back? It's just so many things are being computed in such a short period of time. You kind of take that for granted when you see this in like mega slow-mo at the very end.
Yeah, great game from both teams. It was close. Calvish, of course, no cauterize, no ice block at the end of that one, but like I said, I love the confidence that Cubsy's playing with here. He's not afraid in the match whatsoever. He's making the trades. He's making the pushes. He's damage pretty much even across the board. Daze a little bit ahead of Drake there. Cubsy actually doing almost twice the damage of Jung Bahai, but, you know, that could just be... Yeah, no, kudos to Cubsy. He's doing a good job getting that damage off.
All right, this is a best of 7 as a reminder to the audience. I know we're all used to the best of 5, but this is the grand finals. This is the last match of the day, and Gators back with a 2-0 lead, a very considerable lead. Might not be match point just yet, but nothing, very good position. I'm sure that they're very happy with that after getting 4-0'd in the finals of Cup number 1, 3-0'd in the semifinals of Cup number 2 against this exact team. A very different position to find themselves in. Both teams continuing the respect mirror composition yet again. Love to see that. Love to see the respect play coming out from both of these teams. Zhang Bahai was saying that, you know, all the guys on Gators back are still close friends with Welcome to the Jungle. Both of these teams just have the utmost respect for one another's play, and you can kind of tell that with the way that they're trading cooldowns, to be honest with you. But here we go. Dazed on the Monk, not the Rogue.
Yep, looking good too. Liking the transmog.
Is that the elite set?
He's got the right build. This is actually a set from last expansion. Look at his mastery. It's a perfect.
It's elite.
Sorry. Yeah. Bringing in the elite Windwalker Monk mastery for maximum dam.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of the helm, though. I know that this like it's a very anime look to be able to have the helm like that, but the helm on this set, like with the hair flowing, it makes you look like you're a Super Saiyan. It's pretty cool.
I love that helmet. It's my favorite. It's so
sick,
good.
Right?
Why does everyone use that? I mean,
why is everyone a gnome? Is it really just because of the roots of the mages?
Yeah, gnome is super good. That's not what I'm complaining about. I'm complaining that everyone uses this eye transmog. You know, it's like,
yeah, what is this, dude?
I don't mind it. It's cool. I know. I get you want to look like Illidan, but like, I don't know. There's other options. If any rogues are listening, you can pick another helmet. It is possible.
On the gnome, I don't know. It's cute. It's like they're at a picnic with a piñata or something. but here we go. Game number 3 is underway. We are at Maldraxxus's. This place is pretty wide. It's pretty spread out, but in a mirror matchup like this, I think it's not going to pay too much. It's not going to do too much for the matchup, but this is a combustion from both mages right away. Both of these monks trying to greed out the cocoon, see if they can save it for the Zenith, but the Zenith is also being committed here. Both cocoons are going to be used in response, but they're both chopped through. Nick has got to be careful. That could have easily been a cauterize proc on top of that. Just the burst damage coming out from Daze. He's doing a fantastic job on this Windwalker Monk. You know, we weren't sure how this was going to pan out for Daze as we've seen him on the Monk all day, but Nick is in trouble.
Getting owned.
Oh my god, that could have been the cauterize proc. I don't know how it wasn't. No cocoon available for nearly a minute. Nick has got to be careful. How is he going to get aggressive with this onslaught from Dazed?
Yeah, Daze is just destroying Nick. I mean, luckily he still has his caught and his block, but what a scary moment that was. Welcome to the Jung. They hold on, though. Zheng Bahai, he basically only traded out the life cocoon there, but great early pressure here from the side of Gators back. They're up 2-0, looking for a potential clean sweep here in the grand finals if they can find it. Let's see what they can do. Calvish right now pulls out the combustion. Both mages just combusting. Pyro after pyro, exchanging blows. It looks like Daze is going to get swapped to. Daze might get deleted. He trinkets and trades out the karma, so I really like that they're able to punish Daze there. At the same time, Nick is just getting one shot. Ring of Peace drops down. Zheng Bahai getting pinned to the pillar, having a difficult time healing. Calvish moves forward, looking for a Ring of Frost. Gets interrupted. Doesn't have access to Ice Block, but Cubsy keeps him alive, keeps him healthy. Super back and forth. Both mages stabilize, and as soon as I say that, Nick's down to half, back to full. I mean, his health is just looking like a yo-yo in this match.
It really is. The touch of karma even helping him with the damage there. Oh my gosh, he's so low. He got a precog, but he couldn't even utilize it. He had to run away. The incap to follow up that polymorph to slow down Dazed, and it just wasn't able to go off. Nick just trying to desperately get a breath so he could get offensive with his own Windwalker Monk, but Dazed is just not giving him any opportunity whatsoever to do just that. Drake trying to put the pressure in onto Calvish. The Ring of Peace stops the flying serpent kick from connecting, and Drake is going to have to run around while Nick is just taking so much damage. But here's the Zenith. Oh my gosh, and Daze just gets laid down. A huge amount of pressure comes out of nowhere. Nice swaps to the Monk, nice adaptation, and welcome to the Jung is on the board.
Yeah, and that's a great thing to do, right? It's like, we know Dazed as like an incredible rogue. He's good at Windwalker too, obviously, but I like the fact that they're testing him, you know? Putting the swaps on Dazed, they got his trinket and his karma. I think Calvish is doing an incredible job defensively, doing an excellent job kiting Drake and kind of controlling him on those burst windows. It seems like in the mage race, Gators back is pulling way ahead, so welcome to the Jung. They flip the script. They go after the Windwalker Monk. They realize Dazed has no cooldowns whatsoever, and they're able to take him down in a really, really nice setup.
It would appear, yep, absolutely. I love seeing more Monk swaps, even Monk v Monk.
Oh my gosh.
The health bar goes down so fast.
Well, remember too, right? We were just looking at his gear. How much mastery did he have? 1,337? I mean, that's a lot of mastery. You're also a gnome. Like, right. Windwalker Monks, to me, they're like a glass cannon specialization.
Sure.
They do a tremendous amount of damage, like some of the highest bursts we've ever seen. But they also can die. And if you're playing max mastery because you think it's just a mage race, I do think it's worth trying to punish the Windwalker Monk. And they played this one excellently. Calvish didn't really have anything. Goes for the mass invis, but it is just not enough. And yeah, Daze gets owned.
Welcome to the Jung. I expect nothing less from a team like that. I mean, they have the ability to adapt. They weren't going to continue to play that game. I do think that Calvish has been doing a really good job just getting away from the Monk, as well getting backed up by Cubsy. I saw Cubsy Ring a Peace. I'm assuming it was Cubsy because, you know, Dazed on the other end of things is just, you know, lighting up their mage. But I saw a Ring a Peace on at least 2 flying serpent kicks, which is quite a nice button to press when you're trying to reconnect. I believe it was that. It could have been just like a roll or something like that, but right in the middle of their movement gap closer, getting hit by one of those is it gives a couple of globals of breathing room to your caster, which can really make the difference in a game like this. But you know, Dazed is onslaught, constantly pumping the damage out, being punished by some nice swaps. I like that. I saw Calvish actually ran past Dazed a few times in order, I'm sorry, not Calvish, the other mage, to try to get like more double leg sweeps. I think that's clever. I think more of that, more conscious positioning like that to maybe enable those swaps could be good, but I don't know. I do not know. I'm curious at the very end there. I'm pretty sure the cocoon was off cooldown. I know Karma was still on cooldown, but could the game continue? It's one of those things like when you're done with the game, you take the L and you're trying to think, okay, what could we have done different? It's knowing what tools you had available. Could you continue to rotate the defensive cooldowns, or is there something earlier on in the game, maybe a pattern or a trend that you need to address?
It also, like a strategy like this, it flips the script in a way that's really interesting, because now Cubsy, if he is worried that his Windwalker Monk is going to get swapped to, maybe he tries to be a little bit more greedy with his Life Cocoon. You know, when they're only going after Calvish, he can just throw it out. Combust, you just throw it out. But now that they're doing these consistent setups of, like, they paralyze Cubsy, they leg sweep Cubsy. That's Zhang Bahai's job.
Yeah.
He gets to paralyze into the sweep. And then for Drake, he can actually just paralyze Dazed, or they can Dragon's Breath Dazed to pre him. So he can't do anything, right? He can't pre-port. He can't use his Fort Brew. If he gets Dragon's Breath by Nick, which should be easily able to happen, like these Windwalker Monk setups look like they could be very consistent. And maybe Daze gets a little afraid now. Goes versatility, you know, then they're not winning the mage race. And I just love that they flipped the script here.
Yeah. We all said 4-0, welcome to the jungle, and Benruki is still sitting here pretty with the 2-4. I mean, chat was with us too, it seems like. You know, the people who put the points down for Gators back are liking their odds right now. And, you know, kudos where kudos due. You put faith in the team that has been able to perform in the past. You didn't lose faith, and maybe you're going to be rewarded for that if Welcome to the Jung doesn't continue to do some hard swaps to the Monk. We'll see.
I have a feeling this series is still far from over. Like,
oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a crazy one. But I do feel like in a mage race, Gators back seems to have that figured out. I think a lot of that comes down to Calvish doing a really good job kind of controlling Drake. Now the scary thing is, what is Daze going to do if he gets targeted more in the match? How do they navigate that situation? And I think Calvish really has to be there to protect him as well. Like, we need to be seeing the Dragon's Breaths and the Mass Invises on those setups, so Daze can get a gap in the stun lock and get his port and his karma off, things like that.
Man, small, really flashy outplays to make a deciding change. Oh my gosh, Calvish just taking so much damage. He's going to pop the altar time, catch the double cocoons. The combustions are rolling, as well as just the zeniths from Drake, but Dazed held on to his zenith, Venruki. So as we move on, oh my gosh, doesn't even matter.
There it is.
Hello. Yeah, there's the zenith. Well, good morning. I'm awake.
Me too. Calvish is definitely awake right now, going for an Ice Nova, looking for a Polymorph, finding it there. Drake needs to dispel, but Zhang Bahai unfortunately not there. Finally dispelling. Calvish gets interrupted. Big jam! Oh, he does get the barrier off with the Void Shield. Will survive. Nick getting low, and it seems like it's just a straight-up mage race for now. Calvish getting low on health. Nick getting low on health. The barriers are coming in. There's just so many absorb shields. These mages just, they could just cheat death with all these absorbs over and over again, but finally, most of those have been burned through, and this is when the game gets really scary for both teams.
Oh my gosh, Nick is so low out of nowhere. No cauterize the proc just yet. Drake caught into a Dragon's Breath on top of all of that, but here's the Bustions on cue from both of these mages right away. Cocoon will be committed from both monks immediately after that, and it's just, they're both respecting the damage of every go. Leg sweep lands out onto Daze. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Calvish is all alone. He's taking a huge amount of pressure. That's the cauterized proc. Is it going to be the ice block? It doesn't look like it. Cubsy not caught in any CC. He will be okay for now, but that is a crucial button that Welcome to the Jung is not going to have to worry about moving forward. It's just an ice block that they got to get rid of. But there's the Polymorph landing out into Cubsy. No damage just yet. This is the cooldowns from Daze, but he gets completely controlled on it. The in-cap leg sweep on that Zenith is going to stop that onslaught completely. Now Daze finally reconnecting, and you can tell Nick is running out of health. It's unreal how much pressure this Windwalker Monk can do with just a short amount of uptime.
Yeah, Cubsy did a really excellent job there. He rolled in, he got the double leg sweep, and then threw in a bunch of burst. But at the same time, Calvish is getting absolutely rocked. Mana's a bit low here. Cauterize has already been proc, so Calvish needs to be very careful. Ring of Peace drops down. Drake having a difficult time connecting. Does get paralyzed. Great control at the same time. Nick combusts. Here comes the Life Cocoon from both monks. Once again, these teams are just mirroring each other. Just mirroring combustions, mirroring their Life Cocoons. It is such a close match, but Calvish is a little bit behind right now because he does not have that cauterize. They can catch up. We did see in game number 1 Nick die during his cauterize, so it's close. I mean, it's still just a race here. who is going to fall first.
Oh
Nick
my
down
God,
to
Nick.
incredibly low amounts of health, but just spamming out the blinks, spamming out the invises. Here comes the Blazing Bear as well. Fakes out the interrupt. Nicely done. We'll get a little bit control, but Cubsy immediately dispels that. Calvish is low. Oh, he did no cauterize. Woo, Calvish survives, but Nick somehow, some way defies death and then still has his cheat death available.
Oh my gosh, that's a big deal too. Not only that, but having that block as we get deeper into dampening, because these cocoons are just going to get ripped apart as dampening does affect them. Calvish getting ripped apart right now. Incapacitate coming out from Cubsy, and there's the cocoon on Nick's combustion, but Calvish is going to pop the combustion himself. 14 seconds on the cocoon for Nick, however, so he's got to be careful. This easily could be his ice block with no cocoon available for him, but Zhang Bahai's throughput seems to be okay, healing him through that daze, committing that leg sweep as well, and now finally the cocoon comes out.
Yep, nicely done. Calvish is stuck into a stun. He's forced to trade out his trinket to get the barrier off. He's been using blinks as just mobility to get away, but he gets caught into the full stun. It costs him his trinket. Nick is getting a little bit low on health. Big leg sweep incoming. Full Ring of Frost there onto Drake. Zhang Bahai and Cubsy almost completely tapped on mana at this point in the game. Paralyzed out onto Zhang Bahai into a Dragon's Breath. Nick, they might proc him. He's holding on to it. Just defying Gators back every step of the way, avoiding these burst combos. And now it's actually Calvish in a lot of trouble. Beautiful paralyze there onto Drake. Good backup by Cubsy to keep him alive. Dragon's Breath out onto Cubsy. Life Cocoon. Not Life Cocoon, actually. That's just a big Blazing Bear. Now Life Cocoon trades. Giant Absorb Shields will keep Calvish alive, but they shred through it. And now Calvish really has nothing left. He gets destroyed. Drake just one-shots him there in those final moments, and we got a tied ball game.
Oh my goodness gracious. That was unreal. Cubsy had 0 mana back. I don't know if it's because he didn't even have like a couple globals to wait for that manatee channel to go down or what, because it's like you gotta imagine we're only at 20% dampening only. I mean, we saw some deep dampening games earlier on there, and Cubsy with no mana left at 20% dampening just kind of paints a picture of what type of damage these healers are dealing with here in this mirror matchup. A tied game is exactly what I want to see. We have a real, true, genuine, bona fide grand finals here in Cup number 2. And I expected nothing less. Actually, that's not true. I expected Gators back to actually get crushed. Let's be real.
Liar!
I'm pleasantly surprised to be humbled, okay?
Yeah.
Pleasantly surprised.
My prediction still could come true. Gators back's going to have to
could be perfect,
step it up here a little bit. Yeah, it could be. I will say one thing that I like that Welcome to the Jungle was doing, and I want everyone to pay attention to, is Ring of Peace. So Ring of Peace, an amazing spell. A little bit underutilized right now, as most monks are preferring the Song of Chi-Ji, but Ring of Peace is one of the best abilities in the game. You basically drop a circle that your teammate can kite through, but your enemies cannot. So I think that Welcome to the Jungle did a much better job using Ring of Peace this game to keep Nick alive. Anytime Nick is in danger, it's both Drake as well as Zhang Bahai, who's dropping that Ring of Peace preemptively, making it super difficult for Daze to close out the game. So I think that's one of those things that's super important in this matchup and vital for these mages surviving.
Okay, I gotta ask you a question, because you are a very good Windwalker monk. If anyone's never seen the Venfuki 1v4 King of the Hill, highly recommend it. It's one of the most enjoyable World of Warcraft clips from your arena gameplay that you could watch. But the question I have for you, Mr. Venfuki, is, are you a reticle believer, or are you a @cursor macro believer? This is some serious tech here, man. We're gonna.
I do it the old-fashioned way. Like you
like to know where it's going.
I like to aim it. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a lot of spells, I don't do that anymore. I've changed it for a lot of spells, but for Windwalker Monk and Ring of Peace, I like to be precise.
It's important. I mean, like, you see some of these well-placed Ring of Pieces, and you got someone being knocked up into a pillar for like 4 or 5 knocks. That's 3 globals. That's a big deal, especially if they're out of instance and it's a healer. That's a huge CC chain without a diminishing return. So. Being able to be precise with those Ring of Pieces is key, even if it does slow you down marginally. And I've talked to a couple Windwalker monks about that, and it is pretty split. It is pretty split. So you are absolutely valid, I think, for
Thank you.
keeping
Thanks
the
for
reticle.
validating me.
You're welcome. I know Twitch tech can be brutal sometimes. They're like, "Where's the cursor macro?" I'm like, "Listen, man. get my rating first, okay? I got your back.
Dude, I mean, not to take away from this conversation, but just look, like the mage in this matchup is so scared. Look what Drake did, okay? In 1 second, he took him from 50 to 0. He just had a rushing wind kick proc, presses it, and then he pressed rising sun kick. So he basically just pressed rising sun kick twice in a row, and he did 260,000 damage, or, you know, a little bit more than that.
Dude.
Like, look at that. In 2 seconds. Look at 1.5. Like, what?
I could never be
I
could never be a mage, bro. There's just no way. I'm too old. I don't have the reaction time. I was telling Hannah the other day, Hannah, for the chat who don't know, is my wife and arena partner. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not queuing up until I get like the enduring gem or whatever on my monk. Like, I die in stuns too easy. This is lame. I'm orc now, blah, blah, blah. Imagine being a mage. You're not even in a stun. You're just dead. 50-0. Oh, unreal.
Yeah, those crits can be brutal from
Don't get me wrong.
that Windwalker one.
Mage, I can already hear chat like, oh, but mages, da, da, da. Yeah, they're good, man. They're good. They're also, you know, there's a reason why you don't see too many of them breaking through in the scene. It's something to master for sure. Not everyone can handle it, me included.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm slightly biased in this situation, so I
Oh,
won't
really? Why
comment,
is that?
This is like, you know, this is what's funny about these matchups. This is like traditionally all my favorite specs. Mistweaver,
Yeah, me
Windwalker,
too.
and Mage.
Literally,
Well, Fire
me
Mage is
too.
not my favorite, to be honest with you, but I do like mages.
Oh, that's the only spec mage I play. All right, well, here we go. Double bust. No cocoons just yet as the Zeniths are being held. Both of these healers with the great awareness, but the one cocoon is going to be committed from Cubsy without a Zenith being procced. But on the other side, Zhang Bahai did. Oh my gosh, doesn't even matter. Nick's health bar is just gone. Day's still able to connect. He's finally going to catch a leg sweep defensively from Zhang Bahai. Now, Calvish on the other head of things is taking a huge amount of pressure from Drake. Cubsy caught into an in-cap. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Still a lot of throughput onto Calvish from Cubsy. Zhang Bahai pushing in, but catches himself in a polymorph into a leg sweep.
Nice.
This could easily be a block for Drake. Zhang Bahai in the follow-up polymorph. Oh my gosh, and the cauterize will proc.
I love that for the side of Gators back. And Nick was super greedy, but Calvish also getting low on health. Nice paralyze there. On to Drake. It looks like Calvish gets interrupted. Does he have a Dragon's Breath? He's just getting smoked. Oh, that will be the life cocoon. Nicely done. I want to see the Ring of Peace. The Ring of Peace is so big in this matchup. Cubsy has it available. Daze does not. Double stun coming in. Nice. Who are they going after? Nice triple Dragon's Breath there by Nick to follow it up, but Calvish seems to be A-okay. He does, of course, have his altar time, and I feel like it's going to be Nick slightly on the back foot here.
Definitely seems that way. Just like you said earlier, it feels like Gators back has the mage race on lockdown, even though we are now 2-2. Welcome to the Jung was able to bring that mage race back, but there's a nice block on the Zenith. Not the combustion, just the Zenith. That's the type of damage we're dealing with here.
Yeah, but it's like, this is exactly what you want. I swear cauterize is the most important thing, because mages can no longer be greedy after cauterize. Nice Ring of Peace there. Both mages getting the Ring of Peace, but Nick was afraid there, so he had to trade out the ice block. Maybe he wasn't going to die, but you just never know. You don't have that safety net, so he has to trade out the cooldown. It's a great place for them to be in. Calvish now blinking out of the stun, popping combustion, getting aggressive, but he's low to race right now, and Cubsy will end up trading the life cocoon here onto Calvish. As Calvish just blinks on top of Nick, trying to get aggressive. Life cocoon trades from Zhang Bahai, and I would say Gators back have a pretty significant lead here.
Dude, this is the bust from Nick. No cocoon available. He could get something done with this, and Calvish knows he's on the run. He's got the altar time up during this cooldown. He hasn't popped it just yet. He's waiting for the right time, and he's just sitting there on the pillar. He knows that that wasn't the most efficient trade, but he gets past it. Calvish is still not out of the woods just yet. No. Cubsy not into any CC, but this could easily be the ice block or the cauterize. It finally procs as Cubsy was in that polymorph. Zenith, however, out on from Dazed and Drake. Both of these monks are kind of just hitting each other as they run past one another, it seems. Calvish has got to be careful now. He has no cauterize, and that really changes their mental, as you were kind of alluding to earlier, Ben.
Yeah, Nick playing very defensive right now, realizing he's behind on defensive cooldowns, doesn't want to just exchange blow for blow. Calvish goes for the combustion, trying to get in line of sight of Nick, but Nick is just line of sighting him, doing an excellent job. Calvish blinks in. He's playing aggressive. Calvish wants to close this game out. Can they do it? Nick is low, paralyzed on Zhang Bahai, and it looks like he will be able to trade out the life cocoon. Cubsy, of course, still has that as an answer. Totally normal to just trade out that cooldown on the combustion. It basically lines up perfectly, so it's a very fair exchange, but now you don't have it available for Dazed. Zenith is available. Big damage on Nick. He's just getting one shot. Dazed is there. Can he connect the Rising Sun Kick? Beautiful Ring of Peace denies. Cubsy and Dazed are all over him, but that Ring of Peace is just paying dividends right now for Nick, and now it's going to be Calvish in a little bit of danger. It might be Ice Block! He trades it. Woo! That was a scary situation. At the same time, though, Nick has Ice Ball coming up in just 13 seconds. Can they push forward and take him down? They have 13 seconds. Otherwise, Nick is in a great position. And Welcome to the Jungle is going to pull ahead in this game.
It looks that way. And Gator's back, however. We've seen there's a bit of a desynchronization on combustion. Oh my gosh, Cubsy's out of mana and caught into a leg sweep. He's going to have to trinket out of desperation. He's leg sweeping himself almost defensively to get back into this. Drake's in trouble. Cocoon and Karma overlap. A possible opportunity for Gator's back to bring themselves back into this game, but can Cubsy stabilize, Ven?
Oh, he's drinking some tea. He's thirsty, getting a little bit of mana. Left Cocoon out onto Calvish. I like that they're going after Drake. Drake's on the run. He's in trouble. He's got nothing. He's desperately trying to survive. He's flailing right now. Looks like he will be able to live. The Ring of Peace comes down. Fists of Fury are flying. Calvish has combustion in 30 seconds, but there's still a vulnerability here. Drake has no cooldowns. I swear they can take him down, but Calvish needs to be very afraid. Ooh. They're turning it into a Windwalker race. Big setup here onto Drake. Do they have the damage to finish? He's still just so incredibly low on health. Dragon's Breath on Zhang Bahai into a Paralyze, and Drake goes down. Gator's back. They find the opening. They realize Nick, he had Ice Block. He was not the weak link. I love that they mixed it up, and now Drake's going to be playing a little bit afraid in the match, and Gator's back is one away from winning this second cup.
Oh, this is just an absolute treat of a finals between these two teams. A mirror matchup that I basically curated to what I wanted to see, it feels like. This has been fantastic. Hook Point, a map that is close, but also rather unforgiving, and Gator's back will edge it out. Great plays by them. Fantastic jobs. Welcome to the Jung. There was more, like, if I were to guess and continue to, like, predict through this match to determine who's going to win, they were still my favorites for about, like, 80% of this game. You know what I mean? Like, looking at, like the trades, looking at Cubsy's mana, looking at the desperation trinket that wasn't lined up with Cocoon, man, this was a close one.
Yeah, what a good game that was. And like I said, it changes the dynamic of the match, where when you're scared of dying in stuns as the Windwalker Monk, you're a lot less willing to maybe trinket out of a Nova, you know, to land that Rising Sun Kick to proc Cauterize, or trinket out of like a Paralyze or something like that to make an aggressive play, because you realize you can be swapped to. And you can see that happened with Daze. It's now happening with Drake. I want to see what actually takes him down. Just Daze, boom, Rising Sun Kick.
Just kicked him in the face.
Yeah.
It's so funny. You see him walking by, just kind of running by, and you just get a nobe to the face. Oh, there you have it.
It's such an explosive matchup. It's actually just so crazy to think.
I'm not gonna lie, this is difficult to cast. This is like, I feel like I can't look to one side for any given, like, for more than like 10 seconds, or I might just miss someone flopping, because it is absolutely crazy, especially once Cauterize is gone. Dude, I can't get over that killing blow at the end of the game there.
Yeah.
Looking at the damage breakdown,
it's clothesline.
It's pretty close. Pretty close. I mean, 1.2 mil is actually a decent amount damage more, but then you look at the killing blows, I guess it doesn't tell the whole story, does it?
It definitely does not. And
that was a little jab at all my solo shuffle people that complain about my damage, you know? It's not the whole story, okay, guys?
I'm doing the most damage. Why aren't I winning?
Yeah.
That's just not the only thing that matters. It does matter. Like, learning how to do your burst and do your damage, very important. We won't pretend that that's not a very important aspect of VP, but it's not the only thing that matters, as we're seeing here. Gator's back, up 3-2, feeling confident. They're on match point. And yeah, I like the fact that they're playing the Windwalker Monk. This is actually, yeah, something Calvish was mentioning. And one of the reasons I was really surprised by why they picked earlier today is Calvish, I think he tweeted out last week after they lost that he wishes they went into the mirror first. So it was weird to me that they didn't try that first today in the upper bracket, but at least they're having confidence in it now.
Yeah, and it's working out for them. I'm glad that they took the dive, because this is a much different game than we saw in the upper semis. We have ourselves a game that's going the distance here in this best of 7. Tolvaran Arena is up next, a much bigger map than Hook Point, maybe a little bit more breathing room for these mages to get away, or perhaps maybe a little bit more distance for these monks to overextend. We're going to have to wait and see. Both of these mages teeing off in the middle of the map. No cooldowns committed just yet. Incapacitate, double incapacitate, going out onto Cubsy into the leg sweep. This is a combustion from Nick, but he's taking a huge amount of pressure. Is that already a cauterized proc Ven? What did we just see?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Like, what did we see? I'm not sure, David. I've got no clue. Nick's just on fire. Like, okay, he's procced. I don't know why. I don't know how, but now without that cheat death, we talked about it. Very important. You don't play with as much confidence. You know, he's going to be trading his Ice Walk out at 30% health instead of greeting it and spamming out invisibilities and shadow melds. Like, that's definitely it. Oh, Calvish, though.
Gosh.
Oh, my gosh. It's just so explosive. Calvish gets interrupted. Drake's all over him. He drops the Ring of Peace, or sorry, the Ring of Frost, and that will keep him alive for the time being. Nice Ring of Frost onto Drake, and now they're making a play here onto Nick. Cubsy moves forward, getting the damage rolling with the rushing wind kicks, and Nick is on the run.
It does appear that way. I just feel like at any given moment, somebody can die. Double combust being committed here, staring at all the health bars to make sure I don't miss it. Incapacitate goes out onto Cubsy. No cocoon for this combustion from Cubsy. He's going to have to heal through all of this. Daze finally reconnecting out onto Nick. He's getting right back in there. Zhang Bahai caught into a leg sweep. A nice double leg sweep here. Nick has got to be careful. The cocoon going to be committed out from Cubsy, keeping his team aggressive, but a block in just a simple incapacitate will be forced on Nick.
I love how aggressive Gators back is playing. They're playing with so much confidence, just running on top of them the entire game. They're unafraid. Calvish just blinking on top of Nick. He's not playing to just survive like we've seen mages do in the past. He wants to close it out. He wants to end. Is going to be taking a little bit of pressure here from Drake. Needs to be careful, although they are way ahead on cooldowns. Nick has no cauterize, no ice block. Calvish gets interrupted. He's getting one shot. Needs to be very careful. Big blazing barrier. Nick's on the run once again, but Daze is just all over him. A scary situation. Paralyzed onto Zhang Bahai. Nick is all alone. He's isolated. Gets the life cocoon from Zhang Bahai. Maybe they make a swap here onto Drake. It is possible, or they just try to shred the cocoon. They do manage to break through the shield and continue their push onto Nick.
Yep. Now Cocoon has faded from Cubsy. This is the Zenith out from Daze. Nick has got to be careful. He's on the run. He's just beelining it away from the monk, but you cannot get away from a Windwalker monk when he is free. Calvish coming back into the ring to be able to just try to defend himself from the opposing monk, it seems here. When Drake caught into a full Ring of Frost. A Polymorph followed up onto Zhang Bahai. Nick is aware of this, and he's just trying to get away from Daze as he gets caught into a Polymorph to slow some things down, but Calvish, a double leg sweep in cap cross CC will force an ice block out, and Welcome to the Jung are not out of this just yet.
No, they're back in the game. That was a huge play, and now Nick, once again, his ice block's coming up in a minute, so he's playing super defensive right now, and he's basically baiting Calvish to play super aggressive, but there is an opportunity. Life Cocoon will just trade, so the Combust comes out, the Life Cocoon comes out. I do think that they could maybe put some damage here onto Drake, but Calvish will get Life Cocoon as well. And it's just a respected trade from both teams. You can basically just expect it. Big setup here onto Zhang Bahai. Looks like he's going to be A-okay for the time being. Nick's in trouble, though. He's getting connected on. Finally, Daze is there. He gets Dragon's Breath away. Beautiful Ring of Peace drops down for both teams. Both mages trying to utilize the defense of that, but it looks like Calvish could fall, going down to 10% health. A big rushing wind kick there by Drake. Almost drops him. Nick on the run. It's desperation for both of these mages. A full polymorph lands. Nick manages to find the polymorph, and Calvish is trying to survive, but one kick could close it out. Dazed is there. Ice Nova. Calvish will get stabilized. A great mass invis. Keeps Cubsy out of crowd control, but I'm so afraid for both of these mages.
Dude, Nick with a block at least. Calvish doesn't even have that. And in 25 seconds, they have to survive. Dazed is just pressing Touch of Karma. Is pressing W. It looks like they want to kill Drake. He's in a lot of trouble. Where is the cocoon? Did it get completely chopped, or is it on the... I think it might actually be on the mage throughout that, so that's why they might have ended up swapping. But Calvish just gets deleted. And Welcome to the Jung are not going to go down without a fight. We are going to a Game 7.
Oh my gosh, this is like, what? Can we see the opener? Like, what on earth even happened? It's like the game starts and he's cauterized. It's like, what? What are we seeing?
Yeah, that cauterized in the opener was wild.
I feel like this has to be the most explosive mirror match that I think I can remember. Like, you got the Fire Mage. They're basically both healers are doing the exact same thing. They see Combust, they plus Cocoon. That's it. Right. But then you don't have it for Zenith. So it's like you have to just...
What? Dude, I didn't even see the health bar go down. It's like one of those things where, like, have you ever seen like a propeller go so fast that it almost looks like it's not even moving, especially in like frame rate of a recording. Like, that's kind of what that felt like. His health bar didn't appear to move. He just caught procced.
Yeah, that is insane. Calvish just explodes there at the end of the game as well. And they were in such a good lead. Gators back. I was talking about it. They're playing with confidence. Nick has no cooldowns, but Nick, he played calm, cool, collected, just like Zhang Bahai said. He said their team, they just play well under pressure, and they really showcased it that game. It was not looking good, but Nick just did such a good job pulling away, playing defensive, and it really enabled Drake to find these big damage windows onto Calvish.
Oh man, I can't wait to go into the final game of this series. So much on the line. Obviously, both of these teams have accrued a significant amount of points, but I know there are so many people. I mean, the entire team for Welcome to the Jung, for that matter, have not been to a LAN. We have Dazed and we have Calvish on the other hand of things, playing with some LAN veterans. They absolutely want to go. I was talking a little bit, I believe it was to Cubsy or it was to WizK. I think it was Cubsy who said, like, playing with, some players that, are up-and-comers, more up-and-comers anyway, really kind of like reinvigorates your competitive drive. And you can absolutely see that here for Gators back as being beaten down time and time again by Welcome to the Jung, only to go to a Game 7. Spoiler alert, we're going to a fitting final resting place, perhaps?
Yeah. It's Game 7, Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be, a good map, because it's a cemetery. No, this is going to be crazy. The small map, very explosive. Someone's getting buried, that's for sure. Like, I don't know who it's going to be, but yeah.
Usually when I'm going into a Game 7 of the finals, I'm like chugging a Red Bull underneath my desk, and I'm like, oh my god, this is intense. This feels like it flew by. This was unreal. We are going into what I assume to be yet another mirror matchup between these titans, these heavyweights of the North American region. A grand finals worthy of the performance that we're seeing here today. This is Cup number 2. Lots and lots of balance changes hang in the distance for Cup number 3. These guys have finally figured out, Gators back have finally figured out a way to compete with Welcome to the Jung. Can they take the whole tournament? This all comes down to one game, Ben.
Yeah, and nerves. How much are nerves going to be, playing a factor in this match? Who is going to rise to the occasion? Nick Trinket's out early, paralyzed on Zhang Bahai. Once again, a very even exchange. Calvish is running on top of Nick, spamming Novas on him, trying to get the damage rolling, throwing in Scorches, bringing peace drops for Nick. Calvish is getting low. There comes a Life Cocoon. Super back and forth in the early stages of the match, but we'll see who makes mistakes. Mistakes can cost everything in a matchup like this, and there's no more room for it, right? This is the last game of the series.
No room at all to make mistakes, and you can kind of tell neither one of these teams really trying to overextend. But Zhang Bahai caught into that full polymorph. Nick has got to be careful. The barriers are going to be popped. They're chopped through. Daze is going to catch another cauterize, another block. Huge buttons being committed out from Welcome to the Jung. Gators back takes a small lead here.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just such a nice lead, but Gators back. Can they continue this push? Nick has had an opportunity on the big maps to run away, but I don't know if he's going to have that same success on this map. I love this playstyle from Gators back. Like I said, they're playing super aggressive. Calvish, though, might just explode, is dancing around, using alter time to bounce his health back to full, and now can get aggressive here on Nick. And I was saying, this is a map where Nick might just die. Touch of death range. What a close call. Nick just does not have the same luxury of running around like on Tolvaron. He is stuck. They are all over him. They're smothering Nick, and Nick might get destroyed. 10% health, and he goes down. Gators back, strike back, and win Cup number 2.
They are your Cup number 2 champions. Congratulations, Cubsy, Daze, Calvish, and WizK warming up that bench to take down Welcome to the Jung. What everyone thought on the desk was going to be impossible, but Venruki. Venruki has always been in their corner, and that makes sense. When you see a name like Cubsy, you never can count that guy out, and I have been corrected. I have been humbled. Gators back. Proving that they are in fact back.
Woo! What a beautiful game. And I tried to put it into words during the game, but I feel like Gators back, they need to play these small maps because Nick, when he's behind, he does such a phenomenal job with his positioning and kiting around, and they just make it a nightmare for Daze to actually connect. But on this map, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. And I feel like Gators back, they are pushing the pace in this matchup, and it definitely is a benefit to their playstyle. So if we see this mirror match again, I want to see Gators back play on the smallest of maps because it seems like it's an advantage for them.
Talking about data, that's a solid point of data. Press W, let's go. I love a gameplay like that. What an absolute treat. Hats off to them. Hats off to Welcome to the Jung as well. Just nothing but respect between these two teams, these two titans, these two heavyweights. But that was a show that they put on for us, and that's exactly why we're all here. That's why we tuned into the AWC on Championship Sunday, for the level of play that we were able to witness today, Aya.
Oh my gosh, how cool that we get the two long-standing champs kind of overthrown in EU and North America. We had Echo toppled over earlier today. Streamer Zone GG winning that region for Cup number 2, and then here for North America for Cup number 2, Gators back and all the way to the end. I almost felt like Jung had it. They were so close, but kind of seemed like Gators back. They just said, nah, not today. Not today. This is our time to shine. And shine they did. 4-3. That's going to put them in a nice spot in the standings as well. That's really going to shake things up here in North America. This region is weird, Ven. I'm confused.
I don't feel that confused. I mean, to be fair, Gators back, they're the champs from last year. And I feel like it's literally been 2 straight seasons of Gators back and Welcome to the Jung being the top contenders. Like they just seem to always place the highest. It's them in the finals 90% of the time. I will give a big shout out to Mum on stream. Oh, yeah. 3rd place finish, kind of coming out of nowhere. Shoo. Beautiful. Love to see that one. But yeah, congratulations to Gators back. And I talked about this, and this is something we will mention again, but Gators back and Welcome to the Jung, they're the point soakers. They're just gobbling up all the points,
True.
Which leaves 3rd place completely open for Cup number 3. And I think North America is going to be crazy because of that.
Could not agree more. Here are the standings for Cup number 2, and I mean, what an incredible day it's been. We've got Gators back, Welcome to the Jung, tied up for number 1 seed. And Mom, I'm on stream. They're the team that got 3rd place, and you can see that they're tied with 2 other teams. They're tied with Shuffle Club and F Tier. I mean, Shuffle Club also a new team that we've been talking about all day today, D Machine, and they're head to head with F Tier right now.
That's huge. That's a big deal. A couple of newcomers coming out of nowhere, still competing. We have Z-rated right behind them as well. F-tier kind of the favorites. Even Dire Wolves kind of definitely the favorites for that 3rd place spot. And that's just that one last position to make it to the finals and not have to deal with the gauntlet is going to be a heavily competed for position. And it seems like anybody can take it. And who knows what the meta is going to look like after the break that we're about to go through, because Cup 3 isn't next weekend, but a little bit after that. So signups, I believe, still are available. If you want to get in here, you want to compete, you want to show us what you got, maybe you can make a super deep run, make it to the gauntlet. But it's going to be up to these 4th place ties. Even that 7th place tie, I think, could even make their way to that 3rd place position. I can't wait.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, it's kind of the same story in EU. It's just so competitive all around in terms of the standings, but it seems like we do have an interview now ready to go, and I believe I am joined with Calvish from Gators Back. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello.
Can
How you
hear me?
doing? I can hear you.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
That's amazing. Go ahead.
A little stressed out from this matchup. Feels a little volatile.
Yeah, I've got to imagine. I mean, that actually leads me to one of my questions. Like, what was the Menti like throughout the course of the day? You know, you had the rematch. You did make the decision to go into a mirror. Like, what kind of was going on behind the scenes in terms of just like the mental state?
Honestly, from last week, we obviously played the Rogue Mage into the Windwalker Mage, and we did it this week as well. We decided to change a few things going into this week and try out a different strategy, but our perspective on the Rogue Mage matchup was kind of like you could win versus Windwalker Mage, but you had to. It would just be harder than just playing the with the Windwalker yourself, and it's kind of like the same strats anyway, so you might as well just play the Windwalker. But our plan into this cup was to kind of like test to see if our adaptations to the Rogue Mage versus Windwalker Mage matchup would work. It didn't, so our plan after that was to just, if it wasn't going to work, we were just going to rip the mirror in the finals.
Yeah.
And it worked out.
Definitely did work out. As far as placement goes, what were your guys' expectations for this weekend?
We were, I'd say I was expecting to do well into all of the teams, except for like potentially Jung, obviously. But we definitely got thrown off a lot yesterday by the Shuffle Club, for sure. But I'd say we performed them, except for like potentially Jung, obviously. But we definitely got thrown off a lot yesterday by the Shuffle Club, for sure. But I'd say we performed about as expected, yeah, and I'm very happy with how we played in all of the games.
That's awesome. I'm actually curious on your take on these newcomer teams. You know, Shuffle Club and Mom I'm on Stream. How do you feel like those two teams did, considering how new they are, especially?
I think they did great. They had some crazy upsets. I mean, we almost lost to Shuffle Club on Game 5. I was not ready for that. We were even wargaming that team, and they were just hitting different in the actual games. I don't know. I was just dying left and right. It was crazy. But I mean, I don't know. I think all the newcomer teams did super well, and they should be super proud of how they played. Especially today's performance of the Zentheon Kitty Cleave. They did really well into the Vigars team. I was talking to them a bit about that. They did really well.
Yeah, I totally agree. And as we know, you guys have BlizzCon on the horizon. Has that kind of changed the mindset at all for your guys' team?
I'd say right now we're kind of just trying to do our best in the moment, but I mean, yeah, we're always thinking about it, right? But just focusing on what's in front of us, I guess, and practicing and, you know.
Yeah. And moving forward, you guys have a bye week next week because of those changes coming in. Anything that you're going to be doing to prep? Any changes you're hoping to come from that?
I'm really hoping that I don't have to play this mirror again, is what I'm hoping. The double multi games are it's crazy, honestly. The games are so fast paced, like it's so hard to like do anything other than the normal of just training the mage because of how everyone's just dead the whole game. It's just, I'm hoping the game slows down a little bit, I guess, and the other classes and other healers especially can come to light a bit.
Okay. Well, I think you're streaming right now. Do you want to make a shout out to your stream or any other shout outs?
Yeah, I stream almost every day. I've been streaming every single AWC game from my perspective at twitch.tv/Calvish, so check me out there.
Yeah, definitely. All right, anything else before we let you go?
I don't think so. Just big shout out to the team. Everybody played insane today. We just knew that we had to just pull out the mirror and just did our best, and our best just worked out. Especially big shout out to Dazed on the Windwalker. He hasn't played it that much lately, especially in Windwalker Mage, but I'd say he really performed in this mirror today.
Yeah, definitely couldn't agree more. All right, well, congratulations once again. Looking forward to you guys' performance in Cup number 3, and I'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, and that was Calvish from Gators Back. First place, Cup number 2. Welcome to the Jung, finishing in 2nd, and Mom I'm on Stream finishing in 3rd. And what a tremendous day it has been. Definitely looking forward to seeing what these guys are capable of moving into Cup number 3. We've got that bye week, so we're going to see some changes come in. Then, what are you hoping for?
Similar to Calvish, you know, we want to see Mistweavers still, but we want to see other healers as well. I mean, at least for me, I want to see these, you know, someone like Montage, who's just a master of Paladin, be able to play that Paladin. Maybe someone like Lone Tar, be able to play as Resto Shaman. So that's the dream. And yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what these teams come up with. We do have a break, like we said, but be back in 2 weeks. And I can't wait for that moment.
Absolutely. And speaking of, there's a lot of new content as well coming out with 12.0.5. There's a lot of new content such as Ritual Sites, Void Assaults, Decor Duels. I'm definitely looking forward to that. D-Machine, do you want to speak to any of the new content we're going to see?
I mean, I don't know about you, but just the balance changes alone, I'm going to be queuing every single day.
Okay. These guys are nerds. They just care about the balance changes.
I'm a PvPer, man. I'm sorry.
I get it. All good. No. Couldn't agree more, but definitely look forward to that. Sorry, David, go ahead.
No, I mean, that's all I really had to say.
All right. Well, just as a reminder, we are not going to see you guys next weekend. We will see you next weekend on May 1st. Can't believe it's already May already.
Oh my
Very
gosh.
strange. Yeah, this went by real fast. The flowers are already gone, no longer blooming outside. But we'll see everybody twitch.tv/Warcraft next weekend or 7 p.m. CEST. We are also on YouTube. We are also on WoW Esports Twitter. Definitely check us out there. And thank you guys so much. Bye-bye.